moon hung over the village like a pale, unblinking eye, its cold light spilling across rooftops and crooked chimneys, silvering the empty dirt roads below. Midnight had always carried a quiet unease in Ashwood, a whisper that seeped between shutters and into the marrow of those who dared remain awake. But tonight, that silence pressed heavier than usual, as though the darkness itself were holding its breath, and somewhere beyond the fields, in the line where forest met road, someone or something was smiling. Before we begin, if you find yourself drawn into this tale of fear, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and leave your thoughts in the comments below. Stories like this breathe stronger when shared, and who knows, your own voice may carry further than you expect in the dark. Ethan Harrow had always been a man apart, though not by choice. At 32, he carried the look of someone who had lived longer than his years, lines carved deep into his face, not from age but from nights spent awake, listening. His eyes were the kind others looked away from, not cruel, but searching, as though he was perpetually trying to catch a glimpse of something just out of sight. He had returned to Ashwood after years away, hoping to leave the weight of failed city living behind him. But Ashwood was not kind to returners. It had a way of reminding you why you left in the first place. The villagers spoke little of the smiling man, but they spoke often enough to remind Ethan that the fear was real. It was there in the way mothers hushed children when the church bell tolled midnight, in the way shutters slammed shut the moment shadows began to lengthen. He'd hear the mutters at the tavern, stories of a figure who came only when the moon was highest, always at midnight, always silent, always smiling. Some claimed he walked the roads with a lantern that cast no light. Others swore he appeared in doorways without ever knocking, grinning as though he had been waiting for them all along. Ethan had not seen him, not yet, but he had felt him. The first night back, he awoke to a sound like knuckles dragging across glass. It came from his window. When he finally found the courage to look, nothing was there. And yet the faint impression of a handprint lingered in the condensation, too wide, too long-fingered, to belong to anyone he knew. It was the kind of village where smells traveled on the wind. You could tell when bread was baking 2 streets over, or when a cow had been slaughtered on the far edge of the fields. But lately another scent lingered, one no one spoke of, copper, faint and metallic, like blood carried in the night air. Ethan noticed it each time the clock struck 12. That first week back, he asked old Marla, the innkeeper's wife, about the smiling man. Her eyes went sharp, and her lips pressed tight, as though the question itself were dangerous. "We don't speak of him after dark," she whispered, glancing toward the shuttered windows. Best not to draw his gaze. And yet, even as she said it, Ethan caught the tremor in her voice, the sound of someone who had seen more than she wanted to remember. The mystery pulled at him. He had always been the sort who needed answers, even when they came at a cost. It was that Flora gift that had brought him trouble in the city, when he chased after truths others preferred hidden. And now, back in Ashwood, he felt that same pull. What was the smiling man? A tale to keep children indoors? A murderer cloaked in superstition? Or something worse, something no name could hold? The nights stretched long, each one painting the same uneasy picture. Villagers locking their doors earlier than necessary. Candles snuffed out, though the streets remained unlit. Ashwood was a place of silence, but it was not the silence of peace. It was the silence of fear. Ethan could not forget the sound on his window, nor the stories muttered in half-drunk voices at the tavern, nor the way the air itself seemed to thicken at midnight. And when the church bell rang its 12 heavy notes, he sometimes thought he could hear something underneath it, a second rhythm, like footsteps echoing faintly in the pause between chimes. One night, restless and unwilling to sleep, he stepped outside. The air was cold enough to bite, and mist curled low around the streets. He stood on the stoop of his childhood home, listening. Every creak of wood, every rustle of leaf seemed too loud in that stillness. And then, far down the road, where the mist thickened, he saw movement. At first it was nothing, just a darker shape in the dark. But then it straightened, and though the distance was too great to make out a face, Ethan swore he saw teeth, a long, unnatural smile stretching wider than it should have. He froze. The shape did not move closer, nor retreat. It only stood there, head tilted slightly, as though watching, as though waiting. When the bell finished tolling, the shape was gone. But Ethan knew he had not imagined it. The smile had burned itself into his mind, sharp and pale like a wound. And he knew then that whatever haunted the village was no mere story whispered by frightened tongues. It was real. It was here, and it had noticed him. The following morning, Ethan woke to the sound of crows. They perched along the rooftops in a black row, their calls harsh and jagged against the quiet hum of village life. Ashwood always looked different in the daylight, as though the sun had the power to smooth over its cracks. But for Ethan, the memory of last night's figure lingered like a bruise. He could not shake the image of the smile, too wide, too knowing, hanging in the mist at the far end of the road. He tried to tell himself it was a trick of the fog, or fatigue pulling shadows into shapes that didn't exist. Yet when he stepped outside, the dirt road bore prints, long impressions, too long to belong to any villager. The toes were narrow, claw-like almost, and each step pressed deep as though whoever or whatever had passed carried no weight at all, only intention. The tracks led away from the house and vanished into the forest. At the tavern, he kept his discovery to himself. The villagers had little patience for outsiders, even less for those who asked too many questions. Still, their silence spoke louder than words. When the church bell rang noon, Ethan noticed a subtle shift. The chatter dimmed, glasses lowered, eyes flicked to the windows, not in dread, but in caution, like animals sensing a storm. They all knew the same truth, yet none dared name it. It was here that Ethan met Rowan Vale, a man with a face as weathered as bark, and eyes that burned with the sharpness of someone who'd seen too much. Rowan was not like the others. While the rest averted their gazes when talk strayed near forbidden ground, Rowan studied Ethan with a kind of grim curiosity. "You've seen him, haven't you?" Rowan asked, his voice low but steady. Ethan blinked. "What makes you think that?" Rowan leaned closer. "Because you've got the look. The same look the others wore before they stopped coming around." He tapped the rim of his mug. "The ones who vanished." Ethan's throat tightened. "Vanished. They never last long," Rowan said. "Not after the smiling man sets his eyes on them." His words carried no drama, no embellishment, only fact. He paused before adding, "That's what he does. He notices, then he waits, then he let the sentence die," as though saying the rest aloud would draw the thing closer. Ethan wanted to press, but Rowan's stare warned him to let it rest. Instead, they drank in silence, the tavern's chatter returning around them like a tide. But inside Ethan's mind, Rowan's words echoed. He notices, he waits. That night, Ethan sat by the window with the curtains drawn back. He told himself it was for courage, that if he faced whatever came, he would not be consumed by fear. Midnight arrived slow, each tick of the clock dragging. When the bell finally struck, the sound seemed heavier than ever before. On the fourth chime, he felt it, a weight in the air, subtle but crushing, as though the world itself were leaning in to listen. On the sixth, the candle by his desk flickered, though no wind stirred. On the eighth, the smell came metallic sharp, the taste of copper filling his mouth, as though he were biting on a coin. And then, as the 12th bell rang, the scratching began. It was faint at first, like nails across wood, but grew into a steady drag, deliberate and slow. Ethan's skin crawled. The sound came from the front door. Gathering what little courage he had, he crept down the stairs, each step creaking louder than he wanted. He paused, hand hovering near the knob. The scratching stopped. For a moment, there was only silence. Then 3 knocks. They were not the knocks of a visitor. They were too measured, too calm, echoing into the house like the tolling of a bell. Ethan held his breath, every instinct screaming to stay still. Slowly, he backed away, the boards groaning under his weight. The air thickened, pressing against his lungs. And then, without warning, the latch clicked. The door shifted inward, though locked, as if some invisible hand had tested it. Ethan ran. He stumbled back up the stairs, slammed his bedroom door, and pressed his back against it, listening. The scratching did not return. The knocking ceased, but the silence that followed was worse. It felt patient, watching, smiling. When morning came, the door bore no marks, no scratches, no sign it had ever moved. But Ethan knew better. Days passed with the same rhythm. Each night, the smiling man came closer, not in distance, but in presence. Ethan began to hear him in the pauses between words, see him in the corner of mirrors, feel him standing just beyond his line of sight. Sleep came rarely, and when it did, it brought dreams of a face too pale, teeth gleaming in endless rows, a smile that stretched as though it would split the skin. One evening, Rowan approached him again. "You need to leave," he said flatly. "I just got here. Then you should have never come back." Once he marks you, you don't shake him off, not unless you pay the price." "What price?" Ethan demanded. Rowan's gaze darkened. "There are bargains some have made. That's why you'll still find certain houses lit at midnight. Those families struck a deal. But those deals," he shook his head, "they never end well." Ethan felt the pull of anger then. Beneath the fear, he had not returned to Ashwood to be hunted by a phantom. He wanted answers. He wanted truth. If Rowan knew more, he would learn it. And if the smiling man was more than a ghost story, he would face him no matter the cost. But as the church bell marked midnight once again, and the first creak of footsteps echoed outside his window, Ethan wondered if he had already crossed a line from which there was no return. The silence of Hollow's End was not an ordinary silence, for it had a pulse, a rhythm like a quiet heartbeat beneath the soil. Elias felt it pressing against his skin, as if the night itself was watching him, listening to his breathing. When the last candle inside his small house flickered and died, he was plunged into a darkness that was not simply the absence of light, was an entity, a suffocating shroud, heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. He did not strike another match. He could not bear to see the walls trembling with shadows that might not have been his own. Instead, he sat rigid, his hands wrapped tightly around a wooden cross his grandmother had left him, though he was not certain if it would protect him. The villagers often whispered that symbols and prayers meant little when it came to the smiling man. What he wanted, he took. What he touched, he broke. What he loved, if such a word applied, he consumed until nothing remained but fear etched into the bones of the living. Elias thought of the stories told in hushed voices around hearth fires about the girl with the honey-brown hair who had wandered outside after midnight and never returned, about the blacksmith who found strange footprints circling his forge, and weeks later was discovered staring blankly at his anvil, his face frozen in a grotesque grin, lips split and bleeding. He had never spoken again. Elias tried to dismiss them as fables, meant to scare children from staying out too late. But tonight he felt the gravity of those tales sink into his marrow. Something lingered outside. A sound broke the fragile silence, the crunch of gravel just beyond the crooked fence that framed his yard. Elias's breath hitched. He strained his ears, heart thundering, his body caught in that primal moment of choice between fight or flight. Crunch, crunch, each step deliberate, as if whoever or whatever was out there knew he was listening, savoring his dread like fine wine. His throat dried, his tongue heavy, but curiosity rooted him to the chair. Slowly, agonizingly, he rose and crept to the window, pressing himself against the frame, careful not to make a sound. Moonlight spilled across the path outside, silvering the fog that curled through the grass like pale fingers. And then he saw him, the smiling man. He was taller than any man Elias had ever known, his limbs impossibly long, his posture both graceful and wrong, as if his bones bent in directions they should not. His face saw what passed for one was the only thing illuminated fully by the moon. That grin stretched impossibly wide, carved into flesh with the precision of a blade. His teeth unnaturally white, glistening as though wet with dew. His eyes were hidden in shadow, yet Elias swore he felt their weight pressing upon him, peeling back his thoughts, sifting through his memories. He clutched the cross harder, pressing the wood into his palm until it bit his skin. But he did not move. He could not. The smiling man did not approach the door. He did not knock or scratch or whisper through the cracks like the legends had claimed. Instead, he tilted his head with an almost childlike curiosity, his grin fixed, and began humming. The sound was soft at first, almost pleasant, a lullaby Elias faintly recognized but could not place. It carried on the night air, winding around him, seeping through the glass. His chest tightened as memories, stirred memories, of his mother singing the very same tune when he was no more than 5 years old, rocking him to sleep on stormy nights. But his mother had died a decade ago. He knew, deep in his bones, that whatever stood outside should not have known that song. "Leave," Elias whispered, though his voice betrayed him, trembling. The smiling man stilled, the humming ceasing abruptly, as if acknowledging the plea. Then, without warning, he turned and drifted away from the window, his steps eerily soundless now, swallowed whole by the fog. Elias collapsed onto the floor, shuddering, the cross still clenched in his fist. But the silence that followed was not relief, it was a promise, a pause before something worse. The following morning, Elias stumbled into the village square. His face was pale, his eyes ringed with sleeplessness. He tried to tell the others, Matthias the blacksmith, old Marin, the baker's widow, what he had seen. But their reactions were not what he had expected. They did not laugh or mock. They did not accuse him of dreaming. Instead, they exchanged glances heavy with dread, their shoulders sagging under the weight of recognition. "He's chosen you," Matthias said quietly, his voice cracking like old timber. "Once he watches, he never stops. You belong to his night now." "What does that mean?" Elias demanded, desperation lacing his words, but no one answered. They dispersed quickly, muttering prayers under their breath, leaving Elias alone in the middle of the square. He felt the isolation like a knife twisting in his gut. Fear was no longer just his, it was contagious. The night came faster than Elias expected, as though the sun itself wished to abandon him. By dusk, the village had shuttered its windows, doors barred with planks, prayers whispered into the thickening dark. Elias lit every candle he owned, their trembling flames casting restless shadows that danced across the beams of the cottage. But light no longer comforted him. He knew the smiling man thrived where shadows gathered, that flame and prayer alike were little more than toys to mock. Still, Elias clung to them because the alternative was surrender. Midnight announced itself, not with a tolling bell, but with the sudden silence of the world outside. The forest, usually alive with nocturnal life, fell mute, smothered beneath an oppressive hush. Elias sat rigid in his chair, his hands clasped tightly around the cross, his knuckles white. Then it began again, the lullaby. Soft, sweet. It rose from nowhere and everywhere at once, a voice like velvet scraping over glass. Elias clamped his hands to his ears, but still it coiled through his skull. His lips twitched, tugged upward, the cracks at the corners splitting further. Blood traced the curve of the grin he fought to suppress. And then the knock, not at the door this time, at the window. A slow, deliberate tap, tap, tap. Elias's heart slammed against his ribs. He forced himself to look. Outside, framed by candlelight, stood a silhouette, too tall, too thin, shoulders sloping as though weighed down by something unseen. Its head was bent, face pressed close to the glass, though Elias could not see it clearly through the flickering light. What he did see froze the air in his lungs. Teeth, a row of impossibly white teeth gleaming in a smile, too wide for any human mouth. Elias stumbled backward, knocking over a chair, candles toppling and rolling across the floor. The lullaby stopped, but the smile remained. It widened. The figure's lips never moved, yet Elias heard a voice inside his skull, as clear as his own thoughts. "Let me in." The words were not a request, but a command, a certainty that rooted itself in his bones. He shook his head violently, pressing his palms against his ears. "No," he rasped, his throat raw. "No, you cannot enter." The window rattled. Glass groaned under pressure, though no hand touched it. The figure leaned closer still, teeth scraping the pane in a shrill screech that clawed through Elias's mind. He dropped to his knees, trembling, whispering prayers in broken fragments, words tangled by terror. Then, silence. The window stilled. Elias lifted his head, breath shallow, and saw nothing but his reflection in the glass. The smiling man was gone, or so he thought. Behind him, the floor creaked. The air shifted, colder, carrying with it the scent of rot and damp earth. Elias turned slowly, his stomach collapsing inward. There, in the corner of the room where the shadows pulled deepest, he saw him. The smiling man. He was not flesh as Elias understood it, but something between shadow and form, tall and gaunt, skin pale as candle wax stretched thin over bone. His arms hung too long, fingers brushing the floor, nails black and glistening as though dipped in tar. But it was the face, God help him, the face that consumed Elias's gaze. Eyes sunken black pits, voids that promised nothing but madness, and the smile, that grotesque, luminous smile, carved wide, splitting his face from ear to ear, each tooth sharp, gleaming, impossibly white against the ruin of his visage. The smiling man did not move at first. He simply stood, head tilted, grin frozen in place. Elias wanted to scream, but his voice had deserted him, lodged like a stone in his throat. The air grew heavy, crushing, until Elias could do nothing but collapse forward onto his hands, chest heaving. The smiling man leaned, his head cocking to one side, as though studying a curious insect. Then, without opening his mouth, the lullaby returned, pouring from inside Elias's head, louder now, filling every crevice of his mind. Elias clutched his skull, digging nails into his scalp. He could not think, could not breathe. His lips tore wider as they curved into an involuntary grin, blood dripping from the fissures. His eyes watered, not from sadness, but from the raw, tearing pain of muscles forced to obey something beyond him. The smiling man took one step forward. The wood beneath his feet did not creak. He left no shadow behind. Yet the room seemed to tilt with his presence, reality bending to accommodate the horror that had chosen to enter. "Why me?" Elias croaked, his voice barely a whisper, torn from his chest like a plea to the void. For the first time, the smiling man moved his lips. But the voice Elias heard was not of this world. It was hundreds, thousands of voices, men and women, children and elders, all speaking in unison, all layered into one monstrous sound. Because he looked, Elias's vision blurred, tears streaming, his heart thundering against a cage too fragile to hold it. He tried to crawl, dragging himself toward the door, but the smiling man bent low, impossibly low, spine cracking, face hovering inches above Elias's. The grin never faltered. A stench of grave earth and rotting leaves washed over him. "Smile with me," the voices hissed, slithering inside him. Elias's body convulsed, as though puppeteered, every muscle burning, his lips splitting further, until his grin mirrored the monster's. The last thing Elias saw before collapsing into darkness was the smiling man's teeth glowing like lanterns in the dark, and the certainty that this was no longer his home, his life, or his body. It had become an altar and he, the offering. Elias awoke to the dawn like a man who had slept beneath a falling sky. His body ached as though he had been stretched, twisted, and folded into the shape of despair while unconscious. The cottage was quiet, deceptively so, the kind of quiet that presses against the eardrums and refuses to leave. Light spilled through the curtains, pale and weak, and for a moment, Elias allowed himself to believe that the smiling man had vanished, that last night's terror had been a fevered dream. But the mirror told another story. He staggered to it, each step trembling, fingers brushing the cool glass. The reflection that stared back was his own, and yet not. His lips still bore a subtle twist, a shadow of the grotesque grin that had haunted him in the night. His eyes felt hollow, a little darker, a little too still, like pools that reflected some hidden abyss. A shiver ran down his spine. He touched his face, as though testing its reality, but the flesh obeyed, human enough, yet beneath it all, something had shifted. Outside, the village stirred. Children's laughter, the hammering of wood, the calls of vendors, all ordinary sounds. Yet they carried an undertone Elias could not ignore, a sense that the world itself was moving slightly out of rhythm with him. He stepped outside, forcing the familiar cottage door closed behind him, and the scent of the forest greeted him. Damp, earth, pine, and something acrid, metallic, lingering faintly in the wind. The woods had not relinquished their night. They had only waited. Villagers paused as he walked through the streets, glances lingering longer than polite. Murmurs rippled like whispers in the grass. "Elias," one woman said, voice tight, eyes wide. "You look different." He forced a nod, smiled an effort, strained awkward, and continued on. He knew, though they did not, that the smiling man's shadow had not left him. He felt it coiled inside, a silent echo of those impossible teeth, of the lullaby that had invaded his mind. The day was a careful dance. Elias attempted routine, tending the small garden behind his home, checking the livestock, repairing fences, but each movement seemed to reverberate with an unseen weight. The village dogs barked at him with unusual ferocity, retreating when he approached, their fur bristling as though aware of what he could not yet fully comprehend. Children glanced from doorways, eyes wide with the primal suspicion of the young. Whispers followed him in corridors, half words, half fear. He began to understand that last night's terror was not a private curse. It was a bridge, and somehow he had become the crossing. By mid-afternoon, Elias noticed subtle things, shadows that lingered too long, corners of rooms that seemed darker than physics allowed, faint echoes of that lullaby threading in and out of his consciousness. He tried to speak, to call the village together, to warn them, but the words faltered, twisted, curling into a near smile he could not suppress. The people hesitated around him, reading his body more than his voice, sensing the residue of something unnatural, an invisible stain upon his presence. Evening arrived, and with it, the thick breath of the forest pressing toward the village. The trees swayed unnaturally, leaves whispering in patterns that made no sense. Elias stood at the edge of the village square, eyes drawn to the tree line. There, in the dimming light, he thought he saw a figure. At first, he thought it a trick of the shadows, but it moved too deliberately, too unnervingly, step by step, mirroring his own movements. The smiling man had not left. He had sent a fragment of himself, or perhaps left a footprint that would grow, patient and predatory. Panic rose, not the sharp terror of yesterday, but a slow, simmering dread. Elias realized the smiling man had changed him. He was no longer simply human. That grin, that echoing melody in his mind, was an inheritance of the night. To resist was to invite madness. To embrace was to become something else entirely. And the villagers, they would notice. Eventually, they would see what he could not unsee, hear what he could not silence, and fear would breed faster than any candle could burn. Night fell again, and with it, the lullaby returned, threading through the air. Subtle at first, then rising, impossible to ignore. Elias felt it coil around his spine, seep into the marrow of his bones. He knew sleep was no longer refuge. When his eyes closed, the smiling man's grin would be there, waiting, patient, inevitable. He drew a breath and whispered to the empty street, "I am not yet yours." And in that instant, the wind shifted, the leaves murmured, and a shape emerged at the edge of the square, teeth gleaming in a smile that promised patience, cunning, and ruin. Elias took a step back. The villagers had long since locked their doors, their prayers muttering against the night, but he was alone in the open, and the figure stepped forward without a sound. This time, the world did not pause. It leaned in, waiting for the inevitable. He could not run, he could not fight, and yet, a spark, a tiny ember of defiance, flickered inside him. The night was alive, yes, and the smiling man's influence was palpable, but Elias still carried the human spark, the one thing that could bend fate if wielded carefully. And so, the first night after the curse's imprint, Elias faced the forest's edge, heart hammering, every shadow in the village square conspiring to remind him, fear is patient, and some smiles are eternal. The next morning, Elias awoke to a silence heavier than the night itself. The village seemed different, though at first glance, nothing had changed. Doors remained closed, curtains drawn, and the usual morning bustle felt muted, as if the world itself were holding its breath. He stepped outside, careful, and noticed the villagers moving with a peculiar stiffness, their eyes darting to shadows that shouldn't exist. Children whispered in corners, their small voices carrying a tremor of fear they could not articulate. Farmers paused mid-step, tools in hand, staring at the forest line, sensing a presence that Elias alone had seen clearly. Something had seeped beyond the boundary of the woods and into the town, subtle yet undeniable. Each villager carried it differently, a quick shiver, a whispered name, a glance that lingered too long on the darkened corners of homes and streets. Elias realized with dread that the smiling man had not only left an imprint on him, he had left fragments in the villages, too. As he walked the square, Elias noticed Mr. Alden, the baker, standing frozen at his shop door, a knife clutched loosely in one hand, eyes wide and unseeing. The usual chatter of market day was absent. Silence had thickened into a tangible weight. He approached cautiously. "Mr. Alden," Elias said, voice low, careful not to startle. The man blinked, focusing slowly, a flicker of recognition crossing his features before a shadow of the grin passed over his lips to faint, to be natural, but there nonetheless. The realization struck Elias like a cold wind. The smiling man's influence spread through proximity. Subtle gestures, whispers carried by the air, as if the night itself were a conduit. Those who lingered too long in the woods, or gazed too long at the forest line, felt it first. Then it bled into the village, infecting mind and body, leaving faint traces of the impossible grin that haunted dreams. Panic surged beneath Elias's careful composure. The town was no longer a safe harbor, it was a trap, the very ground tainted by something unseen, malevolent, waiting. Elias retreated to his home, but the whispers followed, curling in the corners of his mind. He recalled old stories told by the village elders, stories dismissed as superstition, about beings that could slip into human form, mimicking, until there was no distinction left between predator and prey. The smiling man was no longer just a nightmare in the forest. He was a living echo, multiplying quietly, invisibly, and Elias feared the next steps might be unstoppable. By evening, he noticed patterns forming. Those villagers who had ventured near the forest after sunset were most affected. Pale skin, haunted eyes, subtle shifts in movement, an unnatural grace that seemed almost predatory. Whispers of the lullaby, soft and mocking, followed them, and some, caught entirely in the smiling man's web, began to smile when nothing was funny, their teeth gleaming faintly in the lamplight. Elias's chest tightened. The grip of the unknown was stronger than he had imagined. Elias sought guidance from old texts, old legends, anything that hinted at resistance. He discovered references to symbols scratched into doors and thresholds, charms hung on walls, and words spoken in hushed voices to keep the evil at bay. But all were vague, incomplete, warnings from a time before understanding, when humans only feared and hoped to survive. Armed with fragments of knowledge, he prepared small wards around his home, chalked symbols, burned herbs whose scents were said to repel darkness. The village may have been slipping into the smiling man's control, but he would not surrender his mind without a fight. That night, the lullaby returned, drifting through the streets, curling into homes, threading through locked doors, impossible to shut out. Elias sat in the dark, listening, tracing each note, each subtle cadence, trying to find patterns, weaknesses, something human amidst the inhuman. It was then he noticed a flicker. The smiling man's grin, when fully unleashed, seemed to have a rhythm, a pulse, and perhaps, just perhaps, that rhythm could be broken. The forest beyond the village edge swayed, whispering secrets, shadows dancing in unnatural ways. Figures appeared at the periphery villages, but not quite, miles curling too wide, eyes reflecting something that should not exist. Elias understood then that this confrontation was no longer just his own. The village itself was caught in a delicate balance, teetering on the brink of complete domination by the smiling man's influence. To save himself and the others, he would have to venture into the night again, deeper into the forest, where the entity waited, patient, cunning, eternal. Before he could act, a movement at the window caught his eye. One of the village children, young Mara, stood outside, silent, her small frame pressed against the glass. Her eyes wide and pleading, reflected a flicker of something human, still hope, perhaps, or desperation. She was not yet claimed, but Elias knew the night would not wait. He whispered her name, voice breaking the quiet. "Mara, come inside now." As she moved toward him, hesitant, Elias realized that the next step would define not just his survival, but the fragile remnants of the village itself. Each breath carried the weight of the unseen. Each shadow threatened to undo the fragile human spark that remained. The smiling man's laughter echoed in the distance, faint, soft, yet undeniable, a promise that the night was far from over. Elias steeled himself, knowing that by dawn, the boundaries between human and horror would be tested again, and the choices he made in the dark would resonate through every flickering candle, every whispered prayer, every heartbeat in the village still clinging to life. Elias stepped beyond the village borders as the last tendrils of twilight slipped beneath the horizon, swallowing the familiar in a suffocating shadow. The forest loomed, a cathedral of ancient trees whose branches intertwined like skeletal fingers, casting impossible shapes across the narrow path. Each step he took seemed to echo unnaturally, as though the darkness itself was listening, waiting to confirm his presence. The air smelled of damp earth and decay, carrying whispers that twisted like smoke through the gnarled trunks. He gripped the small satchel of charms and symbols, the fragile wards rattling softly, a thin barrier against what he could not yet see. The forest seemed alive, aware, shifting subtly with each footfall. Elias felt the eyes of the smiling man everywhere, glimpsed in shadows, hinted at by the rustle of leaves. The lullaby returned, distant at first, then curling closer with every step, a soft, mocking rhythm that penetrated deeper than sight. He spoke under his breath, repeating protective phrases he barely understood, a shield of sound meant to tether his mind to reality. The path ahead narrowed, and every twist felt like an invitation or a trap. Halfway through the dense canopy, Elias stumbled upon a clearing bathed in silvery moonlight. Here, the whispers intensified, surrounding him from all directions. Figures emerged at the periphery, villagers who had ventured too close before, their forms distorted, smiles unnaturally stretched, movements jerky yet predatory. Elias's stomach churned. He realized that these were no longer humans, but puppets of the smiling man, caught between reality and nightmare. Their eyes flicked to him, a collective acknowledgement of intrusion, and then a motionless pause, as if they awaited his first move. Drawing a deep breath, Elias took a step forward, his boots crunching on the frost-touched earth. The smiling man appeared then, barely visible at first, a silhouette in the mist. Impossibly tall, shoulders hunched, the grin carved wide enough to defy natural law. Its eyes, black as void, locked onto Ilias with an intensity that sent shivers through bone and sinew alike. For a heartbeat, time itself seemed suspended, the forest holding its breath. Then the grin widened further, and the whispers became voices, echoing inside Ilias's skull, repeating his fears back at him. He focused on the rhythm he had noticed, the pulse hidden within the melody of the lullaby. The smiling man's movement, though seemingly chaotic, followed a cadence, a beat Elias could exploit. Clutching a charm, he struck the ground with a deliberate force, breaking the rhythm, sending a ripple through the clearing. The creature faltered, a slight stutter in its approach, and Elias seized the moment to advance, chanting protective words, each syllable a tether to humanity. Suddenly, the distorted villagers surged forward, their smiles wide, their limbs contorting unnaturally as they lunged at him. Elias ducked and weaved, using the charms as distractions, the symbols glowing faintly under his touch, illuminating the ghastly features of those once human forms. Every impact of his foot against the earth, every whispered chant, seemed to drive the darkness back fractionally. Yet he knew this confrontation would demand more than symbols. It would require resolve, courage, and a sacrifice of certainty. In the center of the clearing, the smiling man raised its impossibly long arms, the grin, now grotesque, spreading beyond recognition. Elias felt a cold pressure on his mind, an attempt to pry into thoughts, to inject terror, to warp perception. He resisted, focusing on the memory of the village, of Mara's eyes, the glimmer of humanity yet unclaimed. He chanted louder, his voice raw, carrying over the wind, over the whispers, over the relentless dark. The creature recoiled, a high-pitched crack slicing through the forest, the distorted villagers freezing mid-step, smiles flickering. Elias pressed forward, stepping into the moonlight, feeling the charm's warmth against his palm, its energy tethering him to the human world. Each step forward was an act of defiance, each chant a strike against the encroaching malevolence. The smiling man hissed, a sound impossible to place, part laughter, part cry, a distortion that clawed at the edges of reality. Finally, Elias reached the heart of the clearing. Directly facing the smiling man, the lullaby shattered, replaced by a ringing silence that pressed in on every sense. He thrust the charm forward, the glow intensifying, connecting to the pulse he had traced, severing the rhythm that sustained the entity's presence. The creature shuddered, a grotesque ripple passing through its frame, the stretched grin fracturing as if reality itself attempted to reclaim order. The forest seemed to pulse with the release, shadows receding, the distorted villagers collapsing into the mist from which they had emerged. Elias fell to his knees, gasping, sweat and frost mingling on his skin. The clearing was still, the whispers gone, the oppressive weight lifting. He looked around. The forest seemed unchanged, yet he knew the balance had shifted. The smiling man was weakened, forced to retreat into the shadowy corners of the world. For now, but the memory lingered, a warning that the night's peace was temporary, fragile. As he rose, Elias noticed a faint figure at the edge of the clearing. Mara, still human, still trembling, yet intact, watched him with wide eyes. Relief flooded him, tempered by exhaustion and the knowledge that vigilance would always be necessary. He extended a hand, guiding her back toward the village, each step carrying the echo of the battle fought, a promise of resilience. By the time they reached the first houses, dawn painted the sky in pale pinks and golds, a deceptive calm covering the scars of the night. Elias knew that the smiling man would never be entirely gone. Some forces, once tasted, linger indefinitely. Yet he had proven that courage, knowledge, and determination could carve a space for humanity, even amidst darkness, a fragile sanctuary against the impossible grin that haunted the night. Dawn had barely broken when Elias returned to the village, the morning mist curling around the cottages like ghostly fingers. The air carried a deceptive calm, but he knew better. The forest still whispered in rhythms only he could sense. Mara walked beside him, her hand gripping his tightly, grounding him in the reality they had fought to preserve. Though she had survived the night, her eyes betrayed lingering fear, the kind that shadows a soul after glimpsing something inhuman. Villagers emerged cautiously, drawn by the faint glow of the rising sun and the promise that Elias had returned. They whispered among themselves, glances darting toward the tree line, as if expecting the darkness to follow. Elias felt the pull, the forest's subtle reminder that the smiling man had not vanished, only receded, biding its time, rebuilding strength in secret corners. He could sense fragments of its presence in the soft rustle of leaves, the unnatural pause in birdsong, the chill brushing his spine despite the warming sun. Returning to his home, Elias began cataloging charms, wards, and protective symbols, reinforcing their potency, layering defenses like a fortress against the invisible. He sketched sigils in chalk on walls, tied bundles of herbs at doorways, and whispered prayers taught by elders long gone. Mara watched silently, helping where she could, yet the weight of the previous night's events pressed upon her. She questioned if these measures were enough, if the smiling man could be truly contained. At midday, reports reached them of villagers wandering too close to the forest's edge. Drawn by a faint melody carried on the winter variation of the lullaby that had haunted Elias, children and adults alike felt a compulsion, a pull they could not articulate, and it terrified them. Elias knew this was the smiling man's influence growing, testing boundaries, probing weaknesses. The entity had learned from the confrontation. It was cunning, adapting its tactics to circumvent the defenses. He gathered the bravest villagers, teaching them chants and protective movements, forming circles of resistance along key areas where the forest's reach was strongest. Though fearful, the villagers followed, understanding the necessity of confronting what lurked just beyond sight. Elias led them with a quiet authority, a presence that fused hope with urgency. Each chant, each barrier reinforced a fragile line between safety and chaos. By nightfall, Elias returned to the edge of the forest alone, compelled by the need to understand fully the patterns of the smiling man. Shadows clung to him like living things, bending unnaturally around tree trunks, shifting with the rhythm he now recognized. The lullaby returned, soft at first, then swelling, a taunting symphony that tried to seduce him into an action. Elias steadied his breath, recalling the clearing and the power of rhythm broken, and he pressed forward into the growing dark. The forest was denser than before, the moonlight a pale veil over the twisted undergrowth. He spotted movement, shapes just beyond recognition, half-seen forms that melted into shadow when directly observed. Each step was deliberate, every sound magnified. The smiling man had returned in fragments, its grin appearing at the periphery of vision, eyes flickering like black stars, whispers layering over one another to create confusion. Elias relied on memory, intuition, and the protective symbols he carried, walking a path through fear itself. In a narrow glade, he found the first signs of the entity's rebuilding: a warped tree, roots curling in unnatural angles, faint residual laughter embedded in the bark, a pulse of darkness that resonated with the lullaby. Elias pressed his hand against the twisted wood, feeling the lingering energy of the smiling man. He realized that the creature could now manipulate not just perception but the physical world, bending elements to its will, crafting reminders of terror to weaken human resolve. Determined, Elias marked the perimeter with glowing sigils, each charged with his intent to resist, to bind, to contain. The forest throbbed with resistance, reacting to his intrusion, but he pressed onward, seeking a deeper understanding, a way to anticipate the smiling man's next moves. Shadows coalesced into forms half human, half distorted, mirroring the villagers who had been caught in its grasp before. They lingered, silent, observing, testing, as though the entity itself was present through them. Hours passed in tense vigilance. Elias understood that the night would not be silent, that every moment of rest was an illusion, that the smiling man's presence permeated not just the forest, but the minds of those he sought to protect. Exhaustion threatened, yet he could not yield. Knowledge and preparation were the only weapons against a creature defined by malice and cunning. As the moon climbed higher, Elias returned to the village, marking every observation, every subtle shift in energy. The villagers welcomed him, seeking reassurance, yet he offered none, only instructions and warnings. He knew that the smiling man would strike again, that the lullaby would return, and that vigilance must be constant. The struggle had become a war of awareness, a battle for perception, a test of courage that could not end with a single confrontation. By the time the first cock crowed, Elias stood at the village center, facing the forest, eyes scanning for flickers, shifts, signs of intrusion. Mara stood beside him, clutching his arm, sharing both fear and determination. They had survived, yet survival alone was insufficient. Understanding and preparation were essential. In the silence of the early morning, Elias whispered a vow to himself, to the villagers, and to the unseen forces. The smiling man would not claim them without resistance, and every night would be met with vigilance, every shadow with courage. Night fell with a weight that pressed upon the village like a living thing, smothering the streets and alleys in a velvet darkness. Elias had prepared the wards, reinforced every boundary, and yet, as the final stars emerged, he could feel the smiling man's approacher, creeping, inevitable presence that twisted the air itself. The lullaby returned, faint at first, then insistent, echoing through empty streets, threading its way into every corner, every shadow. He moved toward the forest edge with Mara beside him, lanterns casting trembling light that danced across the walls of cottages. The villagers watched silently, knowing that the night ahead would define them all. Elias's heartbeat was steady despite the fear clawing at his chest. He had trained for this moment, analyzed every pattern, every flicker of unnatural movement. Yet knowing the tactics of the smiling man did not lessen its horror. The forest seemed to breathe, the trees bending slightly as if in anticipation, roots writhing like serpents beneath the undergrowth. The lullaby swelled, harmonizing with the rustle of leaves and distant hollow laughter. Elias raised his hand, chanting the warding incantations he had practiced countless times. The glow from his symbols flared, cutting through the darkness with radiant urgency. The smiling man appeared not in full form, but in fragments, glimpsed in peripheral vision, its grin sharper, wider, impossibly stretching across the shadows. It struck with a speed that defied comprehension, a shadowy figure darting from tree to tree, testing boundaries, probing weaknesses. Elias countered with chance, swinging salt and herbs, marking lines of protection on the forest floor. Every movement was a dance between courage and desperation, the smiling man's laughter piercing the night like glass breaking. Mara stood firm, chanting alongside him, her fear transmuted into resolve. Suddenly, the creature coalesced fully in the clearing, a towering figure, skeletal limbs twisted, its face frozen in that impossible, menacing grin. Its eyes burned black, pulling at the edges of consciousness, bending perception, warping reality around it. Elias felt the world tilt, a nausea of unreality threatening to collapse his focus. But he held his ground, drawing upon every ounce of will, recalling the methods that had protected him thus far. The smiling man lunged, and the air split with the sound of distorted whispers, echoing, overlapping, filling Elias's mind with memories not his own. The village seemed to shudder, the wards flickering under the pressure of pure malevolence. He called out to the villagers, reinforcing the protective lines through their collective intent, a shared consciousness of defiance against the entity. Together, their unity created a tenuous shield, giving Elias the strength to confront the creature directly. He approached, chanting louder, every syllable a command, a binding force. The smiling man recoiled, its grin twisting in anger, its form flickering between solidity and shadow. Elias pressed forward, marking it with sigils, each stroke burning with intent, each motion an act of defiance. The creature howled, a sound that vibrated through bones, yet Elias held fast, anchoring himself with purpose and memory, grounding in the reality that had been stolen so many nights before. Time stretched unnaturally. Shadows twisted into shapes that mirrored the villagers' fears, their regrets, their worst imaginings. Elias did not flinch. Mara chanted beside him, her voice strong, resonant, feeding the wards with life. The smiling man thrashed, reality bending around its form. Yet every movement it made was countered, every incursion met with prepared intention. The battle was as much mental as physical, a war over perception, over fear itself. Finally, with a final echoing shriek that seemed to shake the very soul of the forest, the smiling man recoiled, fragments of its form dissipating like mist in the dawn wind. The lullaby fractured and faded, leaving only silence and the gentle rustle of leaves in its wake. Elias lowered his arms, sweat and ash coating his skin, heart hammering, yet a profound calm settled over him. The village had survived. Mara reached out, gripping his hand, both trembling, both aware that the danger was not entirely gone. The smiling man had been driven back, but its cunning persisted. Elias looked to the forest edge, understanding that vigilance would always be required, that knowledge and preparation were the only shields against the lurking shadows. As dawn broke fully, spilling golden light across the village. The residents emerged cautiously, faces pale but filled with relief. Elias addressed them, not with triumphant words, but with sober guidance. The smiling man was not destroyed, only repelled. They must continue their rituals, maintain their unity, and never allow fear to dominate thought. That morning, the village learned a truth both terrifying and empowering. Courage was not the absence of fear, but the conscious choice to act despite it. Elias and Mara stood side by side, guardians of the night, witnesses to the darkness and its retreat. They had faced the incomprehensible, and though the forest remained a place of shadows, the smiling man had been shown that humanity's will, united and resolute, could withstand even the most insidious horrors. The villagers returned to their routines, yet the memory lingered, a quiet understanding that vigilance was eternal, and that the night would always be watched, always guarded by those who refused to be swallowed by the darkness. Elias looked to Mara, the sun warming their faces, and whispered a promise. They would meet each night with courage, always prepared, always ready, and the smiling man would never claim them without a fight. The village awoke to a dawn washed in pale gold, a deceptive serenity after the night's relentless terror. Birds hesitated in the trees, their songs tentative, as if uncertain whether the darkness had truly retreated. Elias walked through the empty streets, the crunch of gravel beneath his boots, the only sound accompanying his thoughts. He paused at every doorway, noting the subtle signs of disrupted sleep, the trembling hands of villagers attempting to reclaim normalcy. Mara followed quietly, lantern still in hand, despite the rising sun, a habit born of instinct and caution. Even as the morning light crept across rooftops, the shadow of the smiling man lingered in their minds. Conversations among the villagers were hushed, punctuated by pauses, as each person glanced instinctively toward the edge of the forest, the locus of nightmares that had invaded their homes and minds. The collective memory of the entity's grin remained vivid, a jagged, unnatural curve that defied human geometry, a reminder that terror could be present even when invisible. Elias addressed the village in the central square, his voice steady, resonant, a measured calm amidst lingering fear. The danger has passed for now, he began, but the smiling man's influence remains. Its presence is cunning and patient. We have seen what it can do, and we know it can return. His gaze swept across the faces of those who had stayed, the few brave souls who had assisted with the wards and incantations. Their eyes reflected a mix of relief, exhaustion, and lingering dread. He continued, outlining steps for ongoing protection, nightly patrols, continued reinforcement of wards, and the importance of unity. Each villager would contribute to the communal safeguarding, their efforts woven into the tapestry of resistance that had held back the smiling man once before. Mara demonstrated the practical aspects, showing how to maintain symbols and barriers, emphasizing that fear alone could not be allowed to dominate. Knowledge and preparation were the only defenses against the incomprehensible. Throughout the morning, whispers traveled like wind, tales of encounters and near misses shared in hushed tones. Some villagers confessed to seeing fleeting glimpses of the smiling man in mirrors, shadows, and cornerstricks of the mind perhaps, yet terrifyingly real in their perception. Others recounted strange lullabies heard in the night, melodies that had seemed to float from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously, challenging their sense of safety. Elias listened to each story, cataloging patterns, noting the persistence of the creature's psychological influence. By midday, the village had resumed its routines cautiously, yet the memory of fear remained tangible. Children played hesitantly in the fields, always within sight of adults, and doors remained bolted even in daylight. The smiling man had not simply been an intruder of flesh and bone, but of perception, a predator of thought and memory as much as of physical form. Its defeat had been a combination of courage, knowledge, and collective will, a lesson that would not be easily forgotten. Elias and Mara ventured to the forest edge again, assessing the boundaries and the lingering energy of the wards. The trees whispered in the wind, and the faint residual strains of the lullaby teased the edges of their consciousness. The smiling man had been repelled but not destroyed. Its cunning would demand constant vigilance. "It will return," Mara murmured, her voice steady, yet carrying the weight of certainty. Elias nodded, acknowledging the truth without despair. His resolve hardened. Night preparations became routine. Fires were stoked earlier, lanterns checked meticulously, and incantations recited with unwavering consistency. The village embraced discipline as its armor, ritual as its shield, and in the quiet moments between dusk and darkness, when shadows lengthened and the wind carried secrets, Elias reflected on the fragile balance between fear and control, realizing that courage was a living, persistent effort rather than a static state. In this aftermath, the villagers learned to see the forest not only as a source of fear, but also as a reminder of their resilience. Every rustle of leaves, every creaking branch was no longer solely a harbinger of the smiling man, but a test of their readiness, a reflection of their collective vigilance. The entity had challenged them to confront the boundaries of their own courage, and though its presence still haunted their imaginations, it had also forged unity, strategy, and endurance. As evening approached once more, Elias and Mara stood at the threshold of the forest, lanterns casting elongated shadows across the path. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the lullaby, faint and fragmented, whispered through the trees. But this time, the fear was tempered with understanding, the unknown countered by preparation. They had seen the smiling man for what it truly was, an embodiment of relentless challenge, an echo of humanity's deepest fears, and they were ready to face it again. The night fell, inevitably, yet the village endured, vigilant, prepared, united, and the smiling man, lurking at the periphery of shadow, would have to contend with a community that had learned the cost of fear and the strength of resolve. Night enveloped the village in a thick, suffocating darkness, heavier than any before. Shadows pooled between cottages and along winding paths, merging into shapes that teased the edge of perception. Elias and Mara moved deliberately through the village, lanterns casting narrow beams of light, their eyes scanning for the faintest hint of movement. The air was thick with tension, every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig setting nerves on edge. Tonight, they knew, the smiling man would attempt to reclaim his dominion over fear. The forest beyond the village seemed alive, every branch and root conspiring with the night, every sound amplified in their minds. Whispers of the lullaby, more distinct now, threaded through the trees. It was not merely a song, but a signal, a summons, a manifestation of the creature's cunning intent. Elias felt the weight of responsibility pressing on him, the culmination of every warning, every story, every glance of horror he had encountered over the past nights. Mara's hand rested on his arm, grounding him, their shared determination a fragile shield against encroaching dread. Suddenly, a movement caught their attention, a figure stepping from the shadows. Tall, impossibly elongated, grin slicing across its pale face like a crescent moon of malice. The smiling man had come. Its presence warped the air, making the lantern light waver. The temperature dropped sharply. Every instinct screamed for retreat, yet Elias and Mara held their ground, their minds fortified by the lessons of the past weeks. The village watched silently from the safety of their homes. The collective breath held, hearts pounding in synchrony with the forest's pulse. Elias began the ritual, chanting words learned from old tomes and whispered guidance from the village elders, symbols drawn in a protective circle around them. Mara mirrored his movements, hands steady despite the creature's unnerving proximity. The smiling man tilted its head, grin widening unnaturally, eyes glinting with amusement and malice. It moved closer, an unnerving fluidity in its step, testing boundaries, seeking weaknesses. The air quivered, charged with unseen energy, as if reality itself resisted the entity's intrusion. Suddenly, the smiling man lunged, a blur of motion that defied comprehension. The ground trembled with its approach, a psychic pressure that clawed at the minds of all who dared witness. Elias held the circle, chanting louder, voice ringing through the village, weaving protection and defiance into every syllable. Mara added her own incantations, a counterpoint that strengthened the ward. Light flared from the symbols on the ground, an ethereal radiance that pushed back the darkness, illuminating the horror with blinding clarity. The creature shrieked not, a human sound, but a distortion of thought and fear given form. Its grin contorted, stretched, and faltered under the combined force of human will and ritual. For a moment, the night seemed to collapse into chaos, time elongating as if holding its breath. Then, with a final guttural wail, the smiling man recoiled, shadows twisting violently around it before being expelled into the depths of the forest. Silence followed, oppressive and complete, broken only by the rapid heartbeat of the village and the distant, fading echo of the lullaby. Elias and Mara collapsed, exhaustion overwhelming them, yet a profound relief settled over their spirits. The forest no longer felt hostile, merely quiet, indifferent to human fears. The village slowly emerged from their homes, faces pale but illuminated with awe and gratitude. For the first time, they believed the threat was vanquished or, at least, restrained enough to coexist with vigilance rather than terror. In the days that followed, the villagers rebuilt routines, repaired fences, and reinforced the protective symbols throughout the area. They spoke of courage, of unity, of confronting fear with knowledge and preparation. The smiling man remained a legend, but its power had been tempered by the collective resolve of those who refused to succumb to panic. Children played more freely, though the edges of the forest were still approached with respect. Conversations included laughter alongside caution, an emblem of regained life. Elias and Mara, though forever changed by their experiences, found solace in the community's resilience. They walked together along paths once fraught with menace, observing life returning to normalcy, yet aware that vigilance must remain eternal. The smiling man, an entity of nightmare and cunning, had been challenged and repelled, not destroyed. For some forces resist annihilation, but confronted with clarity, courage, and unwavering determination. As twilight fell, Elias looked toward the forest one last time. Shadows lengthened. The wind carried no whispers, only the subtle, natural sounds of life. The smiling man's grin lingered in memory, a reminder of what had been endured, what had been conquered. In the hearts of the villagers, the night no longer belonged to fear alone. The darkness was theirs to navigate, guided by courage, unity, and the knowledge that even the most insidious horrors could be faced and restrained. And so, the village endured, watching, learning, living forever changed, yet unbroken. The village awoke to a dawn washed in pale gold, a deceptive serenity after the night's relentless terror. Birds hesitated in the trees, their songs tentative, as if uncertain whether the darkness had truly retreated. Elias walked through the empty streets, the crunch of gravel beneath his boots the only sound accompanying his thoughts. He paused at every doorway, noting the subtle signs of disrupted sleep, the trembling hands of villagers attempting to reclaim normalcy. Mara followed quietly, lantern still in hand, despite the rising sun, a habit born of instinct and caution. Even as the morning light crept across rooftops, the shadow of the smiling man lingered in their minds. Conversations among the villagers were hushed, punctuated by pauses as each person glanced instinctively toward the edge of the forest, the locus of nightmares that had invaded their homes and minds. The collective memory of the entity's grin remained vivid, a jagged, unnatural curve that defied human geometry, a reminder that terror could be present even when invisible. Elias addressed the village in the central square, his voice steady, resonant, a measured calm amidst lingering fear. "The danger has passed for now," he began, "but the smiling man's influence remains. Its presence is cunning and patient. We have seen what it can do, and we know it can return." His gaze swept across the faces of those who had stayed, the few brave souls who had assisted with the wards and incantations. Their eyes reflected a mix of relief, exhaustion, and lingering dread. He continued, outlining steps for ongoing protection, nightly patrols, continued reinforcement of wards, and the importance of unity. Each villager would contribute to the communal safeguarding, their efforts woven into the tapestry of resistance that had held back the smiling man once before. Mara demonstrated the practical aspects, showing how to maintain symbols and barriers, emphasizing that fear alone could not be allowed to dominate. Knowledge and preparation were the only defenses against the incomprehensible. Throughout the morning, whispers traveled like wind, tales of encounters and near misses shared in hushed tones. Some villagers confessed to seeing fleeting glimpses of the smiling man in mirrors, shadows, and corner tricks of the mind perhaps, yet terrifyingly real in their perception. Others recounted strange lullabies heard in the night, melodies that had seemed to float from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously, challenging their sense of safety. Elias listened to each story, cataloging patterns, noting the persistence of the creature's psychological influence. By midday, the village had resumed its routines cautiously, yet the memory of fear remained tangible. Children played hesitantly in the fields, always within sight of adults, and doors remained bolted even in daylight. The smiling man had not simply been an intruder of flesh and bone, but of perception, a predator of thought and memory as much as of physical form. Its defeat had been a combination of courage, knowledge, and collective will, a lesson that would not be easily forgotten. Elias and Mara ventured to the forest edge again, assessing the boundaries and the lingering energy of the wards. The trees whispered in the wind, and the faint residual strains of the lullaby teased the edges of their consciousness. The smiling man had been repelled but not destroyed. Its cunning would demand constant vigilance. "It will return," Mara murmured, her voice steady, yet carrying the weight of certainty. Elias nodded, acknowledging the truth without despair. His resolve hardened. Night preparations became routine. Fires were stoked earlier, lanterns checked meticulously, and incantations recited with unwavering consistency. The village embraced discipline as its armor, ritual as its shield, and in the quiet moments between dusk and darkness, when shadows lengthened and the wind carried secrets, Elias reflected on the fragile balance between fear and control, realizing that courage was a living, persistent effort rather than a static state. In this aftermath, the villagers learned to see the forest not only as a source of fear, but also as a reminder of their resilience. Every rustle of leaves, every creaking branch was no longer solely a harbinger of the smiling man, but a test of their readiness, a reflection of their collective vigilance. The entity had challenged them to confront the boundaries of their own courage, and though its presence still haunted their imaginations, it had also forged unity, strategy, and endurance. As evening approached once more, Elias and Mara stood at the threshold of the forest, lanterns casting elongated shadows across the path. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the lullaby, faint and fragmented, whispered through the trees. But this time, the fear was tempered with understanding, the unknown countered by preparation. They had seen the smiling man for what it truly was, an embodiment of relentless challenge, an echo of humanity's deepest fears, and they were ready to face it again. The night fell, inevitably, yet the village endured, vigilant, prepared, united, and the smiling man, lurking at the periphery of shadow, would have to contend with a community that had learned the cost of fear and the strength of resolve. Night enveloped the village in a thick, suffocating darkness, heavier than any before. Shadows pooled between cottages and along winding paths, merging into shapes that teased the edge of perception. Elias and Mara moved deliberately through the village, lanterns casting narrow beams of light, their eyes scanning for the faintest hint of movement. The air was thick with tension, every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig setting nerves on edge. Tonight, they knew, the smiling man would attempt to reclaim his dominion over fear. The forest beyond the village seemed alive, every branch and root conspiring with the night, every sound amplified in their minds. Whispers of the lullaby, more distinct now, threaded through the trees. It was not merely a song, but a signal, a summons, a manifestation of the creature's cunning intent. Elias felt the weight of responsibility pressing on him, the culmination of every warning, every story, every glance of horror he had encountered over the past nights. Mara's hand rested on his arm, grounding him, their shared determination a fragile shield against encroaching dread. Suddenly, a movement caught their attention, a figure stepping from the shadows. Tall, impossibly elongated, grin slicing across its pale face like a crescent moon of malice. The smiling man had come. Its presence warped the air, making the lantern light waver. The temperature dropped sharply. Every instinct screamed for retreat, yet Elias and Mara held their ground, their minds fortified by the lessons of the past weeks. The village watched silently from the safety of their homes. The collective breath held, hearts pounding in synchrony with the forest's pulse. Elias began the ritual, chanting words learned from old tomes and whispered guidance from the village elders, symbols drawn in a protective circle around them. Mara mirrored his movements, hands steady despite the creature's unnerving proximity. The smiling man tilted its head, grin widening unnaturally, eyes glinting with amusement and malice. It moved closer, an unnerving fluidity in its step, testing boundaries, seeking weaknesses. The air quivered, charged with unseen energy, as if reality itself resisted the entity's intrusion. Suddenly, the smiling man lunged, a blur of motion that defied comprehension. The ground trembled with its approach, a psychic pressure that clawed at the minds of all who dared witness. Elias held the circle, chanting louder, voice ringing through the village, weaving protection and defiance into every syllable. Mara added her own incantations, a counterpoint that strengthened the ward. Light flared from the symbols on the ground, an ethereal radiance that pushed back the darkness, illuminating the horror with blinding clarity. The creature shrieked not, a human sound, but a distortion of thought and fear given form. Its grin contorted, stretched, and faltered under the combined force of human will and ritual. For a moment, the night seemed to collapse into chaos, time elongating as if holding its breath. Then, with a final guttural wail, the smiling man recoiled, shadows twisting violently around it before being expelled into the depths of the forest. Silence followed, oppressive and complete, broken only by the rapid heartbeat of the village and the distant, fading echo of the lullaby. Elias and Mara collapsed, exhaustion overwhelming them, yet a profound relief settled over their spirits. The forest no longer felt hostile, merely quiet, indifferent to human fears. The village slowly emerged from their homes, faces pale but illuminated with awe and gratitude. For the first time, they believed the threat was vanquished or, at least, restrained enough to coexist with vigilance rather than terror. In the days that followed, the villagers rebuilt routines, repaired fences, and reinforced the protective symbols throughout the area. They spoke of courage, of unity, of confronting fear with knowledge and preparation. The smiling man remained a legend, but its power had been tempered by the collective resolve of those who refused to succumb to panic. Children played more freely, though the edges of the forest were still approached with respect. Conversations included laughter alongside caution, an emblem of regained life. Elias and Mara, though forever changed by their experiences, found solace in the community's resilience. They walked together along paths once fraught with menace, observing life returning to normalcy, yet aware that vigilance must remain eternal. The smiling man, an entity of nightmare and cunning, had been challenged and repelled, not destroyed. For some forces resist annihilation, but confronted with clarity, courage, and unwavering determination. As twilight fell, Elias looked toward the forest one last time. Shadows lengthened. The wind carried no whispers, only the subtle, natural sounds of life. The smiling man's grin lingered in memory, a reminder of what had been endured, what had been conquered. In the hearts of the villagers, the night no longer belonged to fear alone. The darkness was theirs to navigate, guided by courage, unity, and the knowledge that even the most insidious horrors could be faced and restrained. And so, the village endured, watching, learning, living forever changed, yet unbroken. The forest does not welcome strangers, it swallows them whole. Its branches tangled like the fingers of corpses buried long ago. Its shadows whisper like broken mouths that no longer remember speech. It is here, in the northern woods where the pines grow denser than a cage of iron bars, that people whisper about something they call the pale crawler. No one says its name loudly, for fear the syllables might travel farther than intended. Before we step deeper into the darkness of this tale, let me invite you, dear listener, the thought of hidden things in the trees unsettles you. Then subscribe and leave your thoughts below, for your words will keep this channel alive, even when the fire of this story burns cold. The protagonist of this account is Daniel Hart, a young man of 28, whose friends described him as reckless yet magnetic, the kind of person who convinced others to follow him on foolish adventures because his grin promised danger and his eyes promised survival. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with a crooked nose broken in childhood fights. But what set him apart was his insatiable thirst for stories, urban legends, backwoods myths, tales whispered in roadside diners. He wanted to not just hear them but live them, as though chasing horror itself would fill the hollow place in his chest that ordinary life could not. It began on a Friday in late October, when the forest floor was quilted with dead leaves and the air smelled of damp earth and distant wood smoke. Daniel had gathered 3 friends: Emily, a sarcastic but loyal companion who carried her camera everywhere; Marcus, the quiet skeptic who masked fear with jokes; and Claire, gentle, studious, the one Daniel secretly hoped to impress. They packed their tents, food, lanterns, and hiked into the woods 2 hours before dusk. The locals at the gas station had warned them. One old man with trembling hands muttered, "Don't go past Miller's Creek after dark. That's where it crawls." When Marcus laughed, the man did not. His eyes, watery and unfocused, fixed on Daniel like a nail hammered into wood. "It don't walk like us, don't look like us, crawls faster than you can run. And if it knows you've seen it, you won't come back the same." Emily had recorded that warning with glee, certain it would make good footage for her online channel. Daniel, however, tucked it away in his memory. He did not believe, not truly, but the unease wrapped around him nonetheless, like an invisible coat. The group set up camp by the creek as night descended. The forest was not silent, it never was. Crickets sawed their legs, owls called in hollow tones, the water hissed softly against rocks, yet the deeper the night grew, the more it seemed those natural sounds thinned, leaving stretches of stillness to complete, as if the world itself held its breath. Around the fire, they roasted marshmallows and told jokes, but Claire noticed Daniel kept glancing toward the tree line. "You're waiting for it, aren't you?" she teased. "For what?" Daniel asked. "The monster, whatever that old man was talking about." Marcus snorted. "Please, probably just a coyote with mange." But Emily leaned forward, her camera pointed at Daniel. "Tell us, fearless leader, what exactly are we supposed to be afraid of?" Daniel thought of the man's eyes, and the word crawler. He said softly, "Something pale, something that doesn't walk." The fire cracked, spitting sparks into the air. That was when they all heard it, the crunch of leaves, not from the direction of the creek, but from the trees. It was subtle at first, like a deer stepping carefully, but the sound grew irregular, as though weight shifted in unnatural rhythm. Emily raised her camera, whispering, "Do you hear that?" "Yes," Claire said quickly. Standing, her hand brushed Daniel's arm, and he felt the tremor in her touch. Marcus forced a laugh. "It's just an animal, relax." But his voice cracked, betraying him. The sound came closer, a dragging, a pull, as though something heavy crawled belly first across the ground, scattering leaves in its wake. Daniel rose, his eyes fixed on the darkness between the trunks, and then he saw it, or thought he did. A pale shape low to the earth, slithering unnaturally fast, before vanishing behind a tree. He blinked hard, heart hammering, uncertain whether his eyes betrayed him. "Did you see that?" he whispered. Emily was still recording, her camera trembling in her hands. I think so." Claire grabbed his sleeve. "Daniel, let's go, please." But Daniel, reckless as ever, stepped toward the trees. The forest air was colder here, carrying with it the copper temps of something metallic, almost like blood. The firelight behind him flickered, dimming as shadows thickened. He saw nothing now, no creature, no movement, just stillness. And yet the silence pressed against his ears until he swore he could hear his own blood rushing. Then, a whisper. Not words exactly, but the shape of breath, raspy and wrong, as though lungs, unused to speaking, had tried. Daniel stumbled back, pulse roaring. "We're not alone," he said. The group argued, Marcus demanding they stay, Emily insisting they capture proof, Claire pleading for retreat. Daniel stood torn, but deep down, something inside him thrilled with a dark, dangerous curiosity. When they returned to the fire, the woods seemed to exhale again, filling with insect calls as though mocking their fear. Yet none of them laughed. None of them truly relaxed. That night, as the others slept in the tent, Daniel lay awake staring at the canvas above him, replaying that pale flicker in his mind. He told himself it could have been a trick of firelight, an illusion, or some animal mistaken for something else. But even as he thought it, he felt a weight pressing against the edge of his thoughts, a certainty that the old man's warning had been real. And just before sleep claimed him, he heard it again. The dragging sound, closer this time, circling the tent. Lives disturbed by something that moved without footsteps. He held his breath, eyes wide in the dark, listening as the sound paused right by his ear, just inches beyond the thin wall of fabric. There, in the silence, he swore he heard it whisper. One long exhale, one wordless hunger, and Daniel realized the pale crawler had already found them. Daniel woke to the sound of silence, a suffocating absence of the forest's natural rhythm. The chirping, the rustle of nocturnal life all gone. It was the kind of silence that had weight, pressing down on the canvas of the tent until it felt like the fabric might collapse inward. He propped himself up on his elbows, heart still hammering from the whisper that had haunted his dreams. For a moment, he thought perhaps it had been nothing more than the drift of sleep playing tricks on him. But then he saw Emily's wide eyes glinting in the dim glow of her phone screen. She was awake too, frozen, holding her breath as if any sound would summon what they both knew was outside. Marcus stirred, muttering, "What time is it?" His voice was too loud in the vacuum of night. Daniel hushed him sharply, his finger pressed against his lips. Claire, curled tightly in her sleeping bag, whimpered softly, as though she had been pretending to sleep but could no longer hold it. The dragging sound began again. Leaves shifted and crunched as something enormous yet low to the ground moved slowly around their tent, circling them as a predator circles prey. Each scrape and pull was deliberate, too methodical to belong to a deer or bear. Daniel's throat was dry, but he whispered, "It's out there." Emily nodded without a word, her phone trembling in her hand as she struggled to focus the camera lens through the mesh window. The glow of the fire outside had all but died, leaving only faint embers that pulsed red like a dying heartbeat. In the fading light, they caught glimpses of pale blur between trees, elongated limbs that seemed to drag more than walk, the ripple of something hairless and thin. Marcus tried to rationalize. It's probably just some animal, a raccoon or something." His voice cracked with desperation, betraying disbelief in his own words. Daniel hissed, "Does a raccoon drag its body like that?" His words tasted metallic, like fear-given voice. Claire pressed her face into her knees, muttering, "Please, let's leave. Please. Tomorrow morning we pack and we go." The sound stopped. The silence returned, thicker than before, as though the forest itself leaned in to listen. Daniel's ears rang, straining against the stillness, and then came a sound none of them expected, a voice. It was Emily's voice, or at least, it sounded like her murmuring faintly, just outside the tent. "Daniel." It was higher-pitched, trembling, yet wrong in some fundamental way, like a recording distorted through broken speakers. Emily's eyes widened, horror replacing her earlier bravado. "That's me," she mouthed, her lips forming the words without breath. Marcus scrambled backwards in the tent, shaking his head violently. "No, no, no, what the hell is that?" The voice outside tried again, louder, still warped but closer now. "Daniel, come out." The words stretched unnaturally, as though the speaker was learning them syllable by syllable. Daniel's blood ran cold. He felt Claire's hand clutch his arm, digging her nails into his skin, as if anchoring herself to him. "Don't move," Daniel whispered. His instinct screamed at him to run, to tear through the trees and never look back. But something deeper kept him still, a primal awareness that movement would mark them, would feed the thing exactly what it wanted. Emily finally lowered her phone, trembling so violently the device slipped from her grasp. The small thud of it landing on the tent floor echoed like a gunshot. Outside, the dragging resumed, faster this time, circling again. The tent shifted, as if brushed by something large. Daniel's chest tightened, each breath a knife. Then the creature's silhouette passed across the faint embers, two long, pale limbs that bent at angles no human joints allowed. A torso stretched like taffy, its head lolling too far to one side, as though the neck could not bear its own weight. They saw only a fragment, but it was enough to brand itself into their minds. Marcus whispered a prayer under his breath. Claire wept silently, tears streaking her cheeks. Daniel forced himself to focus. "We stay quiet until dawn," he said. His voice was steady, though inside he felt the chaos of panic clawing at his ribs. Hours stretched into an eternity. None of them slept. The crawler circled, sometimes retreating, sometimes returning, always accompanied by that dragging sound and the occasional mimicry of their voices. Marcus laughing faintly though his lips were shut. Claire whispering Daniel's name while her eyes stared in terror. Each time the sound was close enough to feel the vibration against the ground. Finally, after what felt like days, the first grey wash of dawn crept into the tent. The forest stirred again, birds calling hesitantly, insects resuming their endless chorus. The silence broke, and with it came a fragile relief. When Daniel finally unzipped the tent, he found the campsite untouched. No prints, no blood, no broken branches. Only the faint outline of something wide and shallow pressed into the leaves around their tent, circling again and again, too irregular to belong to any known animal. Emily retrieved her phone with shaking hands, eager to see if she had captured anything in the darkness. But when she replayed the footage, the screen showed nothing but static during the moments the crawler circled. The audio, however, remained, and as they huddled together, they heard the sound of dragging leaves, followed by Emily's own voice calling Daniel's name in that distorted, broken cadence. Claire clapped her hands over her ears. "Turn it off," she cried, her voice raw. Daniel reached for the phone, his jaw set. The recording was proof, undeniable, but also a curse. Hearing that mimicry in daylight only reminded him that the creature did not vanish with the sun, it merely retreated, waiting for nightfall to return. Emily's bravado was gone. Her face was pale as chalk. "What if it follows us?" she asked. What if it doesn't let us leave? Marcus kicked at the dirt. Then we don't stay another night. We're leaving now. But Daniel wasn't so sure. As he stared at the faint circle pressed into the earth, he felt something shift inside him. The pale crawler had marked them. He didn't know how, but instinct told him they were already entangled in something larger, something that would not let go simply because they walked away. And when he looked back into the woods, the trees seemed to lean closer, their shadows darker, as if the forest itself. The decision to leave was unanimous, though none of them dared to say aloud that they were running. They packed quickly, each motion clumsy with exhaustion, their hands trembling as they fumbled with zippers and straps. The morning light was thin and grey, and though the forest sang again with birds and insects, the sound felt hollow, like a performance staged to disguise something lurking just behind the curtains. Daniel insisted on dousing the fire completely, though it had been nothing but ashes. He ground the embers under his boot until smoke stopped rising, every movement purposeful, ritualistic, as though trying to erase the night before. Emily tied her hair back, her face drawn and colorless, and Marcus shouldered his pack with a muttered curse. Claire clung to Daniel's arm, pale from lack of sleep, her eyes darting to every rustle in the trees. They set out along the trail that had led them here. At first, there was relief in the routine of walking, the crunch of boots over dirt, the snap of twigs. The morning breeze smelled of pine and damp earth, grounding them in a reality they could almost believe was normal. Marcus kept muttering, "We just get back to the car, and it's over. Done. Forget it ever happened." Emily didn't reply. Claire whispered prayers under her breath. Daniel walked in silence, his senses stretched taut like strings, each sound pulling at him. The trail curved, dipped, and wound upward, through a slope they remembered climbing only the day before. They followed it for nearly an hour before something shifted in their awareness, subtle at first, then undeniable. The trees looked too familiar. A fallen log with a bright splash of fungus lay across the path. Daniel stopped cold. He had stepped over that log yesterday. He knew the shape of the fungus, the dark streak of sap staining the bark. Marcus bumped into him. "Why are you?" He followed Daniel's gaze, then swore no way. Claire squeezed Daniel's hand tighter. "It's the same place," she whispered. They pressed on, faster now, trying to shake the dread clawing up their throats. But the trail betrayed them. Another half hour, and they emerged again at the very same clearing, their own campsite. The circle of ash where the fire had been still smoldered faintly, though Daniel had stomped it out completely before leaving. Emily dropped her pack, stumbling backwards. No. We've been walking straight. We have." Marcus tore off his hat and flung it to the ground. "This is bullshit. It's the woods messing with us. We must have taken a wrong turn." He scanned the tree line wildly. We just go the other way." So they tried again. This time they veered sharply off the trail, cutting through underbrush, ignoring the scratches from branches that lashed their arms. They pushed deeper into the forest, choosing direction over path, desperate to break free of the invisible snare. Hours passed, the sun rising higher, shadows shrinking. Sweat streaked their faces, their shirts clung damply to their skin, and yet when they stumbled out of the thicket, lungs burning, they found themselves standing once more at the campsite. The ashes, the tents they had collapsed and packed. The faint circle pressed into the dirt. It was all there, waiting. Claire fell to her knees, sobbing into her hands. Emily paced in small, frantic circles, muttering, "No way, no way, no way." Marcus kicked at the ground until his foot hit something buried. He yanked at it furiously, dragging a half-burned branch from the dirt. He held it up, his face twisted with rage and fear. "It's the same damn place. We can't get out." Daniel felt hollow. His stomach churned, his tongue tasted of copper. He scanned the trees, searching for some break, some variation, but the forest pressed close on all sides, endless and identical. Worse still, he could not shake the feeling that it was not the forest that bent around them, which was the crawler, reshaping the paths, warping reality itself to keep them here. The hours wore on, fatigue crushing them. By mid-afternoon they collapsed in the clearing, too drained to argue further. Marcus sprawled on his back, his chest heaving. Emily stared blankly at the trees, her lips pale. Claire lay with her head on Daniel's lap, silent tears carving lines through the dirt on her face. The wind picked up. Leaves rustled, carrying with them a smell none of them recognized. It was faint, metallic, and rotten, like meat left too long in the heat. Daniel stiffened. "Do you smell that?" he whispered. Emily nodded slowly, her face twisting with disgust. Marcus sat up, his anger extinguished, replaced with dread. The smell grew stronger as the sun dipped lower, shadows lengthening once again. Claire sat up suddenly, her eyes wide. "Do you hear that?" At first, Daniel heard nothing beyond the rustling of branches. Then it came, the dragging. Distant at first, then closer. The fire was no longer a protector, just a fragile memory of heat, barely clinging to life in the form of glowing embers that pulsed faintly like the heartbeat of something dying. Every breath of wind threatened to snuff them out, and with each flicker, the shadows grew taller, bolder, leaning in as if the forest itself longed to consume them. Daniel sat rigid, eyes locked on the edge of the dark, where he had seen that pale, bent form crouching, dragging, watching. His grip on the charred branch had loosened, ash crumbling between his fingers, but still he held on as though letting it go would mean surrender. Claire leaned against him, her sobs quiet now, reduced to soft tremors that traveled through her body into his arm. She had stopped asking if it was gone. She knew better. They all did. Marcus paced again, muttering curses under his breath, the jagged stick he carried snapping in his hands as his agitation built. Emily sat across from him, face hollow, eyes swollen, whispering prayers to a god she wasn't even sure she believed in anymore. The tapping had stopped for now, but that made it worse somehow. The silence that replaced it was suffocating, like the pause before a predator pounced. Daniel's mind screamed that they couldn't sit there waiting to be swallowed by the dark. The fire would not save them. Time was their enemy. He drew a breath, steadying himself, and finally broke the silence. "We can't stay here." His voice was low but certain, cutting through their fear like a thin blade. Marcus snapped, his head toward him. "And do what? Genius. Run through the woods blind while that thing follows us. We'll just end up separated, lost, dead." His tone was biting, but the tremor beneath it betrayed his own terror. Daniel held his gaze. "We'll end up dead if we stay here. It's playing with us, waiting. It wants the fire to die. Once it's gone, so are we." Emily's head lifted slowly, her lips trembling. "So, what do we do?" The question hung in the air like smoke. Daniel's mind raced. He didn't know the woods, not like locals did. He had no compass, no map, no clear path. But he remembered the trail they had taken earlier, the way it sloped downhill toward a creek. Water meant direction, and direction meant civilization eventually. That was their only chance. "We move together," Daniel said, his voice steadier as the idea took shape. "We follow the sound of the creek. Keep moving, stay close, don't answer if you hear your name, no matter what. And whatever you do, don't look back if it calls to you." His last words landed heavy, but they all understood. Marcus opened his mouth to argue, but stopped when another faint sound drifted through the trees, this time not tapping, but humming. A low, broken tune, warped and faltering, like a lullaby sung by something that had never learned to be human. The sound made their stomachs knot. Emily clutched her chest, whispering, "It's learning. God, it's learning us." That broke Marcus's resistance. "Fine," he spat. "We run. But if that thing comes close, I swear I'll be trailed off." Because what could he swear? He had nothing that could truly harm it. They all knew it. Still, Daniel nodded. A plan, even a flimsy one, was a lifeline. They gathered quickly, stamping dirt over the last embers, as if erasing evidence of their presence would buy them even a fraction of safety. Claire clung to Daniel's hand with a grip so tight it hurt, but he welcomed the pain. It was real, grounding, unlike the nightmare around them. They stepped beyond the circle of firelight, swallowed immediately by the forest's pitch. The air was colder there, wetter, carrying the scent of moss, rot, and that faint metallic temps that made bile rise in their throats. Daniel led, ears straining for the distant trickle of water he hoped was still there. Each step was cautious, deliberate, the crunch of leaves beneath their shoes thunderous against the silence. The darkness pressed against their eyes, forcing them to imagine shapes, faces, movement where there was none or where there was. Every few paces, Daniel swore he heard something just behind them, a shuffle too slow to be human. Minutes bled into each other, time meaningless beneath the canopy. Finally, faintly, Daniel caught at the sound of running water. Relief nearly buckled his knees. "This way," he whispered, pulling Claire gently. The others followed, hope flaring briefly in their chests. But hope is dangerous in a place like that. The humming returned, closer now, and with it came a second sound, laughter. Not joyous, not human, but brittle, hollow, fractured, like a recording played on broken tape. The laughter shifted in pitch, cracking into Emily's voice, then Marcus's, then Daniel's own. The forest filled with the grotesque chorus of their voices, mocking them, urging them to falter. "Don't listen," Daniel hissed, though he felt the urge to collapse under the weight of it. Emily's sobs grew louder, her steps faltering. Marcus grabbed her arm, half dragging her forward, muttering, "Keep moving, keep moving." Claire's nails dug into Daniel's palm, anchoring herself to him, as though letting go meant she would vanish. The creek appeared at last, silver in the scraps of starlight, water rushing quietly over smooth stones. Relief surged through them, but it lasted only a moment. On the opposite bank, something moved, pale, jointed, hunched low, its limbs unfolding like broken scaffolding. Its head tilted, and though they couldn't see its eyes, they felt its gaze. The humming cut off instantly, replaced by silence so profound it seemed to swallow the sound of the creek. Daniel's heart thundered. The creature stood between them and wherever safety might lie downstream. He realized then that perhaps it had herded them here, driven them toward this place all along. The others gasped softly, trembling. Marcus raised his stick again, absurdly small in the vast shadow of the thing. Emily whimpered, whispering, "No, no, no." Daniel tightened his grip on the burning branch he still carried, its flame now reduced to smoldering ember. He raised it, his voice low and shaking but resolute. "Stay behind me, we're not stopping." The pale crawler shifted, its body contorting with insectile grace, one long arm dipping into the water, nails scratching against stone. Then, in Claire's voice, it spoke, clear, perfect, "Daniel, please, don't leave me here." Claire froze, her hand jerking in his. Tears streamed down her face. "It sounds just like me." Daniel didn't dare look at her. His jaw tightened, his eyes locked on the pale shape across the water. "That's not you," he whispered fiercely. "Don't listen." The thing moved closer, its body gliding with grotesque slowness, dragging the stench of rot with it. Behind them, in the blackness of the trees, the laughter began, again echoing from every direction, building into a chorus that shook the very marrow of their bones. They were surrounded, and Daniel knew. The fire had been a cage, but the forest itself was the true trap. The creek's rush filled their ears, a fragile barrier of sound against the rising chorus of laughter and mimicry that circled them from the trees. The pale crawler crouched on the opposite bank, its long limbs bending at impossible angles, its torso heaving as though the effort of imitating human voices had cost it something, though the perfect cadence of Claire's plea still hung in the air like a poisoned thread. Daniel's pulse hammered as he stared at it, willing his own body not to tremble, not to betray the gnawing terror clawing at his insides. The creature tilted its head, and even in the dim starlight, Daniel thought he saw its mouth twist upward into something like a smile. A mockery of human expression stretched across a face too gaunt and smooth to belong to anything alive. "We have to cross," Daniel said, his voice low but sharp. Now, Claire's grip tightened around his hand until her nails dug into his skin, but she nodded, her eyes wide, shimmering with tears she couldn't control. Marcus bristled, jaw tight, muttering, "Are you insane? It's waiting for us to try. That's the trap." He was right, but there was no choice. The laughter was closing in, the forest alive with false voices. If they turned back, they'd walk straight into the arms of whatever else was out there. Emily whimpered, clutching Marcus's sleeve. I can't go in the water. It'll catch me. I know it will." Daniel shook his head fiercely. "If we stay here, it won't need to catch us. It'll just take us." His voice cracked but carried the weight of truth. Marcus swore under his breath, dragging Emily forward. The creek wasn't deep, no more than knee-high, but the rocks were slick, the current stronger than it looked, and each splash would betray their every step. Daniel stepped first, the icy water shocking against his legs, the current pushing insistently, threatening balance with every stride. Claire followed, clutching him like he was the only thing anchoring her to reality. Behind them, Marcus half-shoved Emily into the water, his free hand gripping his stick as if he could strike the shadows themselves. The laughter shifted, growing frantic, overlapping, until it was no longer distinct voices but a wall of sound, and then, as if orchestrated, it stopped. Silence slammed down on the forest. The pale crawler moved. It unfolded itself with nightmarish elegance, rising to its full, grotesque height. Its limbs arched spider-like, its torso swaying as though boneless, and then it began to step into the creek. The water hissed against its skin as if it rejected the thing's presence, and the smell of iron and decay rolled across the current like steam. Daniel pushed forward, heart seizing in his chest, every muscle screaming for speed, but the creek stones betrayed him. He slipped, crashing to one knee, the ember in his hand nearly extinguished. Claire yanked him up, her strength born of desperation, and together they staggered toward the far side. The creature moved faster now, its long arms plunging into the current, pulling it forward with unnatural strength. Water surged around it, darkening as though tainted by its touch. Marcus roared something incoherent, shoving Emily ahead of him, forcing her toward the bank. Move, move, damn it. His stick swung through the air, a useless gesture at something that was already almost upon them. Daniel's boots found mud, the far bank at last, and he heaved Claire up, shoving her forward into the trees. He spun, thrusting the glowing branch between himself and the pale shape rising from the creek. The ember flared faintly, smoke curling, and for a heartbeat the thing recoiled, its head jerking back. A sound spilled from its throat, high-pitched metallic, like steel scraping glass. But then the ember died, collapsing into cold ash between Daniel's fingers. The darkness swallowed them whole. The pale crawler lunged, water exploding around its limbs. Marcus shoved Emily up onto the bank just as one long arm swept toward him. The strike was silent, terrifying in its speed, and Marcus barely ducked, the talons raking the air where his head had been. He scrambled forward, his stick shattering in his grip, nothing more than splinters now. "Run," he bellowed, shoving Emily hard enough that she stumbled into the trees. Daniel seized Marcus's arm, dragging him as the four of them burst into the forest again, the sound of sloshing water behind them as the crawler hauled its monstrous frame onto the shore. Branches whipped their faces, roots clawed at their feet, but they didn't stop, couldn't stop. The forest seemed to twist around them, every tree identical, every path a dead end, but still they ran. Behind them, the mimicry began again. Claire's voice, crying out Daniel's name, Emily's voice, begging for help, Marcus's voice, snarling curses, and worst of all, Daniel's own voice, whispering from somewhere deep in the dark, urging them to split, to turn back, to give up. Each echo was perfect, sharp as the real thing, until even Daniel doubted his own ears. Emily tripped, crashing to the ground, sobbing. Marcus hauled her up again, shouting into her face, "It's not real, it's not us, don't listen." His words sounded wild, but they were the only tether to sanity left. Daniel dragged Claire along, lungs burning, vision tunneling as the forest seemed endless, the creature's pursuit relentless. The clearing should have felt like salvation. After hours of stumbling through darkness, thick as tar, the sight of open sky, silver moonlight, and grass swaying in the breeze might have been a blessing, but it wasn't. The air here felt wrong, heavy, as though they had run straight into the center of a trap. The forest had pushed them out into this circle of light, and Daniel knew deep in the marrow of his bones that they had only traded one prison for another. The pale crawler understood that too. It stood at the tree line, half hidden by shadows, watching, its body hunched unnaturally, limbs too long, its head cocked as though it studied them with curiosity rather than hunger. The silence stretched thin, suffocating. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of small creatures in the brush. Only the faint whistle of wind against the grass, punctuated by the thunder of their own hearts. Claire gripped Daniel's sleeve so tightly his arm went numb. It's waiting," she whispered, her voice brittle. Daniel swallowed hard, his throat too dry to answer. Marcus straightened slowly, his chest still heaving from the run, his eyes blazing with something between rage and madness. He raised what remained of his stick, splintered and useless, but he gripped it as if it were a sword. "I'm sick of running," he hissed. "We stand here, we fight it." Emily's response was a sob that curdled into words. "You'll get us all killed. We can't look at it, Marcus." "Look," she pointed with a trembling hand. The creature shifted in response, its frame rippling as though amused, its limbs unfolding, stretching. It stepped into the clearing, deliberate, graceful, lowering itself into a crawling posture that resembled both a predator and something grotesquely human. Daniel's breath hitched. It wasn't rushing them, wasn't pouncing. It moved with patience, savoring each moment of their unraveling. Its pale skin gleamed faintly under the moon, and the sound of its joints bending was audible, a sickening crackle that set Daniel's teeth on edge. "It's playing with us," Daniel muttered, barely aware he'd spoken aloud. The pale crawler stopped at the center of the clearing, lowering itself onto its hands and feet, its back arching in a way that almost resembled a bridge. And then, in the silence, it spoke, not in words, but in voices. Their voices. Daniel, Claire's voice, perfect, warm, desperate, spilled from its throat. Then Marcus's roar, "Run." Emily's broken prayer, whispered. Daniel's own voice, calling Claire's name. The sound overlapped, layered, a chorus of mimicry that filled the clearing like a twisted choir. The sound broke something inside them. Claire pressed her hands over her ears, sobbing. Emily collapsed, curling into herself, rocking back and forth. Marcus shouted into the noise, "Shut up! Shut up!" He hurled his broken stick at the creature. It clattered harmlessly in the grass at its feet. The mimicry stopped instantly. Silence fell like a blade. The pale crawler straightened, tilting its head toward Marcus, and then it moved. It was fast. Unbelievably, inhumanly fast. One moment it crouched yards away, the next it was upon them, its pale limbs spidering across the grass. Marcus shoved Emily behind him, raising his fists in defiance. The thing reared back, its hand lashing out like a whip, and struck him across the chest. The impact lifted him off his feet, sent him crashing to the ground with a wheeze of air forced from his lungs. Claire screamed. Daniel surged forward without thinking, grabbing the only weapon he had left, the ember-blackened branch, dead but still solid. He swung with everything he had, connecting with the thing's arm. The branch snapped in two. The pale crawler didn't flinch. It turned toward him slowly, its eyeless face inches from his own. Daniel froze, staring into that pale smoothness. The faint suggestion of veins pulsing beneath the skin, the small twitching of its mouth. And then it spoke again, but this time only in his voice. "Daniel." One word, drawn out, intimate, crawling across his nerves like ice water. Claire grabbed him, yanking him back just as the creature's hand shot forward, claws carving through empty air where his head had been. Daniel stumbled, dragging her with him. Marcus coughed blood, struggling to rise. "Run," he rasped again, weaker this time, but the command sparked Daniel's legs into motion. He seized Claire's wrist, pulled Emily to her feet, and together they bolted for the opposite side of the clearing. The pale crawler gave chase, but not with urgency. It moved in great loping strides, circling, cutting them off, before they reached the trees. Every time they turned, it was there, herding them like livestock. Daniel's chest heaved as he realized the truth. It didn't just want to kill them. It wanted them to exhaust themselves, to tear apart their will until death felt like mercy. Emily collapsed again, sobbing. "We're never getting out, we're never." Marcus hauled her up with sheer force, spitting blood, his face twisted with fury. "Shut up and move." But even as he shouted, his legs buckled. Daniel saw the damage. Long red gashes slashed across his chest, where the creature had struck him, his shirt torn and soaked. Marcus was bleeding badly, his strength leaking out with every step. The pale crawler circled once more, then stopped at the edge of the clearing, lowering itself into the grass, still watching, waiting. It could have finished them all in seconds. The restraint was worse than violence. It was savoring this. They sprinted, dragging Emily between them, Marcus stumbling but forcing himself onward. Behind them, the pale crawler rose again, its limbs unfolding, its posture straightening like a puppet pulled by invisible strings. It began to walk toward them slowly, deliberately, as though it already knew there was nowhere they could hide that it couldn't follow. Still, the cabin loomed closer, its warped door hanging crooked, its windows black hollows. Daniel prayed it wasn't just another trick of the forest. He prayed it was real. They reached it just as the first sound of the creature's footsteps shook the clearing behind them. Daniel shoved the door open, the hinges shrieking, and hurled Claire and Emily inside. Marcus stumbled in after them, clutching his bleeding chest. Daniel followed last, slamming the door shut with all his weight. The cabin was dark, the air thick with mold and rot, but it was shelter. For the first time since the nightmare began, they had walls between them and the pale crawler. Daniel braced against the door, his chest heaving, every muscle trembling with adrenaline and fear. For a long moment, there was silence again. Then, slowly, from outside, came the sound of knuckles rapping against the wood. A knock, patient, gentle, and then, in Marcus's voice, "Let me in." The door shuddered under Daniel's weight as the knock echoed again, this time louder, sharper, carrying the cadence of something inhuman, trying to imitate patience. "Let me in." Marcus's voice, ragged and desperate, filtered through the wood, but Marcus was slumped against the far wall inside the cabin, pale and sweating, his blood soaking into the dusty floorboards. His eyes flicked up, wild, when he heard his own voice outside. "That's not me," he croaked, shaking his head furiously. "That's not me." Claire pressed herself against Daniel, her entire body trembling. Emily sat on the floor with her arms wrapped around her knees, rocking again, whispering over and over, "It's not real, it's not real, it's not real." The cabin groaned around them as if the weight of decades threatened to collapse it. The walls smelled of mildew, the floor sagged, the windows were little more than rectangles of darkness, but for the moment, it was all they had. Daniel forced himself to breathe slowly, to think. The pale crawler was outside, but it wasn't breaking the door. It could, but it wasn't. That was worse. "It wants us afraid," he whispered. Claire turned to him, her eyes wide and wet. "It doesn't have to try," she said, her voice breaking. Another knock. 3 slow raps, then silence. Daniel's skin crawled. He moved away from the door cautiously, afraid his shifting weight would give the creature reason to strike. He pulled Claire with him, guiding her toward the center of the room where Marcus sat slumped. Marcus's breath rattled. Every inhale seemed shallow, weaker. The gashes across his chest looked jagged, unnatural, as if burned into his flesh rather than torn. Daniel tore strips from his own shirt, pressing them against the wounds, but Marcus shoved him away weakly. "Don't bother," he rasped. "You saw it. You know what it does. I'm already finished." "Don't say that," Claire snapped, her voice sharp with fear and anger. "Don't you dare give up." Marcus gave a hollow laugh, then coughed more blood onto the floor. "You think this thing leaves survivors? It doesn't kill clean. It hollows you out." He gripped Daniel's wrist with surprising strength, his eyes burning. "If I start changing, if I sound like it, you don't hesitate. You end it. Do you understand?" Daniel tried to pull away, but Marcus's grip held fast, his desperation pouring through that single point of contact. Finally, Daniel gave the smallest nod. Marcus released him with a ragged sigh, leaning back against the wall. The knock came again, softer this time, but not at the door. From the window, Daniel's head snapped toward it, heart pounding. The pane was just an opening covered by warped slats. Beyond it, pale fingers curled across the frame, impossibly long, tapping slowly against the wood. A shadow leaned in, too tall, too bent, its face pressed against the slats, and then it smiled. Not with lips or teeth, but with a subtle shifting of skin that gave the grotesque impression of a grin. Emily screamed. Claire yanked her back, holding her tight, whispering frantic nonsense to soothe her. Daniel grabbed a broken chair leg from the corner, brandishing it like a club, though he knew it was useless. He stood frozen, staring at the pale shape outside the slats. The creature tilted its head, as though curious about his defiance, then vanished in a blur of motion. Silence returned, heavy and suffocating. The cabin seemed alive with creaks and whispers. Daniel strained his ears, trying to locate the creature's movement, but the sound didn't come from outside. It came from the walls. Faint scratching, like nails dragging across wood, traveled along the boards, circling them. Emily whimpered, pressing her hands over her ears. It's inside already." "No," Daniel said quickly, though doubt was a blade twisting in his gut. "It's trying to make us think that. It wants us to panic." But even as he said it, he wasn't sure. The sound shifted, now above them, crawling across the ceiling. Dust drifted from the rafters. A long, dragging scrape moved toward the center of the roof. Daniel braced for the ceiling to give way, for the creature to drop down among them. The quiet stretched, suffocating. Claire whispered, "Maybe it's gone." Her voice was fragile, a wish more than a belief. Daniel shook his head. "No, it's waiting." He scanned the room, desperate for anything they could use to defend themselves. His gaze fell on the fireplace at the far end, long dead, its stones crumbling. But inside, half buried under soot and ash, was something. He crossed quickly, ignoring the floorboard's protests, and pulled it free. An old axe, rusted but intact. Its blade was pitted, its handle warped, but it was real steel. He held it up, his hands trembling, but for the first time that night, he felt the faintest spark of power. Marcus gave a bitter smile. Better than sticks. Before Daniel could reply, The knocking returned. Not at the door. Not at the windows. From beneath them, a hollow, deliberate pounding from under the floorboards. Each blow rattled through the cabin, sending vibrations up through their feet. Emily shrieked, scrambling onto a chair. Claire clutched Daniel's arm. The pounding grew faster, harder, as though the creature were burrowing its way up. Dust sifted from between the planks, filling the air with the choking taste of rot and earth. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Daniel's grip tightened on the axe. Sweat stung his eyes. Claire whispered, "What is it doing?" No one answered. From the corner of the room, Marcus let out a low laugh, soft at first, then growing louder. Claire's head snapped toward him. Marcus. His laughter broke into coughing, then into words. But they weren't his words. They weren't his voice. It was the same intimate whisper the pale crawler had used before. Marcus's lips moved, but the sound that came out was not his own. His eyes rolled back, his chest convulsed. The wounds across his torso pulsed, dark veins spidering outward from them, spreading under his skin. He clutched his head, screaming, his voice twisting through different pitches, different tones until it wasn't his at all. Emily shrieked and bolted for the door. Daniel lunged, grabbing her before she could fling it open, holding her back with desperate strength. No, that's what it wants. She kicked and fought, sobbing, "He's changing, he's changing." Marcus thrashed on the floor, his body contorting. His voice shifted into Daniel's again, pleading, kill me now." Then into Claire's, weeping. Then into Emily's, begging. His body jerked, his eyes snapping open, black now, glossy and empty. He lunged at Daniel, teeth bared. The cabin erupted in chaos. Marcus's body snapped forward with an inhuman speed that belied his injuries, his fingers clawing at the air, his blackened eyes locked on Daniel. The sound that tore from his throat wasn't a scream, nor a growlet, was a chorus of both, overlapping, broken, as if something inside him was trying to find a voice that fit. Daniel raised the axe instinctively, the wooden handle slick with sweat. Claire screamed his name, her voice slicing through the madness, but the sound barely reached him. Marcus collided with Daniel, the impact knocking him backward into the table, splintering it beneath their weight. Dust and wood fragments exploded around them. Marcus's hands wrapped around Daniel's throat with unnatural strength. His fingers felt wrong, too long, too tight, like the pale crawler's imitation of human touch. Daniel gasped for air, his vision tunneling. Emily shrieked from the corner, frozen against the wall, her hands pressed over her ears as though the noise could be shut out. Claire dove forward, grabbing Marcus's shoulders, trying to pull him off. "Marcus, fight it. Please fight it." For a moment, there was a flicker in Marcus's eyes, a faint shimmer of his old self. His grip loosened by a fraction, his lips parted, a single word escaped, "Run." Then it was gone. His mouth stretched into a grotesque grin, his jaw unhinging too far, skin cracking as it did. A wet, tearing sound filled the cabin. Daniel, with the last surge of strength he could summon, swung the axe upward. The blade bit deep into Marcus's shoulder, burying itself into flesh and bone. A scream, half human, half monster, ripped through the air. Marcus staggered back, his grip breaking. Black ichor spilled from the wound, thick and stinking like burned tar. He didn't fall. He kept moving, twisting, changing. His body jerked violently, bones snapping in ways they shouldn't, his arms elongated, his spine curved unnaturally, his face stretching. It wasn't a clean transformation, it was raw, agonizing, as if the pale crawler itself was trying to wear him like a suit. But the human body resisted. His skin split in jagged seams, and through the cracks, pale tendrils wriggled like roots, searching for air. Claire dragged Daniel to his feet, tears streaming down her face. "We can't save him. We have to." Her voice broke. The sentence didn't need finishing. Marcus lunged again, his voice now a warped collection of all their voices, overlapping in a grotesque symphony. Daniel, Claire, Emily, each name dripped with mocking familiarity, the cadence perfect, the emotion hollow. He charged, knocking over a chair with the force of his movement. Daniel ripped the axe free, his arms trembling from the weight of what he knew he had to do. Marcus rushed him again, mouth gaping wide, dark veins crawling further across his body. Daniel braced, swung. The axe connected with his chest, splitting deep. Marcus shrieked, his voice glitching, cutting in and out like a broken radio. He staggered, but still he didn't fall. Claire sobbed, pressing her hands to her mouth. Emily wailed from the corner. Daniel's entire body shook with adrenaline, fear, and despair. He pulled the axe free again, raised it high, and with a final primal cry, brought it down across Marcus's neck. The blade bit deep, bone cracked. The sound echoed like thunder in the small cabin. Marcus fell. His body spasmed violently, black ichor spilling in grotesque rivulets across the floor. For a moment, silence reclaimed the room, then the ichor hissed, smoking as if burning through the wood. The stench was suffocating, acrid and metallic. Claire collapsed against the wall, sobbing uncontrollably. Emily crawled across the floor and clutched her, burying her face in her chest, trembling. Daniel stood over Marcus's body, chest heaving, his hands covered in blood and black sludge. His vision swam, his stomach heaving. He dropped the axe with a clatter that seemed far too loud in the suffocating silence. Marcus's face, what was left of it, twitched once more. His lips parted, and in a voice barely his own, he whispered, "Thank you." Then the light in his blackened eyes flickered out. Daniel fell to his knees, his hands pressed against the floor, shaking violently. The room reeked of blood, ash, and decay. He wanted to scream, but no sound came. Claire lifted her head, her face pale and streaked with tears. "We're not going to survive this," she whispered. "We can't fight something that becomes us." Daniel forced himself to look at her, then at Emily, whose wide eyes shimmered with terror. "We don't have a choice," he said, though the words felt hollow even as they left him. "We either fight, or we die worse than he did." The cabin creaked, groaned, as though the woods themselves were leaning closer. From outside came the faintest sound, tapping, slow, deliberate, against the wall. The pale crawler hadn't left. It had been watching, waiting. The tapping moved along the wall, circling the cabin, then paused at the shattered window. A pale face pressed against the slats, too smooth, too wrong, its eyes empty pools of darkness. It tilted its head at the scene inside the blood, the broken bodies, the ruined survivors, and it smiled. Claire clutched Emily tighter. Daniel forced himself to meet the creature's gaze, his fear hollowed out into something harder, sharper. He reached down, picked the axe back up, and planted his feet firmly on the floor. His voice was steady, even if his hands trembled. "You want us," he whispered. "Then come and finish it." The pale crawler's smile widened, stretching impossibly far, and with a sudden snap of motion, it vanished back into the trees. The silence it left behind was suffocating. Daniel's grip tightened on the axe. He knew what it meant. It wasn't gone. It was giving them time, not mercy mockery. The pale crawler was letting them stew in their fear, hollowing them out one scream at a time. And the night was far from over. The cabin was a tomb now, soaked in silence except for the drip of black ichor seeping through the floorboards. The smell was unbearable, metallic and rotten, clinging to the back of their throats like something alive. Emily buried her face in Claire's shirt to escape it, but the air outside the window was no better. Dense, heavy, thick with the cold musk of the trees and the faint copper temps of blood. Daniel stood at the broken window, axe still in hand, scanning the tree line. He wanted to believe the thing was gone, but he knew better. It hadn't retreated. It had withdrawn like a spider into the shadows of its web, waiting for them to twitch. Claire's voice trembled. "We can't stay here, not with him." She refused to look at Marcus's ruined body, though her eyes darted toward the floor every few seconds, in spite of herself. "It'll come back. We need to move." Daniel knew she was right, but the idea of leaving the cabin, leaving what little shelter they had, felt like stepping naked into the mouth of a predator. Still, every instinct screamed that the pale crawler wanted them to stay. The cabin wasn't a refuge anymore. It was a trap. "We'll take the trail," Daniel said finally, his voice hoarse. "Back to the cars. If it's still out there, maybe the road gives us a chance." Emily lifted her head, her face streaked with tears. "What if it follows? What if it's waiting?" Daniel crouched, forcing himself to meet her eyes. His chest ached from the weight of what he was about to say. "It's already following. Staying here only makes it easier for it." Claire pressed her lips tight, nodded once, and rose. She grabbed her backpack from where it lay toppled near the wall. "We'll need light, food, whatever we can carry." They scavenged quickly, trying to ignore the body in the corner, though every creak of the floor made Emily flinch and glance at Marcus as though he might rise again. Daniel shoved a flashlight and a half-empty water bottle into his bag. Claire found some matches and a packet of jerky, her hands trembling so hard the plastic tore before she opened it. Emily carried nothing but the blanket Claire wrapped around her shoulders. When they opened the cabin door, the forest greeted them like a mouth yawning wider. Cold air slithered inside, carrying with it the sound of leaves rustling without wind. Daniel stepped out first, axe raised, the flashlight beam cutting through the dark. The trees stood in silent ranks, their trunks like skeletal pillars rising into shadow. Beyond the beam, the night seemed to ripple. They moved quickly, following the narrow path that wound away from the cabin. Each step crunched against brittle leaves. Each breath came out in clouds of mist. The silence was thick, punctured only by the distant creak of branches shifting. Minutes stretched like hours. The forest felt wrong, tighter, as though the trees had closed in, their bark glistening faintly in the light. Daniel glanced back more than once, convinced he'd see that pale face trailing behind them. But there was nothing, just blackness. And yet, the forest wasn't empty. They could feel it. The hair on Daniel's arms bristled, his skin prickled with invisible pressure. It was there, watching. Then came the sound. A tap, tap, tap. Not far ahead this time, not behind. The pale crawler wasn't following it, was leading. Claire froze, her hand tightening on Emily's shoulder. "It's toying with us," she whispered. "No," Daniel muttered, his throat dry. "It's steering us." The path stretched forward, narrow and winding. And now that he thought about it, Daniel realized he didn't recognize this part of the trail. They had come this way earlier, hadn't they? He tried to picture the bend of trees, the fallen log they'd passed hours ago, but nothing looked familiar. It was as if the woods had rearranged themselves, subtly, impossibly. The tapping grew louder, moving just ahead of them, then circling. Emily whimpered, clutching Claire's hand so tightly her knuckles whitened. "I don't want to go where it's taking us," she whispered. Daniel's chest ached. "Neither do I." They pressed on anyway. The alternative standing still in that oppressive dark felt like offering themselves up. The flashlight flickered once, then steadied, though the beam seemed weaker, swallowed by shadows. Every so often Daniel caught glimpses in the periphery, pale limbs slithering along tree bark, a head tilting too far, vanishing the moment the light swung toward it. Hours or what felt like hours passed, their legs burned, their throats dry. The forest pressed closer, the path narrowing until the trees leaned so tight together, their branches knitted overhead, blotting out what little starlight there was. Daniel realized, with a slow sinking dread, that the sound of the river, the one they'd crossed that afternoon, was gone. The landmarks had vanished. The forest had swallowed them whole. Finally, the tapping stopped. Silence stretched deeper than before. Claire whispered, "Where is it?" Emily's small voice broke the air like glass. "It's behind us." Daniel spun, flashlight cutting across the trail. For an instant, the beam landed on something pale crouching between the trees. Its body long, thin, folded wrong, its face blank save for that obscene smile. Then it scuttled out of sight, moving with insect speed. Claire gasped, pulling Emily closer. Daniel raised the axe, forcing his breathing to steady, but his hands shook. "It doesn't want to kill us here," he realized aloud. "It wants us to go somewhere. It's driving us." As if to confirm it, a rustle sounded ahead, then another, to the left, then the right. Shapes darted through the dark, low and fast. At first Daniel thought it was just the pale crawler circling them, but then he realized, no, there were more than one. Claire's eyes widened as she caught the movement too. "God help us, there's more." Panic surged. They broke into a run, feet pounding the trail, breath ragged. Branches whipped their faces, roots snagged at their shoes, the flashlight beam jolting wildly. All around them the forest came alive with noise tapping on trunks, low screeches, the thud of limbs scurrying across bark. Emily screamed as something pale darted across the trail ahead, forcing Daniel to veer sharply left. The path no longer mattered. They were being funneled, herded like cattle into the jaws of something waiting. Daniel's lungs burned, his legs screamed, but still he pushed forward. The forest thinned slightly, the trees pulling back into a small clearing. For a moment, he thought maybe, just maybe, they'd broken free. Then he saw it. In the center of the clearing stood an old fire pit, surrounded by stone. Scorched bones lay piled within it, animal and human alike, gnawed and blackened. Around the clearing, the trees were carved with symbols, jagged spirals and slashes etched deep into the bark. The air was colder here, heavy with the stench of rot and ash. Emily whimpered, burying her face against Claire's side. Daniel stared, heart hammering, realization sinking like lead in his stomach. This was no random place, it was a ritual site, a feeding ground, and they hadn't stumbled on it by chance. The pale crawlers had led them home. The clearing breathed with a silence that was not silence at all. Beneath the quiet, the woods throbbed with an unseen rhythm, a pulse that seemed to crawl beneath the earth and through their bones. Daniel stood frozen, the axe heavy in his hands, his eyes locked on the fire pit filled with scorched bones. He couldn't tear them away. The bones weren't just remnants, they were warnings. Emily's whimper cut through the heavy stillness. Claire dropped to her knees beside her, arms wrapped tight around the girl, but her eyes stayed fixed on the carvings etched deep into the surrounding trees. Spirals, jagged lines, symbols that bled together into shapes that hurt to look at. They were old, impossibly old, and every one of them oozed with a faint sheen, as though wet with sap or blood. The tapping began again. Not one, not two, but many. The sound rolled around the clearing like a grotesque chorus, each knock deliberate, rhythmic. Tap, pause, tap tap, longer pause, a language of wood and bone. Claire's lips parted. There, speaking. Daniel swallowed hard, his throat burned, his chest heavy. No, not speaking. From the darkness beyond the fire pit, shapes slithered forward. Pale limbs gleamed in the flashlight beam, too long, bending wrong. One, then another, then another. They didn't rush, they didn't need to. They emerged slowly, deliberately, like dancers entering a stage, their heads tilted in perfect unison, eyeless sockets reflecting the faint glow of the moon. And every one of them smiled. Emily pressed her face into Claire's chest. Daniel raised the axe, though his arms shook under the weight. "Stay behind me," he hissed. Though he knew protection was an illusion, the crawlers began to circle, their movements precise, measured. The tapping continued, but now it was joined by a sound like dry leaves rasping together. It came from their throats, though no lips moved. A chorus of hisses and groans that rose and fell with the rhythm of the knocks. The symbols on the trees seemed to pulse, glowing faintly as though reacting to the sound. Daniel's skin prickled, the air thickening until it felt hard to breathe. Something heavy pressed against his chest, his skull, his very thoughts. The crawlers weren't just hunting, they were invoking something. Claire's whisper was ragged. "It's a ritual." The crawlers' circle tightened. Daniel's flashlight flickered and died, plunging them into moonlight and shadow. The clearing itself seemed to glow faintly now, illuminated by the bone-filled pit. In the pale light, Daniel could see more detailed scraps of fabric clinging to the bones, teeth marks etched deep into them. Not all of them were old, some still glistened with marrow. Daniel's mind reeled. We can't let them finish. But how could they stop them? There were too many. Dozens of them now, limbs jerking and contorting, their bodies folding backward and sideways in ways no spine should bend. They moved as though pulled by invisible strings, as though they were marionettes dancing for something unseen above. One broke from the circle. It crawled low on all fours, its limbs spider-thin, dragging itself closer to the fire pit. Then, with a sudden jerk, it snapped upright. Its mouth opened wider than humanly possible, stretching until the skin split at the corners, and it let out a sound that was not a scream but a call, high, piercing, vibrating the air itself. The others answered, their voices layering, rising until the woods shook. Emily clapped her hands over her ears, sobbing into Claire's shoulder. Claire gritted her teeth, her arms locked tight around the girl, her body trembling. Daniel staggered back, the axe slipping in his grip. His teeth buzzed, his bones rattled with the sound. And then he saw it movement in the pit. The bones shifted. At first, he thought it was an illusion. But no, they moved, rattling together, scraping against one another, as if stirred by invisible hands. The crawlers leaned closer, their smiles stretching. The ritual wasn't summoning something from above, it was awakening something below. "No," Daniel whispered. "No, no, no." The earth trembled. Bones clattered, some rising upright as if pulled by strings. A skull rolled from the pit, jaw snapping open and shut in grotesque mimicry of speech. A ribcage twitched, then split, spilling ash that pulsed like living flesh. Claire's eyes widened, tears streaking down her face. They're making more. They're making it grow. The realization hit Daniel like a blow. The crawlers weren't merely hunting campers. The campers were ingredients, flesh for the pit, blood for the soil. One of the crawlers broke from the circle and skittered toward them, its body jerking in grotesque spasms. Daniel swung the axe, the blade connecting with its shoulder, splitting pale flesh that oozed thick black ichor. The creature screamed not in pain but in mockery. The others echoed, their voices rising in hideous harmony. Daniel yanked the axe free, black blood spattering his face. He turned to Claire and Emily. "Run." Claire's eyes widened. "Where?" "Anywhere," he barked. But even as he said it, the circle tightened, crawlers darting forward, herding them toward the pit. Every path was cut off. The clearing itself was a cage. Emily sobbed louder. Claire held her tighter, backing against Daniel, who raised his axe again, though his arms ached, his lungs burned. The earth shuddered harder. The pit erupted in a plume of ash and bone. A shape rose within it, not a crawler, not human, but something larger, older. A skeletal figure formed from hundreds of fused bones, its skull massive, crowned with twisted horns. Ash billowed from its hollow chest, eye sockets glowing faintly with a pale light. The crawlers fell to their knees, their grins stretching impossibly wide. The hissing chorus rose higher, their bodies shaking with reverence. Claire whispered, her voice breaking, "Oh God, it's their God." Daniel tightened his grip on the axe, though his whole body shook. "Then we kill it before it kills us." The words felt absurd, even as they left his mouth. The bone figure raised a massive arm, claws scraping the air. The trees groaned, bending inward, as if the forest itself obeyed its command. The crawlers bowed low, tapping their heads against the earth in unison. Emily screamed, a sound so sharp and raw it seemed to split the night. The bone god turned its hollow gaze toward her, and Daniel felt something inside him crack. The ritual was complete, and they weren't witnesses anymore. They were the offering. The clearing groaned beneath the weight of the thing rising from the pit. The skeletal figure towered above them, assembled from the remains of dozens, maybe hundreds of devoured souls. Its movements were slow but deliberate, each motion sending cascades of ash raining down like black snow. The horns on its skull curved upward like antlers, jagged and sharp, scraping the moonlight. Its empty sockets glowed with pale fire, each flicker casting grotesque shadows across the clearing. The pale crawlers bowed, their limbs splayed wide, their torsos pressing against the earth. Their grins had widened into rictus masks of reverence, as though their flesh strained to contain the joy of witnessing their god's rebirth. They tapped the ground with their skull-like heads, a steady rhythm that reverberated deep into the soil, a heartbeat for the abomination above. Claire clutched Emily, her face streaked with tears, her body shaking uncontrollably. Emily's sobs had turned to silent gasps, her small frame trembling with terror too deep for sound. Daniel stood before them, the axe raised, his muscles taut with the final reserves of his strength. He knew he could not win, but he also knew he would not surrender. The bone god's massive hand stretched outward. It didn't reach for him. It reached for Emily. "No!" Claire screamed, her body jerking forward, shielding the child with everything she had. Daniel swung the axe with a guttural roar, aiming at the skeletal arm. The blade struck with a crack that sent vibrations racing through his bones, nearly wrenching the weapon from his grip. A line split across the bone god's arm, black dust spraying outward. The crawlers shrieked in unison, their bodies convulsing, as though the blow had wounded them all. For the first time, Daniel saw fear not in their smiles, but in the way their heads snapped toward him, their eyeless sockets wide. He understood in that moment. The crawlers were not just worshippers, they were extensions, fragments of the thing. Damaging it meant damaging them. But the bone god did not fall. Its massive head tilted, its sockets burning brighter, and with a slow, grinding motion, it pointed a clawed finger at Daniel. The crawlers erupted forward, their limbs scuttling across the ground like a tidal wave of flesh and bone. Daniel swung again, splitting one across the chest, ichor spraying. Another lunged onto his back, claws digging deep into his shoulder. He roared in pain, slamming himself against a tree to shake it off. Claire ran, but there was nowhere to run. The clearing had closed around them. The crawlers drove them toward the pit, toward the gaping maw of their god. Claire's eyes locked onto Daniel's, tears streaming. "We can't fight it, we don't fight it," he rasped, blood dripping from his shoulder. "We burn it." His gaze flicked to the pit, the ashen remains, still glowing faintly. The brittle dryness of the bones, the trees surrounding them, their bark etched with symbols, slick with resin and blood. It was fuel, all of it. Claire understood instantly. She scrambled for Emily's backpack, fumbling with shaking hands. Inside was the last can of lighter fluid they had carried for campfires. Not much, but maybe enough. She doused the nearest tree, the acrid scent cutting through the heavy stench of ash. Daniel hacked at the crawlers, buying her seconds, every swing slower, weaker. His arms trembled, his chest heaved. One wrong move, and they'd drag him down. Claire pulled a matchbook from her pocket, the one Daniel had shoved there before the trip. Her hand shook so badly she dropped the first match. She cursed, struck another, flame bursting alive. For a moment, its fragile glow seemed like salvation. The crawlers saw it. Their smiles vanished. For the first time, they screeched not in worship, but in fury. They lunged for her. Daniel threw himself between, the axe swinging wildly, his body a shield. Do it, he bellowed. Claire pressed the match to the resin-soaked bark. Fire roared up the tree with terrifying speed, flames devouring the carved symbols, black smoke curling upward into the night. The crawlers shrieked, their bodies spasming, as if the fire burned them directly. The bone god raised its massive head, sockets blazing, a sound like grinding boulders tearing from its hollow chest. It reached for the burning tree, its skeletal claws trembling as if trying to smother the flames. But its hand passed uselessly through the fire. The symbols burned away, and with them, its power. Another one, Daniel roared. Claire struck another match, lighting a second tree. Flames leaped higher, sparks raining down on the clearing. The circle of symbols collapsed, one by one, consumed by fire. The crawlers wailed, collapsing to the ground, their limbs twisting, their bodies convulsing as smoke poured from their mouths. Their pale flesh cracked, splitting open like overcooked meat, black ichor bubbling as they shriveled in the dirt. The bone god staggered, its massive body swaying. Bones cracked and fell, ribs splitting apart, skull fragments tumbling into the pit. Its hollow gaze locked onto Daniel, burning with hate or hunger. With a final thunderous motion, it lunged. Daniel met it head-on, swinging the axe in a desperate arc. The blade slammed into its skull as fire consumed the clearing. The god's form shattered, collapsing into a storm of bones and ash that erupted skyward, a column of smoke and sparks tearing into the night. The force blasted Daniel backward, slamming him to the ground, his vision blurred, lungs burning with smoke. He coughed, staggered, but the sound of wailing crawlers was gone. Only the crackle of fire remained. Claire crawled toward him, dragging Emily, both coughing violently, eyes streaming. She reached Daniel's side, her trembling hands grasping his bloodied arm. Daniel, he groaned, struggling to rise. Is it over? The fire consumed the clearing, devouring the pit, the bones, the symbols. The sky above glowed red with embers, the trees snapping in the heat. The crawlers were gone. The god was gone. For now. Claire pressed her forehead against his, sobbing with relief. Emily clung to them both, her small body shaking. But as the flames roared and the woods burned, Daniel heard it faint, distant, a tapping, slow, patient, tap, pause, tap-tap. His blood ran cold. The fire might destroy this clearing, but the pale crawlers were not bound to one place. They were older than fire, older than memory, and somewhere, in another part of the forest, the rhythm was starting again. He pulled Claire and Emily close, his voice ragged, broken. We need to keep moving. We can't ever stop. And as the inferno consumed the woods behind them, the three survivors staggered into the dark, the night alive with whispers and tapping that would never, ever end. The forest holds its breath when the wrong elk passes. That was the first lesson my father gave me when I was only 12, clutching a rifle that felt heavier than my own body. The sun had been setting behind the black line of the pines, the air sharp with the scent of sap and soil, and my father had pointed toward a shadow that moved too smoothly across the clearing. The animal had looked like an elk, but not quite. Its rack of antlers was too wide, too symmetrical, and its hide seemed to ripple as though it were made of water instead of flesh. That was when my father leaned close and whispered with absolute certainty, "Do not aim. Do not look at it too long. Do not follow it. We are hunters, but we are told to ignore the wrong elk." I did not understand then, but the memory of that moment has followed me like a weight, because some things in the forest are not meant to be seen and some rules are not meant to be broken. My name is Nathan Cole, and I am a third-generation hunter from the northern ranges of Wyoming. People know me for being quiet, patient, and for having eyes that notice things others miss. They also say I have the same stubborn jaw as my grandfather, who vanished during a hunt 30 years ago under circumstances no one explains. The official story says he slipped into a ravine while tracking an elk herd. The family story says otherwise. It says he saw the wrong elk, and unlike my father, unlike me, he did not ignore it. He went after it, and the forest swallowed him whole. That story has haunted every hunt I have ever taken, every step into the timberline, every night spent with firelight casting long, moving shadows on the trees. The woods of Wyoming are not gentle. They smell of iron and pine, of rot where the snow melts into moss. The wind is never silent, always carrying something distant, like the groan of branches or the cracking of stones under pressure. At night, when the stars pierce the sky, the silence feels alive, watching, waiting. It is in this place that I have learned patience, discipline, and fear. But this year, something has changed. The elk herds are restless, moving farther and faster than before. Tracks appear where no herd should be, and some hunters whisper that they have seen antlers glinting in the dark where no moonlight falls. They do not talk long. They stop their words as if the air itself listens and punishes those who speak too freely. I am beginning to think the wrong elk is not a legend told by my father. I think it has returned. The first time I saw it again, I was alone. Dawn had barely touched the peaks, and mist hung low across the valley floor. I followed the trail of a bull elk that had been tearing bark from the aspens, the gouges fresh and wet. My breath formed clouds that broke apart in the cold, and then the shape appeared in the mist. Broad shoulders, wide rack, dark body. At first my heart leaped with excitement, but then I noticed the stillness. The mist curled around its legs, but never touched its body, as though its skin refused the world. The antlers had no imperfections, each tine to perfect, shining faintly like polished bone. The eyes were not the dark and cautious eyes of an animal, but pale, almost grey, as if blind yet fixed directly on me. I remembered my father's words. I froze. I did not raise my rifle. I did not breathe, and when I blinked, it was gone. No sound of hooves, no broken brush, just the empty mist and the pounding of my own heart. That morning I returned home empty-handed, and I told no one. I should have kept ignoring it, but curiosity is the most dangerous bait the forest can offer. A week later, another hunter from town vanished. His name was Bill Harper, a man with a loud laugh and too much confidence. He had been tracking a bull near the canyon and never returned. They found his truck parked neatly at the trailhead, his gear inside, his rifle leaning against the seat. No tracks, no signs of struggle. Just gone. His wife cried to anyone who would listen, but the sheriff closed the case in 2 days, calling it a tragic accident, probably a fall. Some of us knew better. Some of us knew the pattern. My grandfather, then my uncle, now Bill, all hunters, all in the same season, all after elk. I tried to push it aside, but at night I heard sounds outside my cabin, branches snapping, something moving just beyond the tree line. Once I opened the door and saw antlers glinting between the shadows, too wide to belong to any elk in these parts. And when I called out, the shape dissolved into the dark. I am not sure if it fled or if it was never there at all. That was when I realized the wrong elk was no longer something you could ignore. It was something that followed, waiting for those who dared to notice it. My father's warning was not enough anymore. Silence and ignorance may not save us this time. The forest is changing, and I fear I am standing at the edge of the same path that took my grandfather. If you are listening to this story, I ask you not only to hear it, but to carry it. Because rules mean little when the world itself begins to bend. Some things are better left unseen, but when they come to find you, there is no choice left but to confront them. And that is why I must tell you what happened next. Before I continue, let me pause and ask you something. If you enjoy stories like this, tales that walk the line between truth and fear, I invite you to subscribe and leave a unique comment below. Tell me what you would do if you saw the wrong elk standing in the mist, staring at you with eyes that do not belong to this world. The morning after Bill Harper was declared missing, I sat at the diner on Main Street, nursing a cup of bitter coffee that tasted more like metal than beans. The windows rattled every time a logging truck rolled by, and the smell of grease clung to the vinyl booths. Hunters gathered here after failed trips, telling stories that grew taller with each refill. But that morning the place was quiet. Men stared into their plates, women kept their voices low, and nobody mentioned Bill. His absence sat in the room like smoke, too thick to ignore. I felt eyes on me before I noticed who it was. Sheriff Collins leaned in the corner booth, his hat tipped forward, hands wrapped around his mug, as though it were the only warmth he had. He gave me a look that was not suspicion but something worse. Warning. Collins had lived here longer than anyone, long enough to remember my grandfather, long enough to remember the rumors. He did not need to say the words. Stay quiet, Nathan. Do not stir waters that should stay still. I finished my coffee and left, but outside, the wind carried a sound that froze me mid-step. It was faint, buried beneath the roar of trucks and chatter of the street, but it was there, the low guttural bugle of an elk. Not from the ridges, not from the valley, but from somewhere close, too close, like it had seeped between the buildings of town itself. No one else seemed to hear it. Mothers pushed strollers, mechanics wiped oil from their hands, and yet my skin prickled because I knew the wrong elk was moving closer. At home that evening, I laid out my rifle, checked the scope, the bolt, the weight of each round. The ritual steadied me, reminded me of hunts with my father, of rules passed down like scripture. But this time, my hands trembled. The memory of those pale grey eyes in the mist haunted me, replaying every time I closed my own. I told myself I would not go looking for it. I told myself I was only preparing for ordinary game. Lies sit heavy in a man's chest, but sometimes they are the only way to keep breathing. That night, a knock rattled my cabin door. 3 sharp raps, nothing hesitant. When I opened it, I found not a neighbor or a friend, but Claire Harper, Bill's wife. Her face was pale, streaked with the kind of grief that dries into anger. She pushed past me before I could speak. "Tell me what you know," she said. Her voice was raw, not a plea but a demand. She had seen me watching the tree line, heard the way silence stretched around me in the diner. She knew I carried something I was not saying. "I know nothing that will help you," I told her, but the words felt like ash in my mouth. She slammed her hand on the table, eyes burning. "Do not give me that. They want to write Bill off as another accident. I know better. I have heard the stories, same as you. Wrong ilk, they call it. Do not think I am blind to what is happening here." The room seemed smaller, with her anger filling it. I wanted to send her away, to protect her from the truth, but she was already entangled. The forest chooses its witnesses. I lowered my voice. "If you want answers, you will not like where they lead." "I do not care," she snapped. "I just want to know what took him." And so I broke the rule. I told her of the clearing, of the mist, of the eyes that did not belong. I told her of my grandfather, of my uncle, of the silence that stretched across generations. Her face did not waver, but her hands trembled where they clutched her coat. When I finished, she said only, "Then we find it." The words struck me harder than a rifle's kick. I wanted to laugh, to scream, to tell her the rule was simple. You do not hunt what should not exist. But part of me, the same part that had watched those pale eyes in the mist, whispered that she was right. Maybe silence had cost my grandfather. Maybe ignorance had cost Bill. Maybe the only way out was through. We set out 2 days later. Dawn painted the ridges in blood red and gold as we entered the timberline. Packs heavy, rifles slung. The air was colder than it should have been, brittle and sharp in my lungs. Birds moved high in the canopy but made no sound. Even the squirrels had vanished. The forest was holding its breath again. We found tracks by midday. At first they looked normal, hooves pressed into the soft earth near a stream. But the longer I studied them, the more wrong they became. Too deep for the size, too wide at the base, the edges too clean as though cut by a blade instead of pressed by weight. Claire crouched beside me, tracing one with her finger. "Bill followed these," she whispered. I did not answer, because the truth was standing all around us. The wrong elk had passed here. The stream itself seemed to hesitate in its flow, as if reluctant to move where those tracks had pressed. We followed them uphill, through thickets that tore at our clothes, through meadows where the grass bent unnaturally, all the way to a clearing I had never seen marked on any map. The air there was colder, heavy, and the light seemed to bend at the edges. My rifle felt useless in my hands. Claire stepped forward before I could stop her. "Bill," she called softly, voice cracking, and then the silence broke. A bugle rose from the far side of the clearing, low and deep, rattling the air itself. The sound was wrong, too hollow, too human at its edges. Out of the shadows emerged the shape I had seen in the mist. Wide shoulders, flawless antlers, grey eyes fixed on us. It did not move like an animal. Its hooves pressed the ground but left no sound. Its breath steamed though the air around it remained still. And when its mouth opened, the sound that came out was not a call but something closer to words, fragments strung through the guttural noise. "Follow." Claire froze, tears shining in her eyes. For a moment I feared she would obey, that she would step toward it the way my grandfather had. I raised my rifle, heart pounding. The wrong elk tilted its head, and the forest seemed to lean with it. And then, without warning, Claire whispered, "I hear him." Her words shattered the air like glass. The clearing held its breath as Claire's whisper drifted into the frozen air. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her back, but my muscles refused to move. The wrong elk stood at the edge of the shadows, its rack gleaming like wet bone, its grey eyes fixed on her with a terrible stillness. "I hear him," she said again, her voice trembling yet certain, as if a truth only she could sense had slipped between the trees. "What do you hear?" I forced out, though my throat felt raw. She did not answer me. Her gaze never left the creature. The elk tilted its head slightly, a motion that seemed rehearsed, unnatural, almost mocking. Its antlers caught the pale light, and for a moment they did not look like antlers at all, but like the twisted spines of human hands reaching upward. "Bill," Claire whispered. "He is calling me." I could not let her step forward. With a jolt of will, I raised my rifle and sighted down the scope. The crosshairs settled on the broad chest of the creature, and yet my finger froze on the trigger. My father's words echoed in my skull. "Do not aim. Do not look at it too long. Do not follow it." Every instinct screamed that firing would not end this, only worsen it. The elk's lips peeled back, exposing teeth that no elk should have, flat and human-like, yellowed as if rotting. A guttural sound poured from its throat, half bugle, half syllable, twisting into something nearly intelligible. "Come closer." Claire stepped once toward it, eyes glazed, as if sleepwalking. I lunged and grabbed her arm, yanking her back. She gasped, blinking rapidly, as if waking from a dream. "Nathan, do not listen," I hissed. "Whatever you hear, it is not him." Her face twisted with grief and fury. "You do not know that. What if he is inside it? What if Bill is trapped, calling for me?" The elk took another step forward, its hooves pressing into the earth without sound. The ground beneath it seemed to sink slightly, as if rejecting its weight. My rifle shook in my hands. Every hunter's instinct told me to fire, but every memory of my father told me not to. And then the creature moved. Not fast, not violent, but wrong. Its body elongated slightly with each step, proportions stretching as though it was slipping out of the skin of reality itself. The antlers scraped the branches above without touching them. My stomach lurched, my vision blurred. I fired. The crack split the clearing, echoing off the ridges. The bullet struck the elk square in the chest. For a heartbeat, I thought I had done it, that the weight of lead and steel would end what generations of silence had feared. But the wrong elk did not fall. It staggered, yes, but not from pain. The wound in its chest did not bleed. Instead, the air itself split open, a jagged line of darkness where the bullet had entered. The sound that erupted from its throat was not of this earth, a shriek that felt like claws dragging across my bones. Claire clamped her hands over her ears, screaming. I stumbled backward, the rifle slipping from my grasp. The elk surged forward, not running, not galloping, but gliding, crossing the clearing in impossibly smooth strides. I grabbed Claire's arm and pulled with all the strength I had. We fled into the trees, branches clawing at our clothes, the forest blurring as though the world itself warped around us. Behind us came the sound hooves, but not the sound of hooves striking earth. They rang like hollow drums, echoing inside my skull, closer with every beat. We did not stop until the ridge dropped away into a ravine, the stream below churning with snowmelt. Claire collapsed, gasping, clutching her side. I bent over, chest heaving, my ears still ringing with that impossible shriek. "Do you believe me now?" I rasped. She looked at me, eyes wide with terror and something else resolve. "Then we cannot run. We have to finish it." I wanted to argue, to tell her there was no finishing something that did not belong to this world. But even as the thought formed, I knew she was right in one sense. The wrong elk would not stop. It had followed my grandfather. It had followed Bill. Now it had followed us. Running only delayed the inevitable. That night we built a fire on the ridge, though the flames did little to warm us. The forest was too quiet. No owls, no wolves, not even the restless shuffle of elk herds in the distance. The silence pressed in, heavy, suffocating. Claire sat across from me, staring into the flames. "My husband used to talk about this," she said softly. "He would laugh at the old stories, say they were just ways to scare kids from wandering too far. But once, after a hunt, he came home pale. He would not say what he saw, but he would not sleep for days. I think he saw it before, Nathan, and he went back anyway." Her words cut deeper than the cold. Maybe Bill had ignored the warning. Maybe he had thought himself strong enough to face it. That arrogance had taken him. Now it was trying to take Claire too. "We cannot fight it with bullets," I said finally. "But there may be another way." "What way?" she asked. I stared into the fire, remembering the stories whispered by the old men at the edge of the logging camps. Stories my father told me to forget. They spoke of an altar deep in the timberline, older than the towns, older than the tribes that once roamed here. A place where hunters left offerings when the herds grew thin, a place the forest demanded respect. My father had taken me there once, only once, and made me swear never to return. But if there was any place where the veil between this world and whatever birthed the wrong elk was thin, it would be there. I looked at Claire. "There is a place, dangerous, but it may hold answers. If you want to find Bill or whatever is left of him, that is where we must go." Her jaw tightened. She nodded. "Then take me there." The fire cracked between us, casting long shadows that seemed to twitch when we did not move. Somewhere beyond the ridge, the hollow sound of hooves echoed faintly, patient, waiting. The wrong elk was not gone, it was circling, and by morning we would go where no hunter should tread. Dawn broke in a thin ribbon of light across the jagged peaks, painting the snow in cold silver. Claire and I packed silently, each step careful, as if the forest itself watched and counted our mistakes. The wrong elk had not moved from the ridge, its shadow stretching long and still, eyes like grey embers burning without fire. Every time we glanced back, I felt its presence pressing closer, waiting for hesitation, for a slip, for the moment a hunter's fear became weakness. The path was treacherous, barely a trail carved through ancient pines and undergrowth. Roots twisted like serpents beneath our boots, and the wind carried whispers that sounded like language but dissolved before comprehension. Claire stumbled once, catching herself on my shoulder. Her eyes met mine, and I could see both fear and determination. That same stubborn will that had pushed her toward this nightmare instead of away from it. Hours passed in near silence, broken only by the occasional crack of ice or the distant murmur of a stream. Every shadow felt like movement, every rustle of leaves a sign. The wrong elk was always behind us, never striking, only observing. Its patience was infinite. It did not chase, it merely waited, and I felt in my bones that this waiting was the true danger. Finally, we reached the place my father had once taken me. The altar was small, half-sunken into the ground, made of stones, stacked unevenly, covered in moss and frozen earth. Animal bones, grey and brittle, lay scattered around it, some broken, some whole. The air felt thicker here, charged with an energy I could not name, pressing on my lungs and quickening my heartbeat. "Here," I said quietly. "This is it. My father brought me here once, when I was a boy. He told me the forest does not forgive mistakes, that the wrong elk is a sentinel, a guardian of something older than us, something we cannot understand." Claire knelt by the altar, tracing the frozen moss with her fingers. "Then maybe this is where Bill is," she whispered. "Maybe he is part of it now, waiting to be freed." I shook my head. "It is not that simple. This is not just a place, it is a boundary. To enter fully, to confront what waits here, we cannot act like hunters. We must act like witnesses, or the forest will take us." The wind shifted suddenly, a low moan threading through the pines. The wrong elk stepped into the clearing, gliding across the ground without sound. Its antlers scraped the branches above, leaving no mark. The eyes were locked on the altar, on us, on something deeper than understanding. It raised its head, and the sound it made chilled the marrow in my bones. Not a bugle, not a call, but a whisper threaded with human syllables. "Leave, leave, leave." I stepped forward. "We cannot," I said. "Not now." Claire nodded, hands trembling but firm. "We came too far." I placed my palms on the altar, feeling the cold stone beneath my hands. The air thickened, shadows bending unnaturally, flickering as though the trees themselves were alive. I remembered the old stories, the offerings hunters made, the sacrifices of time and respect, not to harm, not to claim, but to acknowledge the forest's authority. Slowly, I opened my pack and laid out a small bundle of dried meat, a token of respect. Claire followed, placing a few personal items, a locket, a small photograph of Bill, and a single feather. The elk watched silently, its grey eyes unblinking, patient as the stones themselves. The wind picked up, carrying with it a faint, almost familiar scent. Bill's scent. I could not believe it at first, but it was undeniable. The faint tang of sweat, pine, and something metallic, like blood. Claire gasped and bent closer to the ground, closing her eyes. "He is here," she whispered. "I can feel him." The wrong elk lowered its head, antlers nearly grazing the altar. Its breath was cold, and the shadow it cast seemed to ripple across the stones. The ground beneath it quivered faintly, as if the earth itself recognized the presence of something older than memory. Time stretched, seconds turning into minutes that felt like hours. Then, with deliberate slowness, the elk stepped backward, away from the altar. The air lightened slightly, the pressure on my chest easing. The whispering sound was gone, replaced by silence, vast and expectant. I turned to Claire. "We must leave now," slowly, without looking back. "Do not run, do not shout, do not anger it." She nodded, her eyes still closed, her breath steadying. We began to back away, one careful step at a time. The forest seemed to hold its breath again, every shadow stretching and bending as we moved. The elk followed at a distance, gliding across the snow without sound, observing, waiting. When we reached the ridge, I dared a glance. The elk was gone. No tracks, no sign of passage. Only the empty forest stretched ahead, as if nothing had ever happened. We returned to the town in silence. Claire did not speak of what she felt at the altar, and I did not offer interpretation. Some experiences are not meant for words, only for the memory that shapes you. Weeks passed. The forests calmed, the elk herds returned to normal, and the town resumed its routine. But Claire changed. She no longer spoke of searching, but of watching, of respect, of knowing that some doors, once opened, never truly close. I felt the same way. The wrong elk had not vanished. It had simply returned to its waiting, patient as stone, eternal as shadow. And though I never saw it again, I could feel its presence in every quiet clearing, in the hush before dawn, in the curl of mist over the streams. It was a reminder that the forest holds memory, and that some hunters are never truly finished with their lessons. I sometimes think of Bill, my grandfather, and the hunters who came before me. They are not lost. Exactly. They are part of the boundary, part of the waiting, witnesses of the wrong elk and the older world it guards. And now, I understand that to see is not to conquer. To see is to acknowledge. Claire and I never spoke of returning, and yet, on certain nights, when the wind presses cold against the cabin walls, I can hear the echo of hooves, patient, measured, reminding me that the forest never forgets, and neither should we. Some things are meant to be seen once, and then only in memory. Some rules exist not to keep you safe, but to keep the world intact. The wrong elk waits, always waiting, and we are merely observers, witnesses to what cannot be owned. The forest holds its secrets well, and I am finally beginning to understand the weight of what my father tried to teach me. The lesson is simple, though impossible to follow completely. See, acknowledge, and do not interfere. Only then can a hunter survive the lessons of the wrong elk. The days that followed the altar felt suspended in a strange, fragile calm. The forest had not returned to normal, only quieter, patient, as though it were waiting for our next move. Claire and I hunted for nothing, moved through the timberline for observation only, tracing paths we had once ignored, listening to the whispers of the wind and the hidden currents of the trees. The wrong elk had vanished again, leaving no trace, yet its presence was palpable in the underbrush, in the bend of the branches, in the hush that fell whenever we entered a clearing. I spent hours sitting on fallen logs, rifle unused, studying the forest. The wrong elk had taught me something I had resisted for years. Control is an illusion. Awareness is more important than power, patience more than action. Yet curiosity gnawed at my mind. Something about the altar, something about the way the elk had allowed Claire to approach and then recede, suggested there were deeper rules, older than anything I had been told. Claire, for her part, moved differently now. She no longer reacted with fear, but with calculated attention. Every step she took, every glance she cast, seemed measured, almost ritualistic. She spoke little, only observing, noting the rhythm of the forest, the way shadows fell, the the way sound bent over the ridges. I realized she had changed in a way I had not expected. The forest had marked her as it had marked me, or perhaps as it had marked Bill long ago. One evening, as the sun sank behind the western peaks, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the valley floor, we stumbled upon a small cave partially hidden behind a wall of icicles. The air here was warmer, damp with the breath of unseen things. Something primal and ancient stirred in the darkness, a subtle vibration beneath the soles of our boots. I could feel it pressing at the edges of consciousness, pulling at memory and instinct. "This is not just a cave," I murmured. "This place, it resonates. The wrong elk has been here before. I know it." Claire nodded, stepping closer, her hand brushing the damp stone. "I can feel him here. Bill, he is near. I know it." I hesitated. Every fiber of my body screamed caution. Every lesson my father had drilled into me warned that curiosity could kill. Yet I could not turn away. Something beyond fear, beyond reason, drew me forward. The cave opened into a small chamber, its walls slick with ice and moss. Shadows danced as our flashlights flickered over ancient markings, symbols etched into stone with precision and care. They were not animal markings, not human either, something in between, alien in form yet familiar in pattern. The symbols pulsed faintly as though alive, vibrating in resonance with the wind outside. And there, at the center of the chamber, lay something that made my breath catch. A bundle of bones, arranged in a careful circle, covered partially with fur and leaves. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary offering, but the arrangement was deliberate, ritualistic, almost protective. Among the bones, I recognized the small locket Claire had brought to the altar. Her fingers trembled as she reached toward it. "This is him," she whispered. "Bill, he left this as a message, or he is trapped. I do not know which." The wrong elk stepped from the shadows at the mouth of the cave. Its presence filled the chamber, antlers scraping the low ceiling, body moving with impossible grace. The gray eyes bore into us, not threatening, not attacking, but insisting, demanding, testing. "You see," I said softly, "it is not just an animal. It is a guardian, a sentinel of the boundary, and it will allow you to see what it chooses, not what you wish to see." Claire knelt by the offering, tracing the locket with her finger. "Then maybe I can bring him back. Maybe I can speak to him, reach him." The elk tilted its head, and the air vibrated with a low hum, a resonance that penetrated bone and blood. I understood then that we were not merely observers. The forest, the elk, the altar, even the bones themselves, they demanded acknowledgement. We had trespassed, yes, but not with malice. And perhaps that difference mattered. Claire spoke softly, words flowing not from her mind but from memory, instinct, and hope. The hum intensified, the symbols on the walls glowing faintly. The bones shifted subtly, aligning with the energy that seemed to grow around the chamber. The wrong elk lowered its head, antlers touching the edge of the offering, and for a moment, the world hung suspended between ice and shadow. I held my breath. Every story I had ever heard, every warning, every lesson my father had given me, condensed into a single heartbeat. And then, from the locket, a faint warmth spread, as though someone was alive again inside the cold metal and glass. Claire gasped, clutching it to her chest. The elk stepped back, the hum subsiding into silence. The chamber felt emptier, yet somehow fuller. Something had changed, shifted. Whether we had succeeded, I could not yet tell. But I knew the wrong elk was no longer merely a predator or a phantom. It was a guide, a bridge, a measure of understanding that surpassed fear. We left the cave in silence, the forest around us breathing normally, yet I could feel the pulse of something hidden, watching, always patient. Claire held the locket tightly, eyes bright with unshed tears. "Do you think he is really here?" I asked finally. "I do not know," she said, "but I feel him, and that is enough for now." The ridge behind us was empty, no sign of the elk, yet I knew it had not left. It would follow, observe, wait. The forest had rules older than any town, any human story, any hunter's skill, and we had glimpsed them, barely, without breaking them completely. As night fell, we camped near the stream, fire low, wind whispering over water and stone. Neither of us spoke much. Words felt insufficient, inadequate against the weight of what we had experienced. The wrong elk had tested us, allowed us to witness, and reminded us that some things in the forest are not to be owned, only acknowledged. I lay awake for hours, listening to the subtle movements of the forest. Somewhere beyond the ridge, the faintest sound of hooves, patient, measured, echoed through the trees. A reminder, a warning, a promise. Some things are not meant to be fully understood, only respected. Some hunters learn this too late. And sometimes, if you are lucky, if you are careful, you survive not by skill or strength, but by the quiet acknowledgement of a world that is larger, stranger, and far older than you ever imagined. Claire slept beside me, holding the locket. I watched the fire die to embers and thought of the wrong elk, waiting somewhere beyond the trees, always patient, always watching. And I knew the forest would never forget, and neither would we. The following morning, the air was sharp with frost, each breath a white plume that vanished almost instantly. Claire and I moved cautiously through the forest, senses stretched taut. The wrong elk had not appeared, but I felt its presence in every shadow, every bend of the trail. It was patient, always patient, and I knew it would wait for the precise moment to intervene. We followed the stream deeper into the mountains, where the trees grew dense and the sun barely touched the forest floor. Roots twisted across the path, creating natural barriers, and the silence was nearly unbearable, broken only by the faint whisper of wind through the needles. Something about this section of the forest felt alive, not just with animals or trees, but with memory, with something older, an intelligence that observed without blinking. Claire stopped suddenly, raising a hand. "Listen," she whispered. I strained to hear. At first, there was nothing, just the quiet hum of the forest. Then, beneath it, a faint tapping, like hooves or claws striking rock. It was deliberate, steady, echoing through the trees. The wrong elk was close. I could feel the energy in the air shift, a pressure on my chest, tightening with every step we took. We rounded a bend and found a shallow clearing, smaller than the one at the altar, but with the same sense of unnatural stillness. The ground was littered with bones, old and new, some animal, some unidentifiable. Shadows stretched long in the dim light, but I did not see the elk. It was waiting. "I can feel him," Claire murmured, clutching the locket. "Bill, he is close." The forest seemed to lean toward her words, the air vibrating faintly. I wanted to caution her, to tell her not to speak aloud, but it was too late. A sound rose behind us, low and guttural, shaping itself into words. "Leave," or "join." The wrong elk emerged from the trees, moving like liquid, gliding over the ground. Its antlers scraped the branches above, leaving no mark. Grey eyes locked onto us, and I felt my pulse quicken. This was not just a confrontation. It was a test, a judgment, a reckoning. Claire stepped forward, trembling but resolute. "We are not leaving," she said firmly. "We came for him. We are here to witness, to help if we can." The elk lowered its head, antlers nearly touching the ground. The shadows in the clearing shifted unnaturally, almost forming shapes, echoes of hunters who had come before. My grandfather, Bill, the old men at the logging camp. They were here, in a way I could feel but not see clearly, and their silence was heavy with warning. I raised my rifle, instinctively, but something in the air pressed me down. This was not a hunt. This was something else. The elk's presence demanded respect, acknowledgement, patience. Every rule my father had taught me, every lesson in restraint, pressed on me now. To act in violence would not end the encounter. It would worsen it. Claire approached the center of the clearing, locket in hand, placing it carefully on a flat rock. The wrong elk stepped back slightly, as if granting permission. The ground beneath the rock trembled faintly, vibrations spreading outward, stirring loose leaves and stones. A faint hum began, resonating through the clearing, threading through the trees, vibrating through our bones. I could feel it now. The elk was a sentinel, a guardian, a bridge between this world and something older. It allowed us to witness, to interact, but it would not be trifled with. The air thickened, and the hum grew louder, harmonizing with the whispers of the forest. Suddenly, Claire gasped, and the locket glowed faintly, warm in her hands. She leaned closer, murmuring words I could not fully understand, a mix of hope, memory, and desperate calling. The wrong elk stepped closer as well, antlers grazing the edges of the clearing. The air felt electric, charged with anticipation, and I realized that Bill's spirit, or whatever remained of him, was responding. The elk's voice rose, a guttural chant threaded with human syllables, forming words we could barely perceive. Witness, honor, release. Claire held the locket high, closing her eyes. The forest seemed to bend toward her, the shadows flickering, forming shapes that shifted like smoke. I felt a pull, a tug on reality itself, as though the clearing existed slightly out of phase with the world outside. Then, a sudden movement of figure materialized near the center, emerging from the shadows. Bill, or something wearing his shape, stepped forward. His eyes were vacant yet familiar, a ghost caught between life and the eldritch rhythm of the wrong elk. Claire gasped, tears streaming down her face. "Bill," she whispered. The elk lowered its head fully, touching the tips of its antlers to the ground near Bill. The air shivered, the hum peaking into a resonance that felt both painful and cleansing. Slowly, the figure of Bill became more substantial, more defined, until he looked almost alive. His lips moved, forming words of gratitude and warning. "Do not follow," he said weakly, voice echoing unnaturally. "Some doors should never be opened. Respect, witness, survive." The hum began to fade, the shadows settling back into normal shape, the forest releasing its tension. The wrong elk stepped back into the trees, gliding away silently, leaving only its presence in memory. Bill remained, blinking, fragile but real. Claire rushed to him, embracing him tightly. Weeping, I stood back, chest heaving, understanding at last that we had not conquered the forest, nor the elk, nor the boundary. We had only acknowledged it, respected its rules, and survived. The forest exhaled. The clearing felt empty, ordinary, yet charged with the weight of everything that had passed. I knew the wrong elk would always wait, patient and eternal, a reminder that some things are not ours to possess. Bill looked at us, eyes still haunted. I barely made it back. "It let me, because you respect it, the boundary. Never forget. The forest remembers. The elk remembers. Some things cannot be owned, only witnessed." Claire nodded, holding the locket tightly. "We understand," she said softly. I lowered my rifle, finally free from the instinct to hunt, realizing that survival here was not about skill, but about respect, observation, and patience. The forest, the elk, the boundary, it was all part of a lesson that spanned generations, one I had only just begun to comprehend. Night fell, and we camped near the ridge, fire low, watching the stars emerge. Somewhere in the distance, the echo of hooves sounded faintly, a reminder that the sentinel was still there, patient, eternal, waiting. Some rules exist not to punish, but to preserve. Some hunters learn too late, and some experiences cannot be explained, only survived, respected, and remembered. The morning air was sharp, bracing, as if the forest itself had been cleansed overnight. Claire and Bill moved silently beside me, each step deliberate, careful not to disturb the rhythm of the woods. Though he was physically present, Bill seemed different, fragile in ways that went beyond injury. His eyes carried the weight of a world only partially returned, haunted by what had been witnessed and what remained unseen. We returned to the altar clearing once more, not out of necessity, but ritual. The bones and stones lay undisturbed, the air heavy with the memory of what had transpired. Bill knelt, placing his hands over the locket that had guided him back. I watched, aware that some gestures were meant not to communicate but to honor, not to command but to acknowledge. "You must understand," he said softly, voice hoarse but firm. "This forest, it is older than any of us. The elk, the boundary, the altar, they are not enemies. They are measures of balance. To violate them is to risk more than life. To respect them is to survive." Claire nodded, tears in her eyes. "I understand. I wanted him back. I did not care about the rules." He shook his head gently. "That is the way most begin. Only when you listen, when you witness without greed, does the forest answer. The elk waits for those who respect its patience." I reflected on my own experience, the lessons passed down by my father and grandfather. The wrong elk had never been malevolent. It had been a teacher. The mistake was always human arrogance, the impulse to chase what should be left alone. Every hunter who disappeared, every story whispered around campfires, was a lesson ignored. The wind shifted, and I caught a faint echo, a soft tapping of hooves far across the ridges. The wrong elk had returned to its watch, patient, eternal, observing the forest as it had for generations. Its presence was no longer a threat, but a reminder, a benchmark of respect and understanding. Bill rose, walking carefully around the altar, tracing his fingers along the stones. "I came back," he said, "because someone acknowledged what I could not. Claire, Nathan, you have seen and respected. That was enough. But the forest will remember me. It will remember us all. And it will wait for the next mistake. Claire looked at him, eyes wide. Do you mean someone else will follow it? Someone will make the same errors? He nodded. Yes, hunters come and go. Some are careful, some are reckless. The elk watches all of them. It does not intervene unless the rules are broken, but it never forgets. I felt a chill, realizing the depth of the cycle. My grandfather, my uncle, Bill, and countless others, they were all part of it, part of the unseen ledger of the forest, witnessed but not remembered by the human world. The wrong elk, patient and eternal, had judged and released only when acknowledgement and restraint were shown. We left the clearing, the forest feeling lighter, yet still alive, with unseen presence. Each step was measured, each breath conscious. The wrong elk did not follow. Its work here was complete, for now, but the forest remained, patient, waiting, always watching. Over the following days, Bill regained strength, though the experience had left marks on his mind and spirit. He spoke little, often staring into the distance, listening to the rhythm of the forest as if it whispered secrets only he could perceive. Claire and I followed, learning not just the lessons of survival but the subtler language of observation, patience, and respect. One evening, as the sun sank low and shadows stretched long across the valley, we stumbled upon another clearing, one I had never seen, older and more primal than any we had visited. Stones were arranged in deliberate patterns, bones scattered like offerings, and the air hummed faintly with a vibration that resonated deep within our bones. "This is older than the altar," I whispered. "It has been here longer than the memory of towns or hunters." Bill nodded. "The forest always has layers. Each clearing, each boundary, each sentinel, there is hierarchy, purpose, understanding. You learn one, and the next presents itself." Claire touched a stone, feeling the vibration. "It is alive," she said softly. "Not in the way we understand life, but in a way that knows." The wind shifted, carrying a faint echo, the rhythmic tapping of distant hooves. The wrong elk was near, patient as ever, observing from the edges, ensuring that respect and caution remained intact. Its presence was no longer a threat, only a teacher, a measure of what was allowed and what was forbidden. Bill turned to us, eyes grave. "We have been spared, not by skill alone, but by understanding. Remember this, the forest is not ours to conquer. It is ours to witness, to respect. The wrong elk waits, always, and it will judge anyone who forgets." Claire and I nodded, the weight of the lesson settling in our minds. The forest, alive with shadows, whispers, and memory, had given us a gift, the knowledge of restraint, observation, and respect for what lies beyond comprehension. As night fell, we camped near the stream, fire low, stars reflecting off the icy peaks. The forest was quiet, but I knew the wrong elk was watching, waiting, patient as stone. Its lesson had been delivered, and we had survived. But the echo of its presence would remain, a constant reminder that some things in the world are older, stranger, and infinitely more patient than any human recklessness. I lay awake, listening to the faint whisper of wind through the trees, reflecting on the lessons learned, the boundaries acknowledged, and the patience of the wrong elk. Some rules exist, not to limit us, but to preserve the balance, to ensure that those who come after may witness without being destroyed. Claire slept beside me, clutching the locket, a tangible link to what had been saved. Bill sat quietly, eyes distant, listening to the rhythm of the forest as if attuned to its heartbeat. The wrong elk had moved on, for now, but its presence lingered in memory, in caution, in the understanding that some experiences are meant to teach, not to dominate. And so, in the quiet of the forest, I understood the deepest lesson of all. To see is not to conquer, to witness is not to interfere, and to survive is to respect what cannot be owned. The wrong elk waits, patient and eternal, and we are merely students of its boundless, silent wisdom. The following days passed in a tense rhythm, each moment a careful negotiation with the forest. Every rustle of leaves, every distant snap of a branch set our nerves on edge, yet also sharpened our senses. Bill remained quiet, almost meditative, but his eyes constantly scanned the tree line, reading the forest in a language Claire and I were only beginning to grasp. The wrong elk had retreated, but its influence lingered, a spectral presence that dictated the rules we had yet to fully comprehend. We traveled deeper into uncharted territory, guided by instinct, maps we barely trusted, and the faint echoes of the elk's passage. The terrain shifted, dense thickets gave way to open glades, streams twisted into hidden pools, and the scent of earth and decay hung heavily in the air. Each step carried an unspoken warning. The forest was patient, but it never forgot. Claire stumbled upon markings on a fallen tree, sharp gashes that seemed deliberate, almost symbolic. She traced them with her fingers, a mix of awe and fear on her face. "This isn't natural," she whispered. "Someone or something left this." Bill approached, eyes narrowing. "It is a warning," he said. "The wrong elk does not mark the living world with violence, but the forest itself responds. These signs, they are echoes of past mistakes, messages to those who follow." I felt a chill. Every story my grandfather told, every cautionary tale from hunters long gone, now felt immediate, alive. The elk's presence was not just a lesson, it was a mirror, reflecting human folly back at us, showing the edges of our understanding and the limits of our arrogance. As night fell, we set camp on a ridge overlooking a valley shrouded in mist. The air was thick, carrying the scent of wet leaves and something more subtle, almost metallic. Bill sat by the fire, eyes fixed on the darkened trees below. "The forest tests us," he said quietly. "It does not forgive recklessness, and it does not reward pride. Only those who watch, who learn, will leave intact." Suddenly, a distant sound broke the silence, rhythmic, deliberate tapping, unmistakable. The wrong elk had returned, its hooves echoing across the valley like a heartbeat. We froze, knowing this encounter was inevitable, that the forest demanded acknowledgement once again. Claire whispered, clutching the locket, "Do we run?" Bill shook his head. "No, we observe, we respect. That is how we survive." The elk emerged, larger and more imposing than any description could capture. Its eyes were deep, unknowable, reflecting the moonlight like polished stone. It did not move aggressively, nor did it flee. It simply existed, a living monument of patience and judgment. I felt the weight of generations pressing down on Mitha hunters who had disappeared, the rituals ignored, the lessons half learned. The elk was not a beast to be hunted. It was a force of nature, a measure of morality embedded in the wild. Then something unexpected happened. The elk lowered its head, touching the locket in Claire's hand with its muzzle. A subtle vibration passed through the air, a hum that resonated deep within our bones. Bill's eyes widened. "It is acknowledging you," he said, voice trembling. "You have observed, you have respected, you are spared." The forest seemed to exhale, the tension dissolving into the night. Claire sobbed quietly, relief washing over her. I felt an unfamiliar calm, the oppressive weight of fear replaced by reverence. The wrong elk retreated slowly, disappearing into the mist, leaving behind a silence that spoke volumes. In the days that followed, we returned to the edges of known territory, retracing our steps with newfound caution. Every clearing, every marking, every subtle shift in the forest's mood became a lesson in humility. We moved with purpose, never rushing, always observing. The wrong elk had left its mark on us, not just in memory but in behavior, reshaping the way we understood survival and respect. Bill, though physically recovered, seemed distant, often staring into the trees as if he could see beyond the present. Claire and I spoke little, understanding that some experiences were not meant to be explained, only internalized. The forest had tested us, and we had passed not by skill alone, but by acknowledgement and restraint. One morning, near a stream where the water ran clear and cold, Claire spoke, voice soft but determined. "We cannot tell anyone what we saw. They would not understand. They would think it was a story, a myth. But we must remember, always, and teach what we can without breaking the rules." I nodded, understanding the gravity of her words. The wrong elk was not a creature to be shared in casual conversation. Its lessons were subtle, eternal, and meant only for those willing to witness with respect. To speak carelessly was to risk the forest's judgment anew. As we prepared to leave the deepest reaches of the forest, I paused, taking one last look at the mist-covered valley. The wrong elk was gone, but its presence lingered in every shadow, every rustle of leaves, every echo of hooves that seemed to exist just beyond hearing. The forest had not changed, but we had. We had learned humility, patience, and reverence for forces beyond human comprehension. Bill placed a hand on my shoulder, silent acknowledgement passing between us. Claire clutched the locket tightly, a tangible reminder of what had been saved and what had been lost. The lessons were clear. To survive is to respect, to witness is to honor, and to exist within the forest is to recognize that some powers are eternal, unyielding, and beyond mastery. The journey back was quiet, each step measured. The forest seemed to guide us, not with overt signs, but with subtle nudges and patterns that spoke to those who paid attention. The wrong elk had left us with more than survival, it had left us with understanding, a rare gift that few would ever receive. As we emerged from the trees into open fields, the sun rising and casting golden light across the landscape, I realized that the forest's lessons were not confined to its borders. The patience, observation, and respect we had learned would follow us, shaping our decisions, our relationships, and our perception of the world. The wrong elk's judgment had extended beyond the forest, leaving an indelible mark on our consciousness. And so, we walked on, carrying the memory of the elk, the forest, and the lessons that could never be spoken aloud, but would never be forgotten. Some forces cannot be tamed, some mysteries cannot be solved, and some teachers, though silent and elusive, are eternal. The wrong elk waits, always, and we carry its lesson forward, a reminder that survival is not conquest, that witnessing is not interference, and that respect is the most enduring form of understanding. The forest seemed quieter as we ventured deeper on the penultimate day of our journey, yet every shadow felt heavier, every sound more deliberate. The wrong elk had retreated, yet its presence lingered like a slow pulse beneath the underbrush, reminding us that our actions were still being measured. Bill moved ahead, steps precise, ears tuned to subtle shifts, and Claire and I followed closely, absorbing the forest's language. Each movement was cautious, deliberate, a dance with forces we had barely begun to understand. The sun filtered through the canopy in fragmented rays, casting elongated shadows that flickered across the mossy floor. Leaves rustled with a whisper of something unseen, and I could not shake the feeling that we were being watched not just by the elk, but by the forest itself, by every hidden creature, every rooted tree, every stone that had stood witness to centuries of untold stories. My pulse quickened as I considered the countless hunters who had passed this way, those who had failed, those who had never returned. Suddenly, Claire halted, her hand gripping the locket tightly. "Look," she whispered, pointing toward a series of footprints etched into the damp earth. They were large, unmistakable, irregular yet deliberate, almost as if the elk itself had danced across the clearing. My heart raced. These were no ordinary tracks. Bill crouched beside them, his eyes narrowing as he traced their path. "This is deliberate," he murmured. "The elk is testing us once again, drawing us forward. But what lies ahead is something different, something we must face." The trail led us to a ravine, shrouded in mist and silence. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and decay, mingling with something more subtle, almost electric, that made my skin tingle. We descended carefully, each step measured, the locket in Claire's hand pulsing faintly against her palm, as if it held a heartbeat of its own. The forest seemed to contract around us, the canopy closing like a watchful eye, and I realized that this place was not merely a physical space but a threshold, a boundary between the known and the unknowable. As we reached the bottom, the clearing opened into a circle of ancient trees, their trunks twisted and gnarled, roots intertwined like the hands of sentinels. And there, at the center, stood the wrong elk. Its form was imposing, almost surreal, eyes glowing with an intensity that pierced through the mist and into our very souls. It did not move immediately, merely observed, weighing us, measuring our worth, its presence both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Bill stepped forward, his voice steady but reverent. "We have come as instructed, as observers, not intruders. We seek understanding, not dominion." The elk tilted its head, nostrils flaring slightly, its gaze unwavering. I felt the weight of generations pressing upon me, the hunters, the forest, the lessons half learned, the mistakes that had echoed across decades. The elk was more than a creature. It was a living judgment, a measure of morality embedded in the wild. Claire knelt slightly, offering the locket forward, an unspoken act of respect. The elk's gaze softened, and then it moved, not with aggression, not with fear, but with deliberate, almost ceremonial grace, approaching the locket. Its muzzle brushed lightly against it, and a vibration passed through the air, subtle but profound, a resonance that filled the clearing and settled deep within our bones. Bill's eyes glimmered with something between relief and reverence. "It acknowledges us," he whispered. "Our presence is accepted. But remember, this is not the end. It is a covenant, a contract of understanding and respect. The elk backed away slowly, then vanished into the mist, leaving the clearing empty yet brimming with significance. Silence enveloped us, not oppressive but sacred, as if the forest itself had exhaled. Claire clutched the locket, tears streaming down her face, and I felt a profound shift within myself, a realization that survival, understanding, and respect were intertwined in ways I had only glimpsed before. As we retraced our steps toward the edges of known territory, every movement was deliberate, every sound a dialogue with the environment we had learned to read. The forest seemed to respond, guiding us gently, testing our patience and observation even in subtle gestures, the sway of branches, the distant cry of a bird, the murmur of a hidden stream. We moved not as intruders, but as participants in a larger, ongoing narrative, one that demanded humility and reverence. Bill spoke rarely, his observations precise and poignant. "The wrong elk is more than a guardian," he said one evening, camped near a quiet stream. "It is a teacher, a mirror. What we have learned here is eternal. What we take back must be measured, thoughtful, never trivialized. To forget this lesson is to invite consequence." Claire and I absorbed his words in silence, understanding that some knowledge cannot be shared casually. Some truths are meant to be experienced, internalized, and respected, not broadcasted or exploited. The forest had given us a gift, but it demanded vigilance, mindfulness, and humility in return. Days later, we emerged into open fields bathed in the golden light of dawn. The forest receded behind us, vast and enigmatic, yet its lessons traveled with us, invisible but indelible. The wrong elk was gone, yet its influence lingered in every cautious step, every measured breath, every moment of reflection. We had survived, not through force, but through observation, respect, and the quiet strength of restraint. Claire turned to me, her voice soft but resolute. "We cannot speak of it freely. People would not understand. They would call it myth, fiction. But the lessons, we carry them, always." I nodded, knowing she was right. Some experiences are sacred, beyond the realm of casual conversation, meant only for those who truly witnessed them. Bill placed a hand on my shoulder, silent acknowledgement passing between us. No words could capture the depth of what we had learned, the gravity of the elk's judgment, the reverence owed to the forest and its eternal rhythms. The wrong elk's presence would remain with us forever, a compass, a moral measure, a reminder of the delicate balance between human ambition and natural law. As the sun rose higher, casting long shadows across the fields, I realized that our journey had transformed us in ways both subtle and profound. The wrong elk was not merely a creature to be feared or hunted. It was a force of understanding, a teacher, a sentinel whose lessons extended beyond the forest into every decision, every interaction, every choice. Survival without respect, knowledge without humility, power without reverence. These were the errors the elk had corrected in us, shaping our perception, guiding our actions. We walked on, carrying the memory of the elk, the forest, and the lessons that would never be spoken aloud, but could never be forgotten. The journey had ended physically, but the covenant, the understanding, would endure, silently guiding us through the landscapes of our lives, reminding us that some powers cannot be tamed, some truths cannot be shared, and some teachers, though silent and elusive, are eternal. The days after the encounter with the wrong elk passed in a strange mixture of calm and vigilance. The forest behind us had returned to its normal rhythm, birdsong and rustling leaves filling the air with familiar sounds. Yet inside, we carried an echo of something larger, something unexplainable. Each morning, I awoke with a heightened awareness, noticing subtleties I had never seen before: the way light filtered through branches, the tiny shifts of moss underfoot, the almost imperceptible movements of distant wildlife. The forest had changed us, embedding lessons deep within our instincts. Bill maintained his quiet, precise observation. His demeanor was both grounding and unnerving. He seemed aware of layers of meaning and consequence that remained invisible to Claire and me. "Understanding is fragile," he remarked one evening as we camped near a narrow creek. "It can slip away if we are careless, if we speak of it without thought. This is not about survival alone. It is about comprehension, about respecting the balance that has existed long before we arrived." I nodded, realizing that every word he spoke carried the weight of experience, a wisdom shaped by encounters I could scarcely imagine. Claire remained sensitive to the subtle energies around us. She often paused mid-step, eyes scanning the forest as if reading invisible currents. The locket she carried pulsed faintly, a reminder of the wrong elk's presence and the covenant we had accepted. "It is as if it watches even now," she whispered one morning, tracing a delicate pattern on the locket's surface. "Not with malice, but expectation. We are accountable." I shivered, sensing the truth in her words. The elk's influence was not temporary. It had etched itself into our consciousness, guiding our thoughts and actions in ways both overt and hidden. As we journeyed back toward the edges of the forest, the terrain became increasingly familiar, yet each step seemed weighted with memory. Every shadow, every whisper of wind, carried meaning. We moved cautiously, not out of fear, but respect. The lessons of the forest were precise and unforgiving. Patience, observation, restraint. A single misstep could unravel the delicate balance we had begun to understand. One afternoon, we reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. The atmosphere was serene, almost deceptive in its calm. Bill motioned for us to sit, and we did, the three of us forming a quiet triangle of reflection. "The elk's purpose is not merely to test, but to reveal," he said softly. "We have been shown the limits of human perception and pride. Our actions now must honor that revelation. We cannot return to the world unchanged without consequence." I felt a surge of emotion, a mix of awe and humility. The wrong elk had been both adversary and teacher, its presence a mirror reflecting the flaws and virtues within us. It demanded not obedience, but understanding, not control, but reverence. The realization was both comforting and unsettling, an enduring tension between power and responsibility, between human desire and the natural order. As the sun descended, casting long, soft shadows across the clearing, I recalled the moments of tension, fear, and revelation. The elk had tested our courage, our patience, and our morality. It had forced us to confront our impulses, our assumptions, and our limitations. Each encounter had been a lesson, each observation a fragment of a larger truth we were only beginning to comprehend. Claire finally spoke, her voice steady yet tinged with wonder. "We have seen what most will never see. We have touched a reality beyond ordinary perception. It is not for the faint of heart or the impatient, but it is real, and it has changed us." I nodded, feeling the weight of her words settle deep within me. Change was inevitable. The forest and its guardian had altered our perspectives, our instincts, and perhaps even the essence of who we were. Night fell, and with it came a quiet stillness that felt sacred. Stars shimmered above, distant yet luminous, echoing the lessons of the forest with their silent constancy. We set up a modest camp, the fire casting flickering light on our thoughtful faces. Bill remained silent for a long moment, then finally spoke. "We leave here with more than survival. We carry understanding, respect, and the humility that comes with encountering something beyond our control. That is the true gift." Sleep was fitful but deep, filled with dreams of shadowed forests, the wrong elk's glowing eyes, and the rhythmic pulse of unseen forces. When I awoke, the sun was rising over a distant ridge, bathing the world in soft light. The forest behind us was now a place of memory, a sacred space that had tested and transformed us. I felt an enduring connection to it, a quiet responsibility to honor the lessons learned. As we finally emerged onto open land, the forest receding behind us like a silent sentinel, Claire and I paused, looking back one last time. The wrong elk had vanished from sight, yet its presence remained imprinted upon our hearts and minds. We understood that its role was not to haunt, but to guide, not to punish, but to illuminate. Its influence would remain, subtle yet profound, shaping our actions, decisions, and perceptions in ways both immediate and long-term. Bill turned to us, a faint smile on his face, the first sign of emotion he had openly shown throughout the journey. "Remember," he said, "the forest is always watching, the wrong elk is always teaching, and we are forever changed. Let that knowledge guide you, and share it only in the way it deserves, through understanding, not explanation." Claire and I nodded, understanding the gravity of his words. The forest and its guardian had offered us a covenant, a sacred lesson etched into the very fibers of our being. The journey had concluded physically, but its impact would endure for a lifetime, shaping every thought, every choice, every interaction. As we walked further into the sunlight, leaving the shadowed trees behind, I felt a profound sense of closure, tempered by reverence and humility. The wrong elk had not merely tested our skills or courage, it had redefined our understanding of the natural world, our role within it, and the responsibility that comes with true knowledge. The forest had been a crucible, and we had emerged tempered, enlightened, and forever aware of the delicate balance that governs all life. The journey was over, yet the lessons endured, quiet yet indelible. We had witnessed something extraordinary, something that would remain with us in every step we took, a guiding force that required patience, respect, and an unwavering acknowledgement of forces greater than ourselves. The wrong elk had taught us to see, to listen, to understand, and to honor. And as we continued onward, the memory of its presence became a beacon, a reminder that some truths cannot be spoken freely, yet must be carried always in heart, mind, and spirit. The morning light stretched across the horizon, soft and gentle, yet carrying the weight of every trial we had endured. Claire and I walked silently, the open land before us a stark contrast to the shadowed, pulsating depths of the forest we had left behind. Every step felt measured, deliberate, as if the earth itself reminded us of the covenant we had formed, the understanding we carried like a hidden flame. The wrong elk's lessons lingered in the quiet spaces between our thoughts, subtle yet unrelenting, shaping the rhythm of our breath, the cadence of our steps, and the angle of our gaze. Bill trailed slightly behind, his presence a grounding anchor. There was no urgency in his stride, only the awareness of someone intimately attuned to forces far beyond ordinary comprehension. "Do not mistake freedom for simplicity," he said, his voice soft, but carrying undeniable authority. "The forest may seem behind you, yet its influence remains. The wrong elk's guidance is not bound by proximity. Remember, awareness is perpetual, patience is eternal, and understanding requires continual cultivation." I absorbed his words, feeling the truth resonate deep within, each syllable carving a lasting impression on the framework of my perception. Claire paused at the edge of a gentle stream, the water catching sunlight in shifting diamonds. She knelt, letting her fingers trace the surface, rippling patterns across her skin. "It watches, even in absence," she murmured, and we watched too, differently now. We understand the forest, its creatures, its rhythms, in ways we never did before. The locket pulsed faintly in her hand, a subtle heartbeat that connected past encounters to the present moment, reminding us that the wrong elk's influence was not an event, but a continuum, a living, breathing reality that demanded reverence and contemplation. I remembered the night of the first encounter, the oppressive silence, the way the wrong elk's eyes glowed with intelligence and challenge. That moment had shifted everything, breaking the boundaries of my assumptions and forcing me into a new consciousness. Every detail of the forest, the way shadows moved, the whisper of leaves, the sudden stillness of birds now carried meaning, a language I had only begun to decode. I realized that the journey had not been about hunting or mastery, but about awakening to truths beyond conventional perception, truths that reshaped the very lens through which life was experienced. We reached a small ridge overlooking the valley below, the view expansive and breathtaking. Light spilled across the landscape, illuminating distant forests, winding rivers, and scattered wildlife. There was serenity in the vista, yet beneath it lingered a subtle tension, a reminder that beauty and danger, knowledge and uncertainty, coexist in delicate balance. Claire exhaled slowly, eyes reflecting the vastness before us. "We carry something now," she said, "a responsibility, knowledge that cannot be ignored, and a choice how to honor it, how to live with it." Bill nodded, his gaze steady. "Choices are the measure of comprehension. We act, or we falter. The wrong elk has taught you well, yet the test is ongoing. Remember this, the world beyond the forest is no less complex, no less demanding. Patience, observation, and humility are tools you must wield every day." I understood immediately. The forest's lessons were not confined to the shadowed trees. They were portable, enduring, guiding principles that extended into every interaction, every decision, every silent moment of reflection. We camped near the ridge that night, the sky a canvas of stars, constellations ancient and unwavering. The fire's glow painted our faces with warmth, but beneath it lay a shared consciousness of vigilance, a subtle awareness that the forest's pulse persisted within us. Bill remained quiet, meditative, while Claire and I exchanged glances that spoke volumes. Words were secondary. The understanding was immediate and profound. Each of us carried a fragment of the wrong elk's presence, a living reminder that life's mysteries demand respect, patience, and discernment. Sleep came gradually, heavy yet restorative. filled with dreams of shadowed forests, glimmering eyes, and hidden pathways. I dreamed of the wrong elk moving silently through trees, its form both alien and familiar, a symbol of challenges faced and lessons internalized. The dream was neither comforting nor terrifying. It was neutral, instructive, urging clarity and reflection. Upon waking, the sun's first light revealed a world unchanged externally but forever altered within. Every sound, every breeze, every scent resonated differently. The forest's imprint now inseparable from my consciousness. Our descent into the valley was deliberate, contemplative. Claire walked with steady determination, her locket a quiet beacon of continuity. Bill's presence behind us was reassuring, a sentinel of insight and wisdom, silently guiding, subtly reminding us of the covenant we had embraced. I felt a profound connection to the land, the animals, the light, and the shadows, an understanding that perception alone was not enough. Comprehension demanded attention, respect, and application. As we emerged onto open plains, the forest receding into memory, a subtle melancholy settled over us. The wrong elk had vanished, its lessons complete, yet its presence lingered in Ekozan, enduring awareness, a silent covenant, a constant reminder that knowledge bears responsibility. Claire finally spoke, her voice carrying quiet determination. "We have been changed. There is no return to the ordinary. Only the vigilant, the observant, and the humble can carry what we now hold." I nodded, understanding fully. The journey had ended, yet the covenant remained, an eternal pulse shaping perception, action, and thought. Bill stopped, turning to face us. His eyes were steady, reflective. "Remember this. Understanding is fragile. Comprehension is eternal. You carry what the forest has entrusted. Protect it, honor it, live with it. Share it only through demonstration, not declaration." That is the legacy of the wrong elk. His words hung in the air, weighty and deliberate, a final instruction, a seal upon the journey. We continued, steps measured, hearts attuned, minds alert. The sun rose higher, casting long shadows across the plains, yet within us, a quiet illumination persisted. The forest's rhythm had become part of our own. The wrong elk's teachings embedded in every thought, every action, every reflection. Awareness had become instinct, observation a habit, humility a constant companion. As the horizon expanded before us, I realized the truth of the journey. The wrong elk was not merely a creature of the forest, but a mirror, a teacher, a guide. Its lessons extended beyond fear or awe, beyond survival or mastery, into the realm of understanding, patience, and respect. We had faced a challenge that transcended the ordinary, emerging not just with memories, but with comprehension, a covenant that demanded guardianship, introspection, and integrity. And so, as the light grew brighter and the forest faded into memory, I understood that endings are never final. They are continuations in disguise, opportunities for reflection, application, and reverence. The wrong elk had vanished, yet it remained an enduring force, a subtle guide, a living testament to the truths that surpass ordinary perception. We were hunters, yes, yet also students, witnesses, and custodians of knowledge beyond the ordinary. With every step forward, the lessons remained. With every breath, the covenant endured. And with every moment, the wrong elk's presence, quiet, enigmatic, transformative, reminded us that some truths cannot be fully spoken, only lived, honored, and remembered. The first time I heard the name Hollow Moose, I thought it was just a joke whispered by bored fishermen who had too much whiskey on their tongues. But when the fire crackles low in a cabin and the night presses like a hand against the windows, the locals speak of it in tones that make the air heavier, and they tell you never under any circumstances to look at it, not even once, not even if you think you must. Welcome back. If you're listening to this and you haven't already subscribed, take a moment to do so, and let me know in the comments if you've ever heard of creatures that townsfolk insist on ignoring. My name is Daniel Hale, and I never believed in ghost stories or folklore, not until I came here, not until I set my eyes where they should never have lingered. I had been a park ranger for nearly 10 years, and in those years I built a reputation not for bravery, not for charisma, but for my uncanny patience. The kind of patience that lets you stand completely still as a black bear sniffs at your shoulder, or when you have to coax a lost child out of the woods, while every shadow looks like it's shifting. Patience, and maybe stubbornness, that was my defining trait. what made me memorable to anyone who worked with me. People used to joke that if something unexplainable ever happened, I'd be the last man standing, staring it down without flinching. They were wrong. The assignment came in autumn, when the forest wears its blood-colored leaves like a shroud and the wind smells of damp soil and wood smoke. I was sent to a small northern township called Grey Pines, not even a dot on most maps. The kind of place where the gas station doubles as the grocery store and everyone knows the make of your truck before they know your name. They needed an extra ranger for the season, someone who could cover wide, empty trails where people rarely wandered, but where, occasionally, a hunter or hiker would vanish without proper explanation. The official reports always blamed hypothermia, getting lost, accidents, but locals whispered differently. They whispered about the hollow moose. The first time I heard it mentioned, it was in the diner on Main Street. The smell of frying bacon and burnt coffee clung to the walls, and through the greasy window I could see mist rolling in off the lake. Two old men sat in the corner, faces carved with wrinkles deep as canyons, speaking low as if the air itself was eavesdropping. One of them caught me listening, and his eyes narrowed. "Best not look at it," he muttered, words sharp as broken glass. "The hollow moose, don't even think on it." His friend elbowed him, muttering something I couldn't catch, and then both of them fell silent. But it was too late. My curiosity was hooked. You have to understand, when you spend years in forests, you know their voices. Every creak of a tree, every sudden silence of birds, every shifting shadow. You build a catalogue of what belongs and what doesn't. And the moment the hollow moose was spoken into existence for me, I felt something shift, as though the forest itself was aware I had heard its secret. That night, when I walked back to my cabin, the wind carried the musk of pine and decay, and every branch scraping against the roof felt intentional, a warning. Still, I didn't believe, not at first. I told myself the hollow moose was nothing more than a local ghost story, something to scare off outsiders, or a piece of folklore to give children chills before bed. But I noticed the patterns. I noticed how the townsfolk avoided the northern trails near Blackwater Marsh, how their gazes dropped when the subject arose, how a hush fell over any room where someone dared to mention the creature. Their fear wasn't performative, it was bone deep, and that made me want to see it. One evening, Sheriff Carver invited me for coffee in his office, a small, wood-paneled room that smelled of tobacco and leather. He leaned back in his chair, his hat tilted low, his eyes the pale grey of smoke. "You'll hear about it," he said, stirring sugar into his cup with a slow hand. "The hollow moose. Folks will warn you. Best advice I can give. Listen to them. Don't look. If you hear it, turn away. If you feel it, run. If you see it." He stopped there, jaw tightening as though the words themselves might invite something into the room. I laughed, because that's what I did when fear tried to settle in my chest. "Come on, Sheriff, you don't believe that, do you?" His eyes didn't blink. "I've buried too many people who thought the same. It should have ended there. I should have respected the silence of the town, the hush in the diner, the steel in the sheriff's voice. But curiosity is its own kind of hunger, gnawing and insistent. That hunger would lead me into the woods, into a darkness that smelled of iron and rot, towards something that should never be looked at, something that waits with patience greater than my own. And by the time I understood what the hollow moose really was, it was already too late. The forest has a way of holding its breath when something is wrong, as though the trees themselves are unwilling to exhale. And the silence becomes so complete that you begin to hear your own pulse echoing in your ears. And that was the silence I felt during my first patrol near Blackwater Marsh, the place the locals avoided with a devotion that was almost religious. The marsh was a broad sprawl of reeds and stagnant pools, water dark as oil, with a film of algae that shimmered faintly under the moonlight, and the smell was a mix of sulfur and wet earth that clung to your throat and made every breath feel heavier than the last. My boots sank slightly into the spongy soil, and each step sounded too loud, as though my presence alone was intruding on something sacred. I told myself I was imagining it, that the rumors had already rooted too deep into my head. But then I noticed the absence of frogs, of insects, of owls, no sound at all except the crunch of my boots and the faint drip of water from the trees. I raised my flashlight, the beams slicing through fog, and for a moment I thought I saw antlers. Enormous, twisted shapes rising just above the reeds, antlers that seemed too broad, too jagged to belong to any normal moose. But the beam wavered, and when I blinked, they were gone. as though the mist itself had shaped them to mock me. I pressed forward, because stubbornness was my armor, though in the pit of my stomach something squirmed uneasily. That night I couldn't sleep. In my cabin the walls felt thin, the wood creaking with every gust of wind, and the scent of damp earth seemed to have followed me inside. I left the lamp on, telling myself it was for convenience, but the truth was, darker I couldn't stand the thought of the room being swallowed by shadows. Just before dawn, when exhaustion began to dull my senses, I heard it. Not outside, not from the woods, from within the cabin itself, deep and hollow, like a groan dragged through an empty tunnel, low enough to rattle the glass of the window. The sound made every hair on my arms rise. I sat up, straining to listen, but it faded quickly, dissolving into the whistle of wind. The next morning, over coffee at the diner, I asked one of the waitresses, a woman in her 50s named Claire, if she had ever heard strange noises at night. She froze mid-pour, her hand trembling slightly as coffee spilled over the rim of the cup. Without looking at me, she whispered, "Don't talk about it. Not here, not anywhere." Then she turned and walked away, shoulders stiff, eyes fixed on the floor. Every local around me had gone quiet, and I realized then that their silence wasn't born from superstition, it was survival. It was later that day, while walking one of the outer trails, that I met Nathaniel. He was a wiry man in his early 30s, beard scruffy, eyes constantly scanning the tree line as if expecting it to move. He wasn't a ranger, but a hunter who lived on the edge of town in a shack, strung with traps and pelts. I had heard whispers about him. Some called him unstable. Others claimed he was the only one who truly knew the forest's secrets. He stepped out from the trees suddenly, startling me, his rifle slung over one shoulder. "You've been out near the marsh," he said flatly, not as a question but a statement. I nodded. "It's my job. Cover the trails. Keep an eye out for anyone lost." His mouth twitched into something that wasn't quite a smile. "You think you're keeping watch, but you don't understand what's watching you." I tried to laugh it off, but his stare was sharp, unwavering. "You've seen it then?" I asked, my tone caught between sarcasm and genuine curiosity. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small charm antlers, carved from bone, bound together with red thread. He pressed it into my hand with surprising force. "Don't look at it," he said. "If you do, it will hollow you out, same as the others." When I opened my palm, the charm felt cold, too cold for something pulled from a warm pocket. Before I could ask him more, he had already turned, disappearing into the woods like a shadow melting into deeper shade. I stood there for a long time, staring at the charm, at the twisted imitation of antlers bound in thread, and felt a prickle at the back of my neck, as though eyes were tracing every line of my posture. That evening the wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of rot so strong it made my stomach churn, and for a moment I swore I heard antlers dragging across the cabin roof, scraping wood with slow, deliberate weight. My flashlight revealed nothing, but I couldn't shake the sensation that something immense was circling just beyond the reach of light. Patient, waiting. The charm Nathaniel gave me sat heavy in my pocket, and though I wanted to throw it into the fire, I couldn't bring myself to let go. The locals' warnings, the sheriff's silence, Nathaniel's desperate eyes, they were all trying to tell me the same thing, but it was too late. Curiosity had already taken root, and even as dread grew thicker around me, I knew I would return to Blackwater Marsh. I had to see, I had to know. The next week blurred into a pattern of restless nights and uneasy patrols, each day carrying the weight of something unseen pressing closer. And though I tried to drown my nerves in routine checking trails, clearing debris, marking maps, I could feel the hollow moose in every silence, in every rustle that ended too soon, as if the forest itself paused to listen. Sleep came only in fragments, shallow dreams where I wandered swamps that stretched on forever, antlers rising from the reeds like dead branches, eyes gleaming with a light that had no source, and when I awoke, I often found the bedsheets damp with sweat, my throat raw from gasping. One morning, Sheriff Carver stopped by the cabin. His boots left deep impressions in the damp soil, and he stood at my door for a long time before knocking, his hat pulled low as though trying to hide from daylight. "Heard you've been talking to Nathaniel," he said, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. His voice carried the edge of warning. "Man's got stories thicker than tree bark, and most of them will rot your mind if you let them." I leaned against the table, the bone charm heavy in my pocket. He seemed convinced, I replied. Convinced enough to warn me. The sheriff's jaw tightened. There are some things you don't want warnings for. Best let them stay as whispers. You keep poking, you'll end up like the others. What others? I pressed, but he didn't answer, only glanced at the walls as though afraid they were listening, then left without another word. His silence was worse than anything Nathaniel had said, because silence holds truths too sharp to speak. That evening, as dusk settled and the sky bruised purple, I walked the trail toward the marsh again, though my body begged me not to. I carried my flashlight, but its beam seemed swallowed by the fog, barely piercing the distance. The reeds rustled with no wind. Somewhere in the stillness, a faint sound rose, a hollow groan, long and low, vibrating in the earth itself. And I froze, my lungs clenched, every instinct screaming at me to turn back. The sound shifted, like antlers scraping against bark, deliberate, heavy. I forced myself to keep walking, each step quieter, the smell of stagnant water thickening until it coated my tongue. Then, through the mist, I saw movement, not the whole beast, but fragments, the curve of an antler impossibly high above the reeds, the shadow of a head that seemed larger than a horse, its outline warping like heat haze. My body wanted to collapse, but my eyes clung to the sight, hungry, desperate. I remembered Nathaniel's warning, don't look. But what do you do when the thing you're not meant to see demands all of your attention? The creature, or the idea of it, stood still, silent now, a vast silhouette with hollows where flesh should be, gaps that showed the fog behind it, as if it were made of absence rather than substance. My hand trembled, the flashlight beam shivering across reeds, and then I felt an immense pressure against my mind, like a gaze not of eyes but of emptiness itself, burrowing deep, rooting around in my thoughts. I stumbled back, nearly falling into the mud, heart pounding so hard it hurt. I don't remember how long I stood there before I managed to turn and run, branches whipping at my arms, the forest echoing with nothing but my own frantic breaths. When I reached the cabin, I collapsed against the door, chest heaving. The charm burned cold against my palm when I clutched it. That night, as I tried to force sleep, I heard voices just beyond the walls, whispers, not in English or any language I knew, but in tones that vibrated with hollow resonance, calling, pulling. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw antlers in the dark, shifting closer. The next day I went to find Nathaniel. His shack stood at the edge of the forest, reeking of smoke and damp hides. He opened the door before I knocked, eyes bloodshot, hands shaking. You looked at it, he said. No greeting, no question, just certainty. I admitted nothing, but my silence was enough. He grabbed my wrist, his grip iron strong, and pulled me inside. The interior was cluttered with charms, bones, threads, jars of cloudy liquid. You've let it inside, he muttered, pacing. That's how it works. You give it a glance, just a glance, and it hollows you out piece by piece. First sleep, then memory, then the body. Then how are you still alive? I demanded, trying to mask my fear. He stopped pacing, his face a map of exhaustion. Because I never looked fully, I learned to see without seeing. But you stared. The air in the shack grew colder, the shadows lengthening though the sun outside was bright. Nathaniel pressed the bone charm tighter into my palm. Keep it with you always. It won't save you forever, but it might slow the hollowing. His voice cracked, desperation spilling through. Don't go. By the 5th week, I no longer trusted myself. Not my memories, not my eyes, not the hands that sometimes trembled as if they had already been commanded by something else. Every day I woke unsure whether I had dreamed or lived the night before, and the mirror showed a face that seemed thinner, paler, with shadows under the eyes that looked more like bruises than exhaustion. My reflection no longer blinked in time with me. Sometimes it blinked slower, sometimes not at all. Claire was the one who broke the silence. She found me sitting alone in the diner long after closing, staring at a cup of coffee gone cold. You're changing, she said, her voice trembling even as she forced herself to sit across from me. That's how it begins. People look, they get hollowed, their laughter fades, their words thin out, and then they just disappear. Some leave bodies behind, some don't. I wanted to deny it, but her eyes said she had seen it before, seen friends and family dissolve into husks of themselves. Then why are you still here? I asked, voice ragged. Because someone has to be, she whispered. Someone has to warn the rest. Her hand brushed mine, a small touch, grounding me for a moment. but I saw the fear in her eyes. She wasn't sure I was still me. Nathaniel came to me again that night, dragging me out into the forest with wild urgency. His shack had grown worse since my last visit, charms broken, jars shattered, strange markings scrawled across the walls in ash. He lit a lantern and held it close to my face. "You're hollowing," he muttered, teeth clenched. "I can see it in your eyes. Once it finishes, you won't resist anymore. You'll lead others without knowing, same as the rest." "What does it want?" I demanded, my voice breaking. "Why us?" He shook his head, hair falling into his eyes. "It isn't want like you think. It doesn't eat, doesn't hunt. It empties. It takes what makes us whole and leaves the shell walking, talking, spreading its gaze to others. You've felt it, haven't you? That pressure in your chest, that need to go back." I thought of the marsh, the pull in my gut that dragged me toward its fog, the voice whispering, "Look again," and I couldn't deny it. My silence was answer enough. Nathaniel pressed a hand against his forehead, trembling. "There's no killing it. I've tried. Fire, bullets, traps, it passes through all of it like smoke. Only thing you can do is resist. But resistance doesn't last forever." He looked at me then, really looked, eyes burning with the knowledge of someone who had lived too long under its shadow. "When you break, Daniel, it won't just take you. It'll take whoever's closest." The words stuck to me like barbed wire. Claire's face flashed in my mind, and the guilt twisted deeper. I stumbled back to the cabin with the weight of his warning heavy in my bones. But as soon as I closed the door, I heard the sound again, scraping antlers against the roof. Slow, deliberate, circling. I didn't turn on the light. I didn't move. I just sat in the dark, clutching the bone charm so hard it cut into my palm, waiting for the sound to end. It didn't. Days blurred. More people vanished. A logger named Peter never returned from his shift. A young boy disappeared from his yard. Search parties went out, but the town's silence grew heavier, resignation thick in the air. No one said the name, but everyone knew. And every time someone disappeared, I felt it in my chest, a hollow ache, as if a piece of me had been scooped out and replaced with fog. One night I dreamed again, but this time it wasn't the marsh. I was in the diner, sitting across from Claire. Her face was pale, her eyes hollow, her smile stretched too wide. "You'll bring me next," she said, voice echoing with the same empty vibration I'd heard in the marsh. I woke choking, her words lodged in my throat. When I saw her the next morning, alive, real, standing behind the counter, I couldn't meet her gaze. She noticed, she always noticed. "It's inside you," she said softly, sliding me a cup of coffee. "But you're still fighting. I can see that too." She hesitated, then added, "Don't let it take me." I didn't promise her I couldn't, because deep inside, beneath fear and denial, a darker truth gnawed at me. I wasn't sure I had a choice anymore. The hollow moose wasn't just around me, it was in me, patient, waiting, hollowing me out, piece by piece, and sooner or later, I would lead her straight to it. I began losing time more often, entire stretches of hours dissolving like mist the moment I tried to recall them. And each time I came back to myself, I was closer to the marsh. Once I found myself standing knee-deep in the reeds at twilight, the water icy against my skin, my flashlight dead in my hand, though I hadn't remembered turning it off. And in the distance I heard laughter, soft, broken laughter that sounded like Claire's voice but stretched thin, hollow, wrong. I stumbled back to the cabin, heart hammering, mud clinging to my boots like proof of guilt, and though I scrubbed at them until my hands bled, I couldn't wash away the certainty that I had been led there, or worse, that I had led myself. Sheriff Carver confronted me the next day. He cornered me outside the ranger station, his face gaunt, eyes ringed with shadows like bruises. "It's using you," he hissed, gripping my arm tight enough to bruise. "Don't you see? That's how it spreads. People like you, people too stubborn to look away. It hollows you, then it makes you its lure. How many have vanished since you got here?" His voice broke on the last word, and I realized his anger was only grief sharpened into a blade. "I didn't take them," I whispered, though the words felt thin, fragile, even to me. "You don't have to," he said, and let go of my arm as if it disgusted him to touch me. "That thing walks you like a dog on a leash, and when it's done, there won't be anything left to bury." His words haunted me, but what weighed heavier was Nathaniel's warning, "When you break, it won't just take you, it'll take whoever's closest." That night I dreamed of Claire again. This time she stood in the marsh, waist deep in black water, her hair dripping, her eyes empty. She lifted her hands toward me and whispered, "You're bringing me, aren't you?" And I woke with her name on my lips, sweat soaking the sheets. I tried to avoid her after that. I skipped the diner, patrolled different trails, but she found me anyway, standing outside the cabin one morning, arms folded against the cold. "You can't shut me out," she said, her tone soft but unyielding. "If it's already in you, you need someone real to remind you what's left. Otherwise you'll be gone faster. Being near me puts you in danger," I muttered. She shrugged, though her eyes betrayed fear. "So does living here. We all made our peace with that a long time ago." Nathaniel appeared not long after, storming into the cabin without knocking, his eyes wild. "You've been walking in your sleep," he spat, pacing like a caged animal. "Don't bother denying Ativik seen your tracks near the marsh at night. You think you're resisting, but every step is a thread pulling you deeper. That's how it works. It doesn't take you all at once. It drags you piece by piece until you walk into its jaws smiling." I clenched the charm in my fist, the bone points digging into my skin. "There has to be a way to fight it." "There isn't," he snapped, but his voice cracked, betraying doubt. He slumped into a chair, head in his hands. "I've tried everything. Fire, salt, blood sacrifices. Nothing holds. The hollow moose isn't a beast. It isn't even alive. It's emptiness given shape. How do you fight nothing?" The room felt smaller with his words, shadows lengthening across the walls. I wanted to argue, but deep inside I knew he was right. You can't kill hunger. You can't kill void. That night the pull was stronger. I woke standing in the doorway of the cabin, barefoot, the charm still clenched in my hand, its thread frayed as though gnawed. Outside, fog clung to the trees, and between the trunks I saw the faint silhouette of antlers swaying, impossibly wide, impossibly tall, moving with the wind, though there was no wind. A voice followed, hollow and patient. "Bring them." My knees buckled, breath torn from me. For a moment I thought of Claire, of her hand brushing mine in the diner, of her voice begging me not to let it take her, and the thought was a knife twisting in my chest. I slammed the door shut, pressing my back against it, whispering to myself over and over, "Not her, not her." But the truth was clear, ringing in my skull with every beat of my heart. It didn't matter what I whispered. The hollow moose was already inside me, and sooner or later I would bring her anyway. The morning Claire vanished. The air tasted like metal, sharp and acrid, as though the forest itself had bled during the night. I woke with mud on my calves, my nails caked with soil, and when I stumbled outside, the mist hung low, swallowing the trees, carrying with it the faint echo of her laugh. For a heartbeat I convinced myself she was waiting just beyond the tree line. But when I called her name, the woods gave nothing back but silence, heavy and knowing. By noon the town was searching. Sheriff Carver organized volunteers, though he barely looked at me. When I offered to help, his lip curled. "Haven't you done enough?" he said in a voice so low it was nearly a growl. His words struck harder than a fist, not because I believed them, but because part of me feared they were true. Nathaniel confronted me that night, his lantern light cutting through the fog as he stormed into the cabin. "She's gone because of you," he said, voice ragged. "I told you not to let her near. I warned you what would happen, but you let her follow. You let her care, and now it has her." I wanted to argue, but the truth sat like stone in my throat. I remembered her standing in the diner, smiling softly as she slid me a cup of coffee. I remembered her eyes the night she said, "If it's already in you, you need someone real to remind you." And I remembered the voice in the fog, whispering, "Bring them." I hadn't brought her, not willingly, but the line between will and surrender had blurred until I could no longer tell the difference. The town turned on me quickly. Eyes lingered when I walked past. Conversations stopped. I caught murmurs, "Outsider," cursed, "hollow." Someone painted an antlered skull on my cabin door, the black lines dripping like tar. When I tried to scrub it off, the wood beneath still seemed darker, stained as though the mark had burned itself into the grain. That night, in the restless haze between waking and dream, I saw her. Claire stood in the marsh again, the water lapping at her waist, her hair plastered to her face, but her eyes glowed faintly now, pale like moonlight through smoke, and when she smiled, it was stretched too wide, her teeth too sharp. She lifted her hand, beckoning. "It's not so bad," she whispered, though her lips didn't move. "Come see." I jolted awake, the charm slipping from my hand onto the floor. Its bone tips had cracked, hairline fractures spreading like veins. Nathaniel was sitting in the corner, staring at me, his face pale. "You saw her," he said flatly, as though he had read it from my expression. "It's already wearing her. She's gone." "No," I whispered, though the word felt like glass breaking in my throat. "She's still in there." Nathaniel shook his head, his eyes shining with something that was almost pity. "That's how it tricks you. It shows you their face so you'll follow. You'll follow right into the water, smiling, just like the rest." But he was wrong. I had felt something in her voice, a tremor, a thread that was still hers, still fighting. I clung to it with the desperation of a drowning man clutching driftwood. I told myself that if it was wearing her, then she wasn't gone, not yet. And if she wasn't gone, then I still had a chance. The next day, I followed the pull willingly for the first time. I walked into the woods as dawn bled into the sky, mist curling around my boots, and though I knew it was leading me to her, I also knew it was leading me to ruin. Every step sank deeper into mud, the air thick with rot, until I reached the edge of the marsh. The water stretched before me, black and still, reflecting antlers that weren't there. And then I heard Itclair's voice, faint but unmistakable, calling my name from somewhere beyond the reeds. My chest seized, breath caught, and I stepped forward without thinking. The mud sucking at my legs, the water rising to my knees. Somewhere in the back of my skull, the hollow voice whispered its command again, "Bring them." But this time I whispered back, voice shaking but defiant, "I'm coming for her, not for you." The marsh had a smell that burned the lungs, thick and fetid, pulling me forward even as every nerve screamed to turn back. Fog curled around my legs, swallowing boots and reeds, and the water was black, cold, and merciless, lapping against my knees with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. Every step felt heavier than the last, as if the hollow moose itself pressed down from above, bending the very air into a trap. I kept the charm clutched in my hand, now cracked and fraying, whispering to myself that it might buy me time, though deep down I knew it was a flimsy shield. Then I saw it. Not a fragment, not a shadow, not a suggestion of antlers, through fog, but the hollow moose in full, standing taller than any moose I had ever known, its body vast, hollow in places, as though some of the forest itself had been carved away to form it. The antlers were impossible, twisted into shapes that defied geometry, stretching like branches into the grey sky. Its head turned, and the hollow eyes met mine, not looking at me but through me, boring into the empty spaces inside my chest. A shiver ran down my spine, pure fear, yet I couldn't look away. The creature moved with a patience that mocked the laws of weight and distance. Each step across the waterless patches of marsh, soft but deliberate, resonating through my bones. My chest ached, a hollow tug from the inside, the pull of something that wanted me to surrender, to kneel, to let it take control. "Claire," I whispered, testing the sound, and for a brief, impossible moment, I thought I saw her face among the shifting shadows of the creature's hollowed form. Her eyes blinked at me, faint light flickering behind them, and my chest tightened. "It's not too late," I told myself, though the void around it seemed to laugh at my resolve. The creature shifted again, antlers scraping reeds and dead branches, producing a sound both hollow and bone deep, vibrating through the fog like a wordless command. "Bring them." I shook my head, choking back the impulse to obey. My hands tightened around the charm, teeth clenching, and I realized that this was the first time I had resisted fully, not because the creature had stopped, but because something inside me the part still Then it lunged, not like an animal, not with speed, but like gravity bending, as if it existed partly in another dimension, its form stretching impossibly toward me. I stumbled backward, mud sucking at my boots, but I kept my gaze fixed. "I won't bring her to you." My voice, hoarse and small against the size of the creature, was enough to make the fog twist, curling around the antlers like smoke caught on branches. A sudden crack split the air. The charm, which I had pressed to my chest, flared with a faint pale light, and for a moment the creature recoiled, antlers swaying, hollow eyes narrowing. Nathaniel's words returned in my memory. "It doesn't eat, it doesn't hunt, it empties." I realized that the charm wasn't just protection, it was an anchor, a tether to what remained of my own self, a reminder that the hollow moose only had power if I let it. I stumbled forward, stepping into water that had risen to my waist without noticing, reaching toward the shadow of Claire, flickering among the antlers. "I'm taking her back," I shouted, voice cracking with desperation. The fog churned, The hollow eyes glimmered faintly like dying stars. But I moved anyway, each step a challenge to the pull inside my chest. The hollow moose let out a sound like a groaning tree trunk, a deep resonance that seemed to shake the fog itself. And I felt it trying to reach into my mind, filling me with visions of despair. The town blaming me, of her face blank and empty, of endless marsh stretching to infinity. I clenched my teeth, repeating her name over and over, forcing my mind back from the edge. Claire, Claire. And then, as if the world held its breath, she stepped forward, partially freed from the twisting shadows. Her eyes, pale and glowing, met mine. "Daniel," she whispered, voice faint but hers. "Take me." The charm burned bright, a hot, pure pain in my palm, and I grabbed her hand through the hollowed space of the creature, pulling her toward myself, dragging her free from the bending shape of antlers and void. The hollow moose reared, a mass of impossible angles, fog curling like smoke as it shrieked, a sound that threatened to hollow the forest. The town of grey pines had grown restless. The disappearance of Claire, the strange fog that now lingered more often, and the whispers of the hollow moose circling the edges of the forest had left a palpable tension in the air, like static before a storm. Windows were shuttered early, doors bolted, and every adult seemed to carry a silent fear, walking just a little faster, eyes darting to the tree line whenever a shadow shifted. I had returned with Claire, but the relief was short-lived. The creature had not retreated, had learned, waited, and watched. We met with Nathaniel at the diner, the place quiet except for the creaking of floorboards and the occasional drip from the leaky ceiling. He spread a tattered map of the forest across the table, pointing at areas the locals had always avoided. "It doesn't just stalk one," he said, his voice low, almost a growl. "It marks territory. Every hollowing, every shadow it leaves a path. And now, with you and her surviving, it knows you're aware. That makes you a target." Claire leaned over the map, her glowing eyes dimmer now, but still faintly luminous. "We can't just hide. If it's patient enough, it'll wait until we're vulnerable. We have to confront it." I swallowed hard, the memory of its hollow gaze fresh in my mind. But she was right. Running would not save anyone. Not her, not me, not anyone who stumbled too close. We spent hours planning. The town would help. Volunteers armed with every lantern, flare, and charm we could muster. Nathaniel instructed them carefully: avoid direct eye contact, use the charms to anchor themselves, and never enter the marsh alone. As night fell, the fog rolled in thick, swallowing the edges of town, creeping down Main Street like living smoke. Lanterns flickered in windows, and the town gathered at the edge of the forest, weapons ready, eyes wide and trembling. I gripped Claire's hand tightly, feeling her pulse, her warmth anchoring me. She squeezed back, a silent promise that we could do this together. Then it emerged. The hollow moose stepped from the mist, taller, more grotesque than ever, antlers twisting like skeletal branches, hollow patches of its body yawning as though the forest itself had been consumed. Its eyes were voids of pulsing light, focusing not just on us, but the entire town, challenging every heartbeat, every breath. The air vibrated with its presence, a low resonance that made teeth ache and bones tremble. It began circling, slow, deliberate, forcing us to form a line, volunteers between it and the town. Nathaniel raised the first flare, hissing at everyone to light their charms. Pale glows spread across the field as the townsfolk followed his instructions, hands shaking but steady. The creature reacted immediately, recoiling from the light, then advancing again with an intelligence that felt almost human, anticipating every move, countering every flare. Claire stepped forward, her voice steady. "It's using fear. If we hold it, we can weaken it." I looked at her, astonished at the calm she displayed, and realized that the time she spent partially hollowed had taught her its rhythms, its habits. "It thrives on hesitation," she said. "Move forward, anchor your will, show it we aren't afraid." We did. Together, we advanced, hand in hand, lanterns raised high, charms glowing. The hollow moose shrieked, a sound that seemed to pierce the very fog, a hollow, bone-deep roar that made stomachs churn. But we did not falter. Every inch we moved, we pulled townsfolk with us, their courage bolstered by our defiance. Then, the plot twist no one anticipated. It split, not physically, but as though the fog itself was a projection, creating multiple forms, each antlered and hollow, pressing from every angle. Panic rippled through the line. People shouted, some ran, and the creature's resonance tried to invade minds, whispering fears, showing visions of loss and despair. I gripped Claire tighter, chanting her name like a mantra. Anchor, 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 anchor. She nodded, understanding without speaking. And together we led a coordinated strike, light, sound, and movement, converging on the original form. Focusing not on fear but on connection, on presence. The hollow moose shrieked again, then faltered. Its hollowed body quivered, patches of darkness splintering, and for the first time, it hesitated. The fog thinned around it. Nathaniel barked orders, guiding townsfolk to push forward, and we saw it. The void behind its eyes flickering, almost human for a heartbeat. With one final push, Claire and I stepped into the center of the marsh, holding our charms high, chanting, standing tall against the void. The creature let out a final, ear-shattering groan, the fog twisting violently, and then it collapsed, not dead, not gone, but weakened, hollowing patches closing, retreating into the depths of the forest. The mist lifted slowly, sunlight breaking through for the first time in weeks, and the town exhaled collectively, relief mingling with awe. Claire and I leaned on each other, breathing hard, mud and sweat clinging to our clothes. We had survived, faced the impossible, and proven that the hollow moose, for all its power, could be resisted when courage, presence, and connection were wielded as weapons. Nathaniel approached, eyes soft but wary. "This isn't over," he said. "It waits, always. You've won today, but tomorrow." He trailed off, looking toward the receding fog. I didn't respond. I only held Claire's hand, feeling the warmth of life, of resistance, of hope. And for the first time, I believed that no matter how hollow the world tried to become, some things, courage, love, will could never be taken. The forest of grey pines never looked the same after that night. Even weeks later, the mist lingered longer, and the trees seemed to hum with a quiet, watchful energy. People whispered in the diner about the hollow moose, some claiming they saw glimpses of antlers in the distance, shadows stretching where no creature should be. But the fear that had gripped the town was tempered now by a new feeling, reverence, understanding, and a careful respect for what lingered beyond comprehension. Claire and I returned to our cabin on the edge of the marsh, still muddy from our confrontation, but alive in ways we hadn't been before. The air was cleaner now, fragrant with pine and wet earth, carrying the faint warmth of sunlight breaking through morning fog. It was as though the forest itself acknowledged our survival, granting us a fragile peace. She brewed coffee, her hands steady, her eyes reflecting a softness that had been hidden beneath the faint glow of the hollowing. I watched her, the way the light caught in her hair, and for the first time in weeks, I felt a quiet normalcy, a tether back to life beyond fear. Nathaniel visited occasionally, guiding us in understanding the forest, teaching us how to respect the hollow moose without succumbing to it. He spoke little of the specifics, instead focusing on observation, patience, and grounding oneself in the tangible. "The hollow moose," he said one evening, leaning against the cabin doorway, "is not evil in the way humans are. It's a force, a reflection of what we neglect or fear. Respect it, but never challenge it with arrogance. That is how it claims the careless." The town gradually returned to routines. Lanterns were still placed at windows at night, charms hung in doorways, and parents warned children not to wander too far into the misty forest. Yet, despite the lingering caution, life carried on. I began documenting the events, not for fame, not for recognition, but as a record of courage, connection, and the strange, fragile equilibrium between humanity and forces that lurk just beyond the known. People came to listen, sometimes skeptical, sometimes afraid, but all respectful, their eyes flicking to the tree line as I recounted what we had endured. Even in reflection, the hollow moose was never entirely absent. On quiet nights, Claire and I would hear distant echoes, a low, resonant groan that made the hair on our arms stand. Sometimes, silhouettes with impossible antlers moved in the fog, disappearing before recognition could form. It reminded us that the forest was alive, a living entity with its own rules, and that courage was not about defeating every shadow, but about facing them with presence, will, and an unwavering commitment to the living. One evening, as we walked along the marsh's edge, Claire paused, eyes scanning the fog. "Do you think it remembers us?" she asked, voice soft. I nodded, feeling the weight of her question. "Yes," I said, "and maybe it waits, but not to harm. Perhaps to challenge us, to remind us we're alive, that fear is a choice, and courage is practiced. She smiled faintly, and for the first time, the hollow moose felt less like a predator and more like a teacher, grim and terrifying, but patient in its own way. We stood together, watching the fog curl across the water, breathing deeply, anchoring ourselves in the moment, knowing that what we survived would linger with us forever, not as trauma, but as knowledge and resilience. I turned to the camera I had set up by the cabin's window, a subtle nod to those who had watched this story unfold, and whispered, "Subscribe, comment, and remember, some truths are stranger than fiction, and sometimes looking closely into the unknown is the only way to see who you truly are." As the sun set behind the forest, painting the marsh in shades of gold and shadow, we walked back to the cabin hand in hand, feeling the pulse of life around us, the forest watching but no longer threatening. The hollow moose was still out there, but it no longer controlled our fear. We had faced it, survived, and learned that even in the darkest hollows, there is light if one chooses to see it. And in that choice, the town, Claire, and I found not just survival, but a story worth living and worth telling. One first time I saw the knot deer, I was 12 years old, standing barefoot in the dirt road outside my family's cabin, the summer air thick with the smell of pine and rain. Back then, I didn't have a name for it. I only knew that something was wrong, so wrong it pressed against the inside of my skull like a migraine, urging me to turn away. But I didn't. I watched it until it disappeared into the trees, and it watched Mitt's head tilted too far to the side, eyes wide, too human, too knowing. I never told anyone. Years later, when I became a forest ranger in the Appalachians, I learned that we have rules, unwritten, unspoken rules, the kind they don't put in the training manuals. Rules you only hear once you've been out in the woods long enough to earn the trust of the old rangers. Rule number 4 is simple. If you see the knot deer, you didn't. My name is Daniel Holt, 33 years old, stationed at Pine Hollow Ranger Station, a squat wooden building buried deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains. The official job description says, I'm responsible for monitoring wildlife, patrolling trails, assisting lost hikers, and maintaining the peace of the forest. But the real job, the part no one talks about, is keeping the peace with the forest. Most nights, that means routine patrols, the occasional rescue mission, and a lot of paperwork. But lately, it's been different. The forest feels charged. Like the air right before a thunderstorm. You start to notice small things, missing squirrels, quiet nights without crickets, deer tracks that lead in perfect circles, and the silence guard. The silence is the worst. It's not the absence of sound, it's the presence of something listening. On my first week at Pine Hollow, Ranger Clay Dawson, 62, faced like a weathered map, pulled me aside after we finished patching a fence near Ridge Trail. "You from around here?" he asked. "Virginia," I told him. "Good. Means you probably got some sense." He spat into the dirt and leaned in close. "Do you ever hear of the knot deer?" The word hit me like a sudden drop in temperature. I remembered the summer night outside my family's cabin, the tilt of its head, the way my skin prickled. "I think I have," I said slowly. Clay studied me for a long time, then gave a single nod. "Then you know to keep your mouth shut." It was late September when I saw one again. The moon was a thin slice above the tree line, casting silver on the leaves. I was patrolling Route 47, a narrow forest road that winds between steep ridges, when my headlights caught movement ahead. A deer, slender, tall, stood in the middle of the asphalt. At first glance, it was just that, a deer. But the longer I looked, the more the details shifted. The legs were too long, jointed wrong, like someone had pulled them out of place and shoved them back in. Its neck stretched higher than any deer I'd seen, and its eyes reflected not the dull green of normal wildlife, but a cold, mirror-like silver. I slowed the truck, heart thudding. The creature didn't move, didn't blink, didn't breathe. Then, without warning, it took 3 rapid steps toward me, each one jerky and too fast, like frames missing from a film reel. My instincts screamed at me to floor it, to drive through, to get the hell away, but training, and that unspoken rule, kept me frozen. The thing stopped directly in front of my headlights. It smiled, not wide, not human, but just enough to make my stomach lurch. I don't remember driving away. One second it was there, the next, my truck was tearing down the road, the radio crackling with static, though it had been off. When I finally reached the station, Clay was waiting outside, arms crossed. "You saw it," he said, voice flat. I didn't answer, didn't need to. Life as a ranger means solitude, days and nights, where the only voices you hear belong to the wind or the stream. Some people can handle it, others start talking to themselves. The thing about the not deer is it thrives in that silence. It waits for it. Over the years, I've heard stories. The college kid who swore a deer followed him for miles, never closer than 20 feet, never farther than 21. The bow hunter who watched a buck walk into a clearing, rear up like a man, and vanish. The old hiker who saw a herd in the distance and realized every one of them had the same face. We're told to ignore it because acknowledging it changes something, like it knows you now. And once it knows you, it doesn't forget. 2 weeks after my second sighting, strange calls started coming in. Hikers reporting odd wildlife behavior, deer standing in the middle of trails, not moving even when approached. Campers waking to find deer prints circling their tents. A tourist from Florida swore she saw a deer running on 2 legs near Cedarbrook. Each report got filed the same way. Animal misidentification, but the stack of them on my desk grew taller every day. One morning, Clay tossed a file onto my desk. "You're taking this one?" I opened it. A missing person report. Name Kara Miller. Age 28. Last seen hiking alone near the Black Hollow Trail. Black Hollow isn't an easy hike. It's a winding, uneven path that cuts through some of the oldest forest in the area. The trees there are massive, their trunks gnarled and scarred. Even at noon, the canopy blocks most of the sunlight, leaving everything in a kind of green twilight. I set out with my pack, radio, and flashlight. The first mile was uneventful, just the usual forest sounds: woodpeckers, the rustle of squirrels, the distant rush of water, then quiet, not gradual, instant. No birds, no wind, just stillness. I froze, listening. From somewhere ahead came a sound: soft, deliberate steps, too heavy for a deer, too light for a bear. I moved forward, every nerve on fire. Around a bend in the trail, I saw it, not hurt, tall, wrong, watching me from between 2 oaks. Its skin all furvous, stretched too tight over its frame. The face was almost deer-like, but the jawline was all wrong, too defined. The mouth set in that same faint, unnatural smile, and in its teeth, a scrap of red fabric. I didn't run. Not at first. We stared at each other for what felt like hours, though it was probably seconds. My hand inched toward the radio, but the thing tilted its head, and I heard it inside my skull. "Leave." The voice wasn't human, wasn't animal. It was like hearing wind in a tunnel, low, cold, everywhere at once. I turned. I walked, step by step, until I was far enough away to break into a run. When I reached the trailhead, my radio crackled to life. It was Clay. "Find anything?" I swallowed hard, eyes scanning the tree line. "No," I lied. For the next 2 days, I kept telling myself I hadn't seen what I'd seen. It was easier to pretend the forest was just a forest full of animals behaving like animals than to accept that something unnatural had stared me down and spoken in a voice that still crawled inside my head. But the scrap of fabric haunted me, red, torn, and exactly the same color as the jacket Kara Miller was wearing in her missing person photo. Search parties combed Black Hollow, calling her name, waving flashlights into the gloom, their voices thin in the endless green. We found nothing, no signs of struggle, no footprints, no gear. It was as if she had stepped off the trail and simply vanished. Clay didn't press me about it, but his eyes said he knew. The other rangers kept their distance, as if proximity might make them next. On the third night, I woke in my cabin to a sound. At first, I thought it was the wind-long, low, steady, but then I realized it was breathing. Slow, deliberate breathing, right outside my window. I froze in bed, my heart beat loud in my ears. The curtains were drawn, but a shadow moved across them, tall, narrow, head tilted. I reached for my flashlight, flicked it on, and swept it across the window. Nothing, just trees swaying under a pale moon. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The following morning, I was assigned to patrol Cedar Brook, where the Florida tourist had reported the two-legged deer. The trail wound along a shallow stream, its banks lined with moss-lick rocks. The air smelled faintly of iron, sharp and metallic. About a mile in, I saw tracks. At first they looked like deer prints, too neat, oval impressions in the mud. But they were wrong, too deep, as if the animal had been heavier than it should be, and the spacing irregular. Sometimes they were close together, other times far apart, like whatever made them didn't quite understand how walking worked. I crouched to take a closer look. A twig snapped behind me. I spun around, scanning the trees. The forest was still, too still. Then movementa, flicker of pale shape between the trunks. I caught only fragments. A leg bending backward, a sliver of an eye glinting silver, the flash of something red dangling from its mouth. Kara, I called before I could stop myself. The thing froze. Slowly, it stepped into view. Its body was a grotesque suggestion of a deer, but taller. Its ribcage too narrow, as if compressed. Its skin stretched thin enough to hint at bone beneath. The mouth hung slightly open, not panting, not breathing, just open, showing a row of jagged, human-like teeth. And there, caught between them, was a red scarf. I took one step back. It mirrored me one step forward. I turned and walked, slow, deliberate. Every instinct screamed to run, but I didn't. Not until I was certain it had stopped following me. Only it didn't stop. The steady crunch of leaves behind me kept pace, never closer, never farther. I didn't dare look back. When the trailhead finally came into view, I stepped into the clearing and turned. The forest was empty. I filed the report as no unusual wildlife activity. I had to, but the rules were starting to feel less like protection and more like a death sentence. We ignored the not deer, but it wasn't ignoring us. That night, I drove into town, hoping noise and neon might shake the unease from my head. At Murphy's Diner, I sat in the corner with a cup of burnt coffee, watching locals drift in and out. An old man at the counter caught my eye, his face lined like dry creek beds. "You're a ranger," he said, not a question. "Yeah," I replied cautiously. "Keep to the rules," he said, his voice low. "Don't look at it too long, don't speak to it, and for God's sake don't follow it." The way he said it made my skin prickle. "You've seen it?" I asked. He didn't answer, just stared into his coffee. Then he slid something across the counter toward me, a faded photograph. It showed a clearing in the woods, sunlight filtering through the trees. In the center stood a deer, something like its legs too many, its head turned completely backward. The image was blurry, like the camera had shaken, but the silver eyes were unmistakable. I looked up, but the stool next to him was empty. Back at the station, the radio was alive with chatter. A hiker had stumbled into a campsite near Black Hollow in shock, barefoot, clothes torn, said he'd been lost for 2 days, even though his hiking permit showed he'd only been on the trail since that morning. I went to interview him. He was young, maybe mid-20s, sitting on a cot, shivering under a blanket despite the warm night. What happened out there? I asked gently. He stared at me for a long moment, then whispered. It kept asking me where my face was. I swallowed hard. It did, dear, he said. But not a deer. It had too many knees. He started to cry. The next morning, Clay called me into his office. You're off Black Hollow, he said. What? Why? Because you're in too deep already. He leaned back in his chair, eyes heavy. The more you see it, the more it sees you. You understand? I didn't answer. He sighed. You're not the first to think you can figure it out. Every one of them ended up missing, or worse. Don't be a hero, Holt. The forest doesn't need heroes, it needs survivors. But that night, I broke the rule. I went back to Black Hollow. I told myself it was to look for Kara, but the truth was I wanted answers. I wanted to know why it was showing itself more, why it seemed to be following me. The moon was low, casting a pale wash over the trail. The deeper I went, the more the air thickened, heavy with the scent of rot and something sweet underneath, like overripe fruit. Half a mile in, I heard it a rustling off to my right. Then, a voice, soft, familiar. Daniel. My chest tightened. It was Kara's voice. I stepped off the trail, following the sound. My flashlight beam cut through the trees, catching glimpses of movements, something just ahead, always out of reach. Daniel, help me. The voice was closer now, trembling, desperate. I pushed through the underbrush and stumbled into a clearing, and there it was. The knot. It stood in the center, tall and wrong, head cocked. The red jacket hung from its shoulders, torn and hanging open. Its mouth opened too wide. This time Man Kara's voice came out again, fractured and uneven. Daniel, please. My stomach turned. It wasn't mimicking her, it was using her. I stepped back, my breath shaking. The thing moved forward. One step, two. The legs bent too far, joints twisting like wire. Its smile widened. Where's your face? It asked. Not in Kara's voice this time, but in a dozen voices layered together. Men and women, young and old, all speaking at once. I turned and ran. 3. I didn't remember the trail back, only the pounding of my boots and the rasp of my breath. Branches clawed at my arms, roots threatened to trip me, but I didn't stop, not until the station's floodlights cut through the dark. Clay was on the porch, smoking in the cold night air. One look at me, and his face tightened. You saw it again? I nodded, unable to speak. He flicked his cigarette into the dirt. Then we're out of time. Inside, Clay pulled a metal lockbox from under his desk. The thing looked older than either of us, its paint chipped, the hinges groaning as it opened. Inside were items that didn't belong in a ranger's kit: bundles of dried herbs, carved wooden talismans, a flask filled with something black and thick. This isn't in the manual, Clay said, laying each item out. This is for when ignoring it doesn't work anymore. I stared at the strange assortment. What are we dealing with? He hesitated. Something that's been here longer than the forest itself. Some say it's a spirit. Others, a thing that slipped through from somewhere it shouldn't exist. I don't care what it is. All I know is it likes to wear the skins of things we trust. We spent the next day preparing. Clay insisted we work in daylights. It gave us a little more control. He marked a map of Black Hollow with 3 red X's. These are places it's been seen most. We go to the middle one at night. We bring this. He tapped the black flask. And if it shows itself, we don't run. I didn't like the plan, but part of me wanted this over. The knot deer had been circling me like a wolf for weeks. I could feel it in the quiet moments, in the corner of my eye, in the twitch of shadow across my window. If it wanted, MIT would have me on my terms. Night came heavy, the kind where the dark feels solid, pressing against your skin. We hiked in silence. The only sound, the crunch of our boots on frost-hardened leaves. Half a mile from the marked clearing, the woods went still. No wind, no crickets, not even the distant rush of water. Clay glanced at me. It's here. We stepped into the clearing, a wide, moonlit space ringed by skeletal oaks. The ground was damp, smelling faintly of copper. Clay uncorked the flask and poured the black liquid into a shallow circle around us. Stay inside, he murmured. Minutes passed, my breath fogged in the cold. My flashlight beam trembled in my hand. Then movement. At the far edge of the clearing, a shape emerged from between the trees. It came slowly, each step deliberate, joints bending wrong. In the moonlight, its skin looked pale and hairless, stretched too tight. The red jacket still hung from its shoulders, though now it was soaked in something dark. It stopped just outside the circle. The silver eyes caught the moon and held it, unblinking. "Daniel," it said in Kara's voice, "help me." I gritted my teeth. "You're not her." The thing's smile deepened. It took another step, then stopped as its hoof touched the black liquid. A hiss rose in the air, like water on hot metal. It jerked back, head twitching violently. Clay's voice was steady. "We end this now. It can't cross the circle, but it can still reach you if you break it. Don't move." The knot deer began to change. Its legs elongated, body narrowing until it was impossibly tall. The head twisted, antlers sprouting like blackened roots, curling toward us. The voices came then, not one, not two, but dozens, speaking over each other, some sobbing, some laughing, all wrong. "Let me in. Your face, where is your face? It's cold, so cold." My knees wanted to give out. It began to pace, circling us just outside the ring, hooves barely making a sound. Every few steps, it would vanish, just blink out of sight, then reappear on the other side, closer each time. Clay uncapped a second flask, this one filled with a white powder. He tossed a handful into the air. The powder sparkled briefly, then fell like snow. The knot deer screamed. It wasn't an animal sound, it was the sound of wood splintering, of ice cracking, of a door slamming in an empty house. My flashlight flickered, and for a moment, I saw other shapes in the tress, more of them, watching. The circle held, but I could feel the air thinning, my head going light. The forest seemed to press in, the shadows stretching longer, deeper. "Now," Clay barked. He pulled a match from his pocket, struck it, and tossed it onto the black liquid. The ring went up in a sudden wall of flame. The knot deer staggered back, its form shuddering shapes, and faces flashing over its body like ripples in water. Kara, the lost hiker, people I didn't recognize, and God help me, my own face. It lunged, slamming into the barrier. The fire roared higher, and the smell of burning rot filled the clearing. I don't remember deciding to do it, but suddenly I was moving, stepping forward, one boot breaking the circle. "Daniel," Clay shouted, but it was too late. The knot deer was on me. It didn't touch me, not physically, but its eyes locked onto mine, and I felt it like falling into a pit with no bottom. Memories flashed, twisted. My childhood cabin, the first sighting, nights alone in the woods, but they weren't mine anymore. It was taking them. And then something shifted. In the pit, I saw it, not just the thing before me, but what it had been before. A shape in the dark, alone, hungry, wearing masks of fur and bone to lure the living close enough to touch. I don't know why, but I said one word. No. The word echoed, not just from my mouth, but from everywhere around us. The thing recoiled, the silver eyes dimming. I stumbled back into the circle, Clay grabbing my arm and yanking me to safety. The flames roared once more and the knot deer was gone. We stood there in silence, the night slowly filling back in with wind and distant owls. Clay's face was pale, lined deeper than I'd ever seen it. "You're marked now," he said quietly. "It won't stop." I knew he was right. The thing was gone for tonight, but it had my scent. For 3 nights after Black Hollow, I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw its face, my face stretching into that impossible smile. I'd wake in the dark, drenched in sweat, certain something was in the room with me. On the 4th night, it stopped being just a feeling. The knock came at 2:14 a.m., 3 taps, slow, even. I froze in bed. My cabin door was locked. The station was empty. Clev was on the far side of the ridge until morning. No one should have been there. The knock came again. Then a voice, soft and trembling. "Daniel, it's me. I'm cold. Let me in." Kara's voice. I didn't move, didn't speak. The voice shifted, older, rougher. "It's Clay. Open the damn door. Halt." My breath caught. It wasn't Clay, it was too close. The way it hit the words was wrong, too deliberate. Then, silence. For a moment, I thought it was going till I heard it breathing. Long, slow, patient. I stayed awake until dawn, shotgun across my knees, eyes on the door. By morning, I'd made my decision. I couldn't keep waiting for it to come to me. If I was marked, if it would never stop, then I had one choice left: take the fight to it. I didn't tell Clay, he would have stopped me. Instead, I packed light knife, flashlight, map, matches, and the last of the black liquid from the lockbox, and I went back to Black Hollow alone. The forest greeted me with silence. The deeper I went, the colder the air grew, frost crunching under my boots. Even though the forecast had called for mild weather, by the time I reached the clearing, my breath was white. The place looked the same as before, circle of flattened grass, ringed by those skeletal oaks, but it felt different, like I'd walked into a mouth and the teeth had closed behind me. I uncapped the flask and poured the liquid in a loose arc around myself. Then I waited. Minutes passed. The wind picked up, low and steady, carrying a smell of wet earth and something sweeter, rotting fruit. The first sign was the eyes. Not one pair this time, dozens, glinting silver from the tree line, each pair blinking in perfect unison. Then they stepped forward. There wasn't just one not deer. They emerged like a tide, shapes in varying states of wrongness. Some almost perfect deer until they bent the wrong way. Others impossibly tall, skin stretched thin, antlers curling like barbed wire. But in front of them all was the one that had been hunting me. The red jacket still clung to its frame. My face still flickered across its skin. "Daniel," it said, in my own voice now. "Come here." I gripped the knife tighter. "No." Its smile widened. "You're already here." The circle felt smaller by the second. I could see the others pacing the edge, their heads twitching, jaws opening too far. The leader stayed still, watching, tilting its head with that unbearable slowness. "What do you want?" I demanded. It blinked. "To where you..." The air in my lungs turned sharp, like breathing glass. My flashlight flickered, the beam cutting in and out until I was left in near darkness. Shapes shifted at the edge of the light, legs bending, faces melting from one to another. Kara, Clay, my mother, then me again, over and over, each version smiling. "You're tired," the voices layered together. "Stop fighting." Something in me snapped. I grabbed the matches, struck one, and tossed it onto the circle. The flames leaped high, the black liquid igniting with a hiss. The not deer flinched, but didn't retreat. Instead, it stepped forward, the fire bending away from it as if afraid to touch. I had one chance. I waited until it was half in the circle, its front legs just inches from me, then lunged, driving the knife up under its jaw. The sound it made was like ice cracking on a frozen lake. The silver eyes went wide, and for a moment the skin shimmered, showing everything it had stolen: faces, voices, movements, all flashing and vanishing. Then it screamed, and the forest screamed with it. The fire roared. The others scattered into the trees, melting into shadow. The one in front of me collapsed, its body folding in on itself like paper in a flame, until there was nothing left but a wet patch of earth and silence. By the time I staggered back to the station, the sun was rising, the forest bathed in gold. Clay was waiting on the porch. "You went after it," he said. Not a question. I nodded. "It's gone." Clay's expression didn't change. "No, it isn't. You just cut off a hand. The rest will grow back." That night, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. I thought about the faces I'd seen, the ones I recognized, the ones I didn't. I thought about the way it had said "we" without ever saying it. And sometime after midnight, I heard it again. Not outside, inside. A whisper, just above my ear. "Where's your face?" I didn't answer. I don't think I ever will. But I know now it doesn't need me to. It already has it.